Chapter 30 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 30, Tiff's Garden. Would the limits of our story admit of it, we should gladly linger many days in the shady precincts of Magnolia Grove, where Clayton and Nina remained some days longer, and where the hours flew by on flowery feet. But the inevitable time and tide, which waits for no man, wait not for the narrator. We must therefore say in brief that when the visit was concluded, Clayton accompanied Nina once more to Kanamaw and returned to the circle of his own duties. Nina returned to her own estate with views somewhat chastened and modified by her acquaintance with Anne. As Clayton supposed, the influence of a real noble purpose in life had proved of more weight than exhortations, and she began to feel within herself positive aspirations for some more noble and worthy life than she had heretofore led. That great absorbing feeling which determines the whole destiny of woman's existence is in its own nature an elevating and purifying one. It is such even when placed on an unworthy object, and much more so when the object is a worthy one. Since the first of their friendship, Clayton had never officiously sought to interfere with the growth and development of Nina's moral nature. He had sufficient sagacity to perceive that unconsciously to herself a deeper power of feeling and a wider range of thought was opening within her, and he left the development of it to the same quiet forces which swell the rosebud and guide the climbing path of the vine. Simply and absolutely he lived his own life before her and let hers alone, and the power of his life therefore became absolute. A few mornings after her return, she thought that she would go out and inquire after the welfare of our old friend Tiff. It was a hazy, warm, bright summer morning, and all things lay in that dreamy stillness, that trance of voluptuous rest, which precedes the approach of the fiercer heats of the day. Since her absence there had been evident improvement in Tiff's affairs. The baby, a hearty, handsome little fellow, by dint of good nursing, pork-sucking, and lying outdoors in the tending of breezes and zephyrs, had grown to be a creeping creature, and followed Tiff around in his garden ministrations with unintelligible chatterings of delight. At the moment when Nina rode up, Tiff was busy with his morning work in the garden. His appearance, it is to be confessed, was somewhat peculiar. He usually wore, in compliment to his nursing duties, an apron in front, but as his various avocations pressed hard upon his time, and as his own personal outfit was ever the last to be attended to, Tiff's nether garments had shown traces of that frailty which is incident to all human things. "Bless me," he said to himself that morning, as he with difficulty engineered his way into them. "Holes here and holes dar. Don't want but 2 holes in my breeches, and I's got 2 dozen. Got my foot true to wrong place. Poor old Tiff. Laws a massy, wish I could get hold of some of dem dar clothes they were tellin' about at the campin' meetin' they wore 40 years in the wilderness. 'Mazin' handy dem ar times was. Well, anyhow, I'll tie an apron behind and another in front. Bless the Lord, I's got aprons anyhow. I must make up a pair of breeches some of these here days when the baby's teeth is all through, and Teddy's clothes don't want no mending, and the washing is done, and these here weeds stops a growing in the garden. Bless if I know what the Lord want of so many weeds. 'Pears like they comes just to plague us. But den we doesn't know. Maybe there's some good in 'em. We doesn't know but a little, no way." Tiff was sitting on the ground weeding one of his garden beds when he was surprised by the apparition of Nina on horseback coming up to the gate. Here was a dilemma, to be sure. No cavalier had a more absolute conception of the nature of politeness and the claims of beauty, rank, and fashion than Tiff. Then to be caught sitting on the ground with a blue apron on in front and a red one on behind was an appalling dilemma. However, as our readers may have discovered, Tiff had that essential requisite of good breeding, the moral courage to face an exigency, and wisely considering that a want of cordiality is a greater deficiency than the want of costume, he rose up without delay and hastened to the gate to acknowledge the honor. "Lord bless your sweet face, Miss Nina," he said, while the breezes flapped and fluttered his red and blue sails. "Old Tiff's 'mazin' happy to see you. Miss Fanny's well, thank you, and Master Teddy and the baby all doing nicely. Bless the Lord, Miss Nina, be so good as to get down and come in. I's got some nice berries that I picked in the swamp, and Miss Fanny'll be proud to have you take some. You see," he said, laughing heartily and regarding his peculiar costume, "I wasn't looking for any quality long this here time of day, so I just got on my old clothes." "Why, Uncle Tiff, I think they become you immensely," said Nina. "Your outfit is really original and picturesque. You're not one of the people that are ashamed of their work, are you, Uncle Tiff? So, if you just lead my horse to that stump, I'll get down." "Laws, no, Miss Nina," said Tiff, as with alacrity he obeyed her orders. "Specs if old Tiff was ashamed of work, he'd have a heap to be ashamed of, 'cause it's pretty much all work with him, 'tis so." "Tom Tit pretended to come with me," said Nina, as she looked around, "but he lagged behind by the brook to get some of those green grapes, and I suspect it's the last I shall see of him. So, Tiff, if you please to tie Sylphine in the shade, I'll go in and see Miss Fanny." And Nina tripped lightly up the walk, now bordered on either side with china asters and marigolds, to where Fanny was standing bashfully in the door, waiting for her. In her own native woods this child was one of the boldest, freest, and happiest of romps. There was scarce an eligible tree which she could not climb, or a thicket she had not explored. She was familiar with every flower, every bird, every butterfly of the vicinity. She knew precisely when every kind of fruit would ripen and flower would blossom, and was so au fait in the language of birds and squirrels that she might almost have been considered one of the fraternity. Her only companion and attendant, old Tiff, had that quaint, fanciful, grotesque nature which is the furthest possible removed from vulgarity, and his frequent lectures on proprieties and conventionalities, his long and prolix narrations of her ancestral glories and distinctions, had succeeded in infusing into her a sort of childish consciousness of dignity, while at the same time it inspired her with a bashful awe of those whom she saw surrounded with the actual insignia and circumstances of position and fortune. After all, Tiff's method of education, instinctive as it was highly philosophical, since a certain degree of self-respect is the nurse of many virtues and a shield from many temptations. There is also something, perhaps, in the influence of descent. Fanny certainly inherited from her mother a more delicate organization than generally attends her apparent station in life. She had also, what perhaps belongs to the sex, a capability of receiving the mysteries and proprieties of dress, and Nina, as she stood on the threshold of the single low room, could not but be struck with the general air of refinement which characterized both it and its little mistress. There were flowers from the swamps and hedges, arranged with care and taste, feathers of birds, strings of eggs of different color, dried grasses, and various little woodland curiosities, which showed a taste refined by daily intercourse with nature. Fanny herself was arrayed in a very pretty print dress, which her father had brought home in a recent visit, with a cape of white muslin. Her brown hair was brushed smoothly from her forehead, and her clear blue eyes and fair, rosy complexion gave her a pleasing air of intelligence and refinement. "Thank you," said Nina, as Fanny offered her the only chair the establishment afforded. "But I'm going with Tiff out in the garden. I can never bear to be in the house such days as this. You didn't expect me over so early, Uncle Tiff, but I took a notable turn this morning and routed them up to an early breakfast, on purpose that I might have time to get over here before the heat came on. It's pleasant out here, now the shadow of the woods falls across the garden so. How beautifully those trees wave! Tiff, go on with your work. Never mind me." "Yes, Miss Dinah, it's mighty pleasant. Why, I was out in dish yer garden at 4 o'clock this morning, and 'peared like these yer trees was waving like a psalm, so sort of still, you know, kind of spreading out their hands like they's have prayers, and there was a mighty handsome star a-looking down. I specs that there star is one of the very oldest families up dar." "Most likely," said Nina cheerily. "They call it Venus, the star of love, Uncle Tiff, and I believe that is a very old family." "Love is a mighty good thing, anyhow," said Tiff. "Lord bless you, Miss Nina, it makes everything go kind of easy. Sometimes when I'm studying upon these here things, I says to myself, 'Pears like the trees in the woods, they loves each other. They stands kind of locking arms so, and they kind of nod their heads and whisper so. 'Pears like the grapevines and the birds and all them are things, they lives comfortable together, like they was peaceable and liked each other. Now folks is apt to get a-stewing and fretting around and turning up their nose at this here thing and that dar, but 'pears like the Lord's work takes everything mighty easy. They just kind of lives along peaceable. I think it's mighty instructive." "Certainly it is," said Nina. "Old Mother Nature is an excellent manager, and always goes on making the best of everything." "There's heaps done that dar way, and no noise," said Tiff. "Why, Miss Nina, I studied upon that dar out here in my garden. Why, look at that dar corn way up over your head now. All that dar growed this year summer. No noise about it. 'Pears like nobody couldn't see when 'twas done. They were telling us in camp meeting how the Lord created the heaven and the earth. Now, Miss Nina, Tiff has his own thoughts, you know, and Tiff says, 'Pears like the Lord is creating the heaven and the earth all the time. 'Pears like you can see him a-doing of it right afore your face, and them growing things are so curious. Miss Nina, 'pears like for all the world as if they was critters. 'Pears like each of 'em has their own way and won't go no udder. These here beans, they will come up so curious right top of the stalks, they will turn round the pole one way, and if you was to tie 'em, you couldn't make 'em go round t'other. They set in their own way, they is, for all they's so still about it." "Laws, Miss Nina, these here things makes Tiff laugh." "Does so," he said, sitting down and indulging in one of his fits of merriment. "You are quite a philosopher, Tiff." "Laws, Miss Nina, I hopes not, 'cause one of the preachers at the camp meeting used up dem folk terrible, I tell you. That there pretty much all I could make out of the sermon, that people mustn't be philosophers. Laws, Miss Nina, I hope I ain't no such." "Oh, I mean the good kind, Uncle Tiff. But how were you pleased upon the whole at the camp meeting?" "Well, Miss Nina, I hope I got something. I don't know fairly how much 'tis. But, Miss Nina, it 'pears like as if you had come out here to instruct us about these here things. Miss Fanny, she don't read very well yet, and 'pears like if you could read us some out of the Bible and teach us how to be Christians." "Why, Tiff, I scarcely know how to myself. I'll send Millie to talk to you. She's a real good Christian." "Oh, Millie's a very nice woman," said Tiff somewhat doubtfully. "But, Miss Nina, 'pears like I'd rather have White teaching. 'Pears like I'd rather have you, if it wouldn't be too much trouble." "Oh, no, Uncle Tiff. If you want to hear me read, I'll read to you now. Have you got a Bible here? Stay, I'll sit down. I'll take the chair and sit down in the shade, and then you needn't stop your work." Tiff hurried into the house to call Fanny, produced a copy of a Testament, which with much coaxing he had persuaded Cripps to bring on his last visit, and while Fanny sat at her feet making larkspur rings, she turned over the pages to think what to read. When she saw Tiff's earnest and eager attention, her heart smote her to think that the book, so valuable in his eyes, was to her almost an unread volume. "What shall I read to you, Tiff? What do you want to hear?" "Well, I wants to find out the shortest way I can how these here children be got to heaven. This here world is mighty well, long as it holds out, but then, you see, it don't last forever. Tings is passing away." Nina thought a moment. The great question of questions, so earnestly proposed to her. The simple, childlike old soul hanging confidently on her answer. At last she said, with a seriousness quite unusual with her, "Tiff, I think the best thing I can do is to read to you about our Savior. He came down into this world to show us the way to heaven, and I'll read you, when I come here days, all that there is about him, all he said and did, and then perhaps you'll see the way yourself. Perhaps," she added with a sigh, "I shall too." As she spoke, a sudden breeze of air shook the clusters of the prairie rose, which was climbing into the tree under which she was sitting, and a shower of rose leaves fell around her. "Yes," she said to herself, as the rose leaves fell on her book, "it's quite true what he says. Everything is passing." And now, amid the murmur of the pine trees and the rustling of the garden vines, came on the ear of the listeners the first words of that sweet and ancient story. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. Probably more cultivated minds would have checked the progress of the legend by 1,000 questions, statistical and geographical, as to where Jerusalem was, and who the wise men were, and how far the east was from Jerusalem, and whether it was probable they would travel so far. But Nina was reading to children, and to an old child-man, in whose grotesque and fanciful nature there was yet treasured a believing sweetness, like the amulets supposed to belong to the good genii of the fairy tales. The quick fancy of her auditors made reality of the story as it went along. A cloudy Jerusalem built itself up immediately in their souls, and became as well known to them as the neighboring town of E. Herod the king became a real walking personage in their minds, with a crown on his head, and Tiff immediately discerned a resemblance between him and a certain domineering old General Eaton, who used greatly to withstand the cause of virtue, and the Peytons in the neighborhood where he was brought up. Tiff's indignation when the slaughter of the innocents was narrated was perfectly outrageous. He declared he wouldn't have believed that of King Herod, bad as he was. And good-hearted and inoffensive as Tiff was in general, it seemed really to afford him comfort that the devil had got that there man for now. "Sarves him right, too," said Tiff, striking fiercely at a weed with his hoe. "Killing all them poor little children. Why, what harm had they done him anyway? Wonder what he thought of hisself." Nina found it necessary to tranquilize the good creature to get a hearing for the rest of the story. She went on reading of the wild night journey of the wise men, and how the star went before them till it stood over the place where the child was. How they went in and saw the young child and Mary his mother, and fell down before him, offering gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. "Lord bless you! I wish I'd 'a' been dar," said Tiff. "And that dar child was the Lord of glory, sure enough, Miss Nina. I heard him sing dish yer hymn at the camp meeting, you know, 'bout cold on his cradle. You know, it goes dish here way." And Tiff sung, to a kind of rocking lullaby, words whose poetic imagery had hit his fancy before he knew their meaning. "Cold on his cradle the dewdrops are shining, low lies his head with the beasts of the stall. Angels adore, in slumber reclining, Maker and Savior and Monarch of all." Nina had never realized, till she felt it in the undoubting faith of her listeners, the wild, exquisite poetry of that legend, which, like an immortal lily, blooms in the heart of Christianity as spotless and as tender now as 1800 years ago. That child of Bethlehem, when afterwards he taught in Galilee, spoke of seed which fell into the good and honest heart, and words could not have been more descriptive of the nature which was now receiving this seed of paradise. When Nina had finished her reading, she found her own heart touched by the effect which she had produced. The nursing, child-loving old Tiff was ready, in a moment, to bow before his Redeemer, enshrined in the form of an infant, and it seemed as if the air around him had been made sacred by the sweetness of the story. As Nina was mounting her horse to return, Tiff brought out a little basket full of wild raspberries. "Tiff wants to give you something," he said. "Thank you, Uncle Tiff. How delightful. Now, if you'll only give me a cluster of your Michigan rose." Proud and happy was Tiff, and pulling down the very topmost cluster of his rose, he presented it to her. Alas, before Nina reached home, it hung drooping from the heat. "The grass withereth, and the flower fadeth, but the word of our God shall stand forever." End of Chapter 30, Tiff's Garden.
Chapter 31 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Dred, Chapter 31, The Warning. In life, organized as it is at the South, there are two currents. One, the current of the master's fortunes, feelings, and hopes. The other, that of the slaves. It is a melancholy fact in the history of the human race, as yet, that there have been multitudes who follow the triumphal march of life only as captives, to whom the voice of the trumpet, the waving of the banners, the shouts of the people only add to the bitterness of enthrallment. While life to Nina was daily unfolding in brighter colors, the slave brother at her side was destined to feel an additional burden on his already unhappy lot. It was toward evening, after having completed his daily chores, that he went to the post office for the family letters. Among these, one was directed to himself, and he slowly perused it as he rode home through the woods. It was as follows. My dear brother, I told you how comfortably we were living on our place, I and my children. Since then, everything has been changed. Mr. Tom Gordon came here and put in a suit for the estate and attached me and my children as slaves. He is a dreadful man. The case has been tried and gone against us. The judge said that both deeds of emancipation, both the one executed in Ohio and the one here, were of no effect, that my boy was a slave, and could no more hold property than a mule before a plow. I had some good friends here, and people pitied me very much, but nobody could help me. Tom Gordon is a bad man, a very bad man. I cannot tell you all that he said to me. I only tell you that I will kill myself and my children before we will be his slaves. Harry, I have been free, and I know what liberty is. My children have been brought up free, and if I can help it, they never shall know what slavery is. I have got away, and am hiding with a colored family here in Natchez. I hope to get to Cincinnati, where I have friends. My dear brother, I did hope to do something for you. Now I cannot, nor can you do anything for me. The law is on the side of our oppressors, but I hope God will help us. Farewell, your affectionate sister. It is difficult to fathom the feelings of a person brought up in a position so wholly unnatural as that of Harry. The feelings which had been cultivated in him by education and the indulgence of his nominal possessors were those of an honorable and gentlemanly man. His position was absolutely that of the common slave, without one legal claim to anything on earth, one legal right of protection in any relation of life. What any man of strong nature would feel on hearing such tidings from a sister, Harry felt. In a moment there rose up before his mind the picture of Nina in all her happiness and buoyancy, in all the fortunate accessories in her lot. Had the vague thoughts which crowded on his mind been expressed in words, they might have been something like these. I have 2 sisters, daughters of one father, both beautiful, both amiable and good. But one has rank and position, and wealth and ease and pleasure. The other is an outcast, unprotected, given up to the brutal violence of a vile and wicked man. She has been a good wife and a good mother. Her husband has done all he could to save her, but the cruel hand of the law grasps her and her children and hurls them back into the abyss from which it was his life's study to raise them. And I can do nothing. I am not even a man, and this curse is on me, and on my wife, and on my children, and children's children forever. Yes, what does the judge say in this letter? He can no more own anything than a mule before his plow. That's to be the fate of every child of mine. And yet people say, you have all you want. Why are you not happy? I wish they could try it. Do you think broadcloth coats and gold watches can comfort a man for all this? Harry rode along, with his hands clenched upon the letter, the reins drooping from the horse's neck, in the same unfrequented path where he had twice before met Dred. Looking up, he saw him the 3rd time, standing silently as if he had risen from the ground. "Where did you come from?" said he. "Seems to me you are always at hand when anything is going against me." "Went not my spirit with thee?" said Dred. "Have I not seen it all? It is because we will bear this, that we have it to bear, Harry." "But," said Harry, "what can we do?" "Do? What does the wild horse do? Launch out our hoofs, rear up, and come down on them. What does the rattlesnake do? Lie in their path and bite. Why did they make slaves of us? They tried the wild Indians first. Why didn't they keep to them? They wouldn't be slaves, and we will. They that will bear the yoke may bear it." "But," said Harry, "Dred, this is all utterly hopeless. Without any means or combination or leaders, we shall only rush on to our own destruction." "Let us die, then," said Dred. "What if we do die? What great matter is that? If they bruise our head, we can sting their heels. Nat Turner, they killed him, but the fear of him almost drove them to set free their slaves. Yes, it was argued among them. They came within 2 or 3 votes of it in their assembly. A little more fear, and they would have done it. If my father had succeeded, the slaves in Carolina would be free today. Die? Why not die? Christ was crucified. Has everything dropped out of you that you can't die? That you'll crawl like worms for the sake of living?" "I'm not afraid of death myself," said Harry. "God knows I wouldn't care if I did die, but—" "Yes, I know," said Dred. "She that letteth will let, till she be taken out of the way. I tell you, Harry, there's a seal been loosed. There's a vial poured out on the air, and the destroying angel standeth over Jerusalem with his sword drawn." "What do you mean by that?" said Harry. Dred stood silent for a moment. His frame assumed the rigid tension of a cataleptic state, and his voice sounded like that of a person speaking from a distance. Yet there was a strange distinctness in it. "The words of the prophet, and the vision that he hath from the Lord, when he saw the vision, falling into a trance, and having his eyes open, and behold, he saw a roll flying through the heavens, and it was written within and without, with mourning and lamentation and woe. Behold, it cometh. Behold, the slain of the Lord shall be many. They shall fall in the house, and by the way, the bride shall fall in her chamber, and the child shall die in its cradle. There shall be a cry in the land of Egypt, for there shall not be a house where there is not one dead." "Dred! Dred! Dred!" said Harry, pushing him by the shoulder. "Come out of this. Come out. It's frightful." Dred stood looking before him with his head inclined forward, his hand upraised, and his eyes strained, with the air of one who is trying to make out something through a thick fog. "I see her," he said. "Who is that by her?" "His back is turned." "Ah, I see. It is he, and there's Harry and Millie. Try hard, try. You won't do it. No use sending for the doctor. There's not one to be had. They're all too busy. Rub her hands. Yes, but it's no good. Whom the Lord loveth, he taketh away from the evil to come. Lay her down. Yes, it is death, death, death." Harry had often seen the strange moods of Dred, and he shuddered now because he partook something in the common superstitions which prevailed among the slaves of his prophetic power. He shook and called him, but he turned slowly away, and with eyes that seemed to see nothing, yet guiding himself with his usual dexterous agility, he plunged again into the thickness of the swamp, and was soon lost to view. After his return home, it was with a sensation of chill at his heart that he heard Aunt Nesbit reading to Nina portions of a letter describing the march through some northern cities of the cholera, which was then making fearful havoc on our American shore. "Nobody seems to know how to manage it," the letter said. "Physicians are all at a loss. It seems to spurn all laws. It bursts upon cities like a thunderbolt, scatters desolation and death, and is gone with equal rapidity. People rise in the morning well and are buried before evening. In one day houses are swept of a whole family." "Ah," said Harry to himself, "I see the meaning now. But what does it portend to us?" How the strange foreshadowing had risen to the mind of Dred we shall not say. Whether there be mysterious electric sympathies which floating through the air bear dim presentiments on their wings, or whether some stray piece of intelligence had dropped on his ear and had been intercepted by the burning fervor of his soul, we know not. The news, however, left very little immediate impression on the daily circle at Canema. It was a dread reality in the far distance. Harry only pondered it with anxious fear. End of chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 32 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 32, The Morning Star. Nina continued her visits to Tiff's garden on almost every pleasant morning or evening. Tiff had always some little offering, either berries or flowers, to present, or a nice little luncheon of fish or birds, cooked in some mode of peculiar delicacy, and which, served up in sylvan style, seemed to have something of the wild relish of the woods. In return, she continued to read the story so interesting to him, and it was astonishing how little explanation it needed, how plain honesty of heart and lovingness of nature interpreted passages over which theologians have wrangled in vain. It was not long before Tiff had impersonated to himself each of the disciples, particularly Peter, so that when anything was said by him, Tiff would nod his head significantly and say, "Ah, that dar's just like him. He's allers a-puttin' in, but he's a good man, arter all." What impression was made on the sensitive young nature through whom, as a medium, Tiff received this fresh revelation, we may perhaps imagine. There are times in life when the soul, like a half-grown climbing vine, hangs wavering tremulously, stretching out its tendrils for something to ascend by. Such are generally the great transition periods of life, when we are passing from the ideas and conditions of one stage of existence to those of another. Such times are most favorable for the presentation of the higher truths of religion. In a hazy, slumberous stillness of that midsummer atmosphere, in the long silent rides through the pines, Nina, half awakened from the thoughtless dreams of childhood, yearning for something nobler than she yet had lived for, thought over and revolved in her mind this beautiful and spotless image of God revealed in man which her daily readings presented. And the world that he created seemed to whisper to her in every pulsation of its air, every breath of its flowers, in the fanning of its winds, "He still liveth, and he loveth thee." The voice of the Good Shepherd fell on the ear of the wandering lamb, calling her to his arms, and Nina found herself one day unconsciously repeating, as she returned through the woods, words which she had often heard read at church. "When thou saidst unto me, Seek ye my face, my heart said unto thee, Thy face, Lord, will I seek." Nina had often dreaded the idea of becoming a Christian, as one shrinks from the idea of a cold, dreary passage which must be passed to gain a quiet home. But suddenly, as if by some gentle, invisible hand, the veil seemed to be drawn which hid the face of Almighty Love from her view. She beheld the earth and the heavens transfigured in the light of his smile. A strange and unspeakable joy arose within her, as if some loving presence were always near her. It was with her when she lay down at night, and when she awoke in the morning the strange happiness had not departed. Her feelings may be best expressed by an extract from a letter which she wrote at this time to Clayton. Quote, "It seems to me that I have felt a greater change in me within the last 2 months than in my whole life before. When I look back at what I was in New York 3 months ago, actually I hardly know myself. It seems to me in those old days that life was only a frolic to me, as it is to a kitten. I don't really think that there was much harm in me, only the want of good. In those days, sometimes I used to have a sort of dim longing to be better, particularly when Livy Ray was at school. It seemed as if she woke up something that had been asleep in me. But she went away, and I fell asleep again, and life went on like a dream. Then I became acquainted with you, and you began to rouse me again, and for some time I thought I didn't like to wake. It was just as it is when one lies asleep in the morning. It's so pleasant to sleep and dream that one resists anyone who tries to bring them back to life. I used to feel quite pettish when I first knew you, and sometimes wished you'd let me alone, because I saw that you belonged to a different kind of sphere from what I'd been living in. And I had a presentiment that if I let you go on, life would have to be something more than a joke with me. But you would, like a very indiscreet man as you are, you would insist on being in sober earnest. I used to think that I had no heart. I begin to think that I have a good deal now. Every day it seems as if I could love more and more, and a great many things are growing clearer to me that I didn't used to understand, and I'm growing happier every day. You know my queer old protégé, Uncle Tiff, who lives in the woods here. For some time past I have been to his house every day, reading to him in the Testament, and it has had a very great effect on me. It affected me very much in the first place that he seemed so very earnest about religion, when I, who ought to know so much more, was so indifferent to it. And when the old creature, with tears in his eyes, actually insisted upon it that I should show his children the road to heaven, then I began to read to him the Testament, the life of Jesus. I didn't know myself how beautiful it was, how suited to all our wants. It seemed to me I never saw so much beauty in anything before, and it seems as if it had waked a new life in me. Everything is changed, and it is the beauty of Christ that has changed it. You know, I always loved beauty above all things, in music, in nature, and in flowers. But it seems to me I see something now in Jesus more beautiful than all. It seems as if all these had been shadows of beauty, but he is the substance. It is strange, but I have a sense of him, his living and presence, that sometimes almost overpowers me. It seems as if he had been following me always, but I had not seen him. He has been a good shepherd, seeking the thoughtless lamb. He has all my life been calling me child, and till lately my heart has never answered, Father. Is this religion? Is this what people mean by conversion? I tried to tell Aunt Nesbit how I felt, because now I feel kinder to everybody, and really my heart smote me to think how much fun I had made of her, and now I begin to love her very much. She was so anxious I should talk with Mr. Titmarch, because he is a minister. Well, I didn't want to do it, but I thought I ought to, because poor Auntie really seemed to feel anxious I should. I suppose if I were as perfect as I ought to be, a good man's stiff ways wouldn't trouble me so. But stiff people, are my particular temptation. He came and made a pastoral call the other day and talked to me. I don't think he understood me very well, and I'm sure I didn't understand him. He told me how many kinds of faith there were and how many kinds of love. I believe there were 3 kinds of faith and 2 kinds of love, and he thought it was important to know whether I had got the right kind. He said we ought not to love God because he loves us, but because he is holy. He wanted to know whether I had any just views of sin as an infinite evil, and I told him I hadn't the least idea of what infinite was, and that I hadn't any views of anything but the beauty of Christ, that I didn't understand anything about the different sorts of faith, but that I felt perfectly sure that Jesus is so good that he would make me feel right and give me right views and do everything for me that I need. He wanted to know if I loved him because he magnified the law and made it honorable, and I told him I didn't understand what that meant. I don't think on the whole that the talk did me much good. It only confused me and made me very uncomfortable. But I went out to old Tiff's in the evening and read how Jesus received the little children. You never saw anybody so delighted as old Tiff was. He got me to read it to him 3 or 4 times over, and now he gets me to read it every time I go there, and he says he likes it better than any other part of the Testament. Tiff and I get along very well together. He doesn't know any more about faith than I do, and hasn't any better views than I have. Aunt Nesbit is troubled about me because I'm so happy. She says she's afraid I haven't any sense of sin. Don't you remember my telling you how happy I felt the first time I heard real music? I thought before that I could sing pretty well, but in 1 hour all my music became trash in my eyes, and yet I would not have missed it for the world. So it is now, that beautiful life of Jesus, so sweet, so calm, so pure, so unselfish, so perfectly natural, and yet so far beyond nature, has shown me what a poor, sinful, low creature I am, and yet I rejoice. I feel sometimes as I did when I first heard a full orchestra play some of Mozart's divine harmonies. I forgot that I was alive. I lost all thought of myself entirely, and I was perfectly happy. So it is now. This loveliness and beauty that I see makes me happy without any thought of myself. It seems to me sometimes that while I see it, I can never suffer. There is another thing that is strange to me, and that is that the Bible has grown so beautiful to me. It seems to me that it has been all my life like the transparent picture without any light behind it, and now it is all illuminated, and its words are full of meaning to me. I am light-hearted and happy, happier than ever I was. Do you remember the first day you came to Panama that I told you it seemed so sad that we must die? That feeling is all gone now. I feel that Jesus is everywhere and that there is no such thing as dying. It is only going out of one room into another. Everybody wonders to see how light-hearted I am, and poor Auntie says she trembles for me. I couldn't help thinking of that the other morning. I was reading to Tiff what Jesus said when they asked him why his disciples did not fast. Can the children of the bride chamber mourn while the bridegroom is with them? Now, my dear friend, you must tell me what you think of all this, because you know I always tell you everything. I have written to Livy about it, because I know it will make her so happy. Milly seems to understand it all, and what she says to me really helps me very much. I always used to think that Milly had some strange, beautiful kind of inward life that I knew nothing of, because she would speak with so much certainty of God's love, and act as if it were so real to her, and she would tell me so earnestly, "Child, he loves you." Now I see into it, that mystery of his love to us, and how he overcomes and subdues all things by love, and I understand how perfect love casteth out fear. To this letter Nina soon received an answer, from which also we give an extract. If I was so happy, my dearest one, as to be able to awaken that deeper and higher nature which I always knew was in you, I thank God. But if I ever was in any respect your teacher, you have passed beyond my teachings now. Your childlike simplicity of nature makes you a better scholar than I in that school where the first step is to forget all our worldly wisdom and to become a little child. We men have much more to contend with in the pride of our nature and our habits of worldly reasoning. It takes us long to learn the lesson that faith is the highest wisdom. Don't trouble your head, dear Nina, with Aunt Nesbit or Mr. Titmarch. What you feel is faith. They define it, and you feel it. And there's all the difference between the definition and the feeling that there is between the husk and the corn. As for me, I am less happy than you. Religion seems to me to have two parts to it. One part is the aspiration of man's nature, and the other is God's answer to those aspirations. I have as yet only the first, perhaps because I am less simple and less true, perhaps because I am not yet become a little child. So you must be my guide, instead of I yours, for I believe it is written of the faithful that the little child shall lead them. I am a good deal tried now, my dear, because I am coming to a crisis in my life. I am going to take a step that will deprive me of many friends, of popularity, and that will perhaps alter all my course for the future. But if I should lose friends and popularity, you would love me still, would you not? It is wronging you to ask such a question, but yet I should like to have you answer it. It will make me stronger for what I have to do. On Thursday of this week, my case will come on again. I am very busy just now, but the thought of you mingles with every thought. End of chapter 32. The Morning Star.
Chapter 33 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones in Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 33. The Legal Decision. The time for the session of the Supreme Court had now arrived, and Clayton's cause was to be reconsidered. Judge Clayton felt exceedingly chagrined as the time drew near. Being himself the leading judge of the Supreme Court, the declaration of the bench would necessarily be made known through him. "It is extremely painful to me," he said to Mrs. Clayton, "to have this case referred to me, for I shall be obliged to reverse the decision." "Well," said Mrs. Clayton, "Edward must have fortitude to encounter the usual reverses of his profession. He made a gallant defense and received a great deal of admiration, which will not be at all lessened by this." "You do not understand me," said Judge Clayton. "It is not the coming out in opposition to Edward which principally annoys me. It is the nature of the decision that I am obliged to make, the doctrine that I feel myself forced to announce." "And must you, then?" said Mrs. Clayton. "Yes, I must," said Judge Clayton. "A judge can only perceive and declare. What I see, I must speak, though it go against all my feelings and all my sense of right." "I don't see, for my part," said Mrs. Clayton, how that decision can possibly be reversed without allowing the most monstrous injustice. Such is the case, said Judge Clayton, but I sit in my seat not to make laws, nor to alter them, but simply to declare what they are. However bad the principle declared, it is not so bad as a proclamation of a falsehood would be. I have sworn truly to declare the laws, and I must keep my oath. Have you talked with Edward about it? Not particularly. He understands in general the manner in which the thing lies in my mind. This conversation took place just before it was time for Judge Clayton to go to his official duties. The courtroom on this occasion was somewhat crowded. Barker, being an active, resolute, and popular man with a certain class, had talked up a considerable excitement with regard to his case. Clayton's friends were interested in it on his account. Lawyers were, for the sake of the principle, so that upon the whole there was a good deal of attention drawn toward this decision. Among the spectators on the morning of the court, Clayton remarked Harry. For reasons which our readers may appreciate, his presence there was a matter of interest to Clayton. He made his way toward him. "Harry," he said, "how came you here?" "The ladies," said Harry, "thought they would like to know how the thing went, and so I got on my horse and came over." As he spoke, he placed in Clayton's hand a note, and as the paper touched his hand, a close spectator might have seen the color rise in his cheek. He made his way back to his place and opened a law book which he held up before his face. Inside the law book, however, was a little sheet of gilt-edged paper on which were written a few words in pencil, more interesting than all the law in the world. "Shall we commit the treason of reading over his shoulder?" It was as follows, quote, "You say you may today be called to do something which you think right, but which will lose you many friends, which will destroy your popularity, which may alter all your prospects in life, and you ask if I can love you yet? I say in answer that it was not your friends that I loved, nor your popularity, nor your prospects, but you. I can love and honor a man who is not afraid nor ashamed to do what he thinks to be right, and therefore I hope ever to remain yours, Nina. P.S. I only got your letter this morning, and have but just time to scribble this and send by Harry. We are all well, and shall be glad to see you as soon as the case is over." Close quote. "Clayton, my boy, you are very busy with your authorities," said Frank Russel behind him. Clayton hastily hid the paper in his hand. "It's charming," said Russel, "to have little manuscript annotations on law. It lights it up like the illuminations in old missals. But say, Clayton, you live at the fountainhead. How's the case going?" "Against me," said Clayton. "Well, it's no great odds after all. You have had your triumph. These afterthoughts cannot take away that. But hush, there's your father going to speak." Every eye in the courtroom was turned upon Judge Clayton, who was standing with his usual self-poised composure of manner. In a clear, deliberate voice, he spoke as follows. "A judge cannot but lament when such cases as the present are brought into judgment. It is impossible that the reasons on which they go can be appreciated, but where institutions similar to our own exist and are thoroughly understood. The struggle, too, in the judge's own breast between the feelings of the man and the duty of the magistrate is a severe one, presenting strong temptation to put aside such questions if it be possible. It is useless, however, to complain of things inherent in our political state, and it is criminal in a court to avoid any responsibility which the laws impose. With whatever reluctance, therefore, it is done. The court is compelled to express an opinion upon the extent of the dominion of the master over the slave in North Carolina. The indictment charges a battery on Millie, a slave of Louisa Nesbit. The inquiry here is whether a cruel and unreasonable battery on a slave by the hirer is indictable. The judge below instructed the jury that it is. He seems to have put it on the ground that the defendant had but a special property. Our laws uniformly treat the master or other person having the possession and command of the slave as entitled to the same extent of authority. The object is the same, the service of the slave, and the same powers must be confided. In a criminal proceeding, and indeed in reference to all other persons but the general owner, the hirer and possessor of the slave, in relation to both rights and duties, is for the time being the owner. But upon the general question whether the owner is answerable, criminaliter, for a battery upon his own slave, or other exercise of authority or force not forbidden by the statute, the court entertains but little doubt. That he is so liable has never been decided, nor, as far as is known, been hitherto contended. There has been no prosecution of the sort. The established habits and uniform practice of the country, in this respect, is the best evidence of the portion of power deemed by the whole community requisite to the preservation of the master's dominion. If we thought differently, we could not set our notions in array against the judgment of everybody else, and say that this or that authority may be safely lopped off. This has indeed been assimilated at the bar to other domestic relations, and arguments drawn from the well-established principles which confer and restrain the authority of the parent over the child, the tutor over the pupil, the master over the apprentice, have been pressed on us. The court does not recognize their application. There is no likeness between the cases. They are in opposition to each other, and there is an impassable gulf between them. The difference is that which exists between freedom and slavery, and a greater cannot be imagined. In the one, the end in view is the happiness of the youth born to equal rights with that governor on whom the duty devolves of training the young to usefulness, in a station which he is afterward to assume among freemen. To such an end, and with such a subject, moral and intellectual instruction seem the natural means, and for the most part they are found to suffice. Moderate force is superadded only to make the others effectual. If that fail, it is better to leave the party to his own headstrong passions and the ultimate correction of the law, than to allow it to be immoderately inflicted by a private person. With slavery it is far otherwise. The end is the profit of the master, his security, and the public safety. The subject, one doomed in his own person and his posterity to live without knowledge and without the capacity to make anything his own, and to toil that another may reap the fruits. What moral considerations shall be addressed to such a being, to convince him what it is impossible, but that the most stupid must feel and know can never be true, that he is thus to labor upon a principle of natural duty, or for the sake of his own personal happiness? Such services can only be expected from one who has no will of his own, who surrenders his will in implicit obedience to that of another. Such obedience is the consequence only of uncontrolled authority over the body. There is nothing else which can operate to produce the effect. The power of the master must be absolute to render the submission of the slave perfect. I most freely confess my sense of the harshness of this proposition. I feel it as deeply as any man can, and as a principle of moral right, every person in his retirement must repudiate it. But in the actual condition of things, it must be so. There is no remedy. This discipline belongs to the state of slavery. They cannot be disunited without abrogating at once the rights of the master and absolving the slave from his subjection. It constitutes the curse of slavery to both the bond and the free portions of our population, but it is inherent in the relation of master to slave. That there may be particular instances of cruelty and deliberate barbarity, where in conscience the law might properly interfere, is most probable. The difficulty is to determine where a court may properly begin. Merely in the abstract, it may well be asked which power of the master accords with right. The answer will probably sweep away all of them, but we cannot look at the matter in that light. The truth is that we are forbidden to enter upon a train of general reasoning on the subject. We cannot allow the right of the master to be brought into discussion in the courts of justice. The slave, to remain a slave, must be made sensible that there is no appeal from his master, that his power is in no instance usurped, but is conferred by the laws of man at least, if not by the law of God. The danger would be great indeed if the tribunals of justice should be called on to graduate the punishment appropriate to every temper and every dereliction of menial duty. No man can anticipate the many and aggravated provocations of the master, which the slave would be constantly stimulated by his own passions, or the instigation of others to give, or the consequent wrath of the master, prompting him to bloody vengeance upon the turbulent traitor. A vengeance generally practiced with impunity by reason of its privacy. The court, therefore, disclaims the power of changing the relation in which these parts of our people stand to each other. I repeat that I would gladly have avoided this ungrateful question, but being brought to it, the court is compelled to declare that while slavery exists among us in its present state, or until it shall seem fit to the legislature to interpose express enactments to the contrary, it will be the imperative duty of the judges to recognize the full dominion of the owner over the slave, except where the exercise of it is forbidden by statute. And this we do upon the ground that this dominion is essential to the value of slaves as property, to the security of the master, and the public tranquillity greatly dependent upon their subordination, and, in fine, as most effectively securing the general protection and comfort of the slaves themselves. Judgment below reversed. The judgment entered for the defendant. During the delivery of the decision, Clayton's eyes by accident became fixed upon Harry, who was standing opposite to him, and who listened through the whole with breathless attention. He observed, as it went on, that his face became pale, his brow clouded, and that a fierce and peculiar expression flashed from his dark blue eye. Never had Clayton so forcibly realized the horrors of slavery as when he heard them thus so calmly defined in the presence of one into whose soul the iron had entered. The tones of Judge Clayton's voice, so passionless, clear, and deliberate, the solemn, calm, unflinching earnestness of his words, were more than 1,000 passionate appeals. In the dead silence that followed, Clayton rose and requested permission of the court to be allowed to say a few words in view of the decision. His father looked slightly surprised, and there was a little movement among the judges, but curiosity, perhaps among other reasons, led the court to give consent. Clayton spoke, quote, "I hope it will not be considered a disrespect or impertinence for me to say that the law of slavery and the nature of that institution have for the first time been made known to me today in their true character. I had before flattered myself with the hope that it might be considered a guardian institution, by which a stronger race might assume the care and instruction of the weaker one, and I had hoped that its laws were capable of being so administered as to protect the defenseless. This illusion is destroyed. I see but too clearly now the purpose and object of the law. I cannot, therefore, as a Christian man, remain in the practice of law in a slave state. I therefore relinquish the profession into which I have just been inducted, and retire forever from the bar of my native state." Close quote. There he goes," said Frank Russell. "The sticking point has come at last. His conscience is up, and start him now who can." There was a slight motion of surprise in the court and audience, but Judge Clayton sat with unmoved serenity. The words had struck to the depth of his soul. They had struck at the root of one of his strongest hopes in life. But he had listened to them with the same calm and punctilious attention which it was his habit to give to every speaker. And with unaltered composure he proceeded to the next business of the court. A step so unusual occasioned no little excitement, but Clayton was not one of the class of people to whom his associates generally felt at liberty to express their opinions of his conduct. The quiet reserve of his manners discouraged any such freedom. As usual, in cases where a person takes an uncommon course from conscientious motives, Clayton was severely criticized. The more trifling among the audience contented themselves with using the good set phrases, quixotic, absurd, ridiculous. The elder lawyers, and those friendly to Clayton, shook their heads and said, rash, precipitate, unadvised. "There's a want of ballast about him somewhere," said one. "He is unsound," said another. "Radical and impractical," added a third. "Yes," said Frank Russell, who had just come up, "Clayton is as radical and impracticable as the Sermon on the Mount, and that's the most impracticable thing I know of in literature. We all can serve God and mammon. We have discovered that happy medium in our day. Clayton is behind the times. He is Jewish in his notions. Don't you think so, Mr. Titmarsh?" addressing the Reverend Mr. Titmarsh. "It strikes me that our young friend is extremely ultra," said Mr. Titmarsh. "I might feel disposed to sympathize with him in the feelings he expressed, to some extent, but it having pleased the divine providence to establish the institution of slavery, I humbly presume it is not competent for human reason to judge of it." "And if it had pleased the divine providence to have established the institution of piracy, you'd say the same thing, I suppose," said Frank Russell. "Certainly, my young friend," said Mr. Titmarsh. "Whatever is divinely ordered becomes right by that fact." "I should think," said Frank Russell, "that things were divinely ordered because they were right." "No, my friend," replied Mr. Titmarsh moderately, "they are right because they are ordered, however contrary they may appear to any of our poor notions of justice and humanity." And Mr. Titmarsh walked off. "Did you hear that?" said Russell. "And they expect really to come it over us with stuff like that. Now, if a fellow don't go to church Sundays, there's a dreadful outcry against him for not being religious. And if they get us there, that's the kind of thing they put down our throats, as if they were going to make practical men give in to such humbugs." And the Reverend Mr. Titmarsh went off in another direction, lamenting to a friend as follows, quote, "How mournfully infidelity is increasing among the young men of our day. They quote Scripture with the same freedom that they would a book of plays, and seem to treat it with no more reverence. I believe it's the want of catechetical instruction while they are children. There's been a great falling back in the teaching of the Assembly's catechism to children when they are young. I shall get that point up at the General Assembly. If that were thoroughly committed when they are children, I think they would never doubt afterwards." Close quote. Clayton went home and told his mother what he had done and why. His father had not spoken to him on the subject, and there was that about Judge Clayton which made it difficult to introduce a topic unless he signified an inclination to enter upon it. He was, as usual, calm, grave, and considerate, attending to every duty with unwearying regularity. At the end of the second day, in the evening, Judge Clayton requested his son to walk into his study. The interview was painful for both sides. "You are aware, my son," he said, "that the step you have taken is a very painful one to me. I hope that it was not taken precipitately from any sudden impulse." "You may rest assured it was not," said Clayton. "I followed the deepest and most deliberate convictions of my conscience." "In that case, you could not do otherwise," replied Judge Clayton. "I have no criticism to make. But will your conscience allow you to retain the position of a slaveholder?" "I have already relinquished it," replied Clayton. "So far as my own intentions are concerned, I retain the legal relation of owner simply as a means of protecting my servants from the cruelties of the law and of securing the opportunity to educate and elevate them." "And suppose this course brings you into conflict with the laws of the state?" said Judge Clayton. "If there is any reasonable prospect of having the law altered, I must endeavor to do that," said Clayton. "But," said Judge Clayton, "suppose the law is so rooted in the nature of the institution that it cannot be repealed without uprooting the institution. What then?" "I say repeal the law if it do uproot the institution," said Clayton. "Fiat justitia ruat coelum." "I suppose that would be your answer," said Judge Clayton patiently. "That is undoubtedly the logical line of life. But you are aware that communities do not follow such lines. Your course, therefore, will place you in opposition to the community in which you live. Your conscientious convictions will cross self-interest, and the community will not allow you to carry them out." "Then," said Clayton, "I must, with myself and my servants, remove to some region where I can do this." "That, I supposed, would be the result," said Judge Clayton. "And have you looked at the thing in all its relations and consequences?" "I have," said Clayton. "You are about to form a connection with Miss Gordon," said Judge Clayton. "Have you considered how this will affect her?" "Yes," said Clayton. "Miss Gordon fully sustains me in the course I have taken." "I have no more to say," said Judge Clayton. "Every man must act up to his sense of duty." There was a pause of a few moments, and Judge Clayton added, "You perhaps have seen the implication which your course throws upon us who still continue to practice the system and uphold the institution which you repudiate." "I meant no implications," said Clayton. "I presume not, but they result logically from your course," said his father. "I assure you I have often myself pondered the question with reference to my own duties. My course is sufficient evidence that I have not come to the same result. Human law is, at best, but an approximation, a reflection of many of the ills of our nature. Imperfect as it is, on the whole, a blessing. The worst system is better than anarchy." "But, my father, why could you not have been a reformer of the system?" "My son, no reform is possible unless we are prepared to give up the institution of slavery. That will be the immediate result, and this is so realized by the instinct of self-preservation, which is unfailing in its accuracy, that every such proposition will be ignored till there is a settled conviction in the community that the institution itself is a moral evil, and a sincere determination felt to be free from it. I see no tendency of things in that direction. That body of religious men of different denominations called, par excellence, the Church, exhibit a degree of moral apathy on this subject which is to me very surprising. It is with them that the training of the community, on which any such reform could be built, must commence, and I see no symptoms of their undertaking it. the decisions and testimonies of the great religious assemblies in the land in my youth were frequent. They have grown every year less and less decided, and now the morality of the thing is openly defended in our pulpits, to my great disgust. I see no way but that the institution will be left to work itself out to its final result, which will, in the end, be ruinous to our country. I am not gifted myself with the talents of a reformer. My turn of mind fits me for the situation I hold. I cannot hope that I have done no harm in it, but the good, I hope, will outweigh the evil. If you feel a call to enter this course, fully understanding the difficulties and sacrifices it would probably involve, I would be the last one to throw the influence of my private wishes and feelings into the scale. We live here but a few years. It is of more consequence that we should do right than that we should enjoy ourselves. Judge Clayton spoke this with more emotion than he usually exhibited, and Clayton was much touched. "My dear father," he said, putting Nina's note into his hand, "you made allusion to Miss Gordon. This note, which I received from her on the morning of your decision, will show you what her spirit is." Judge Clayton put on his spectacles and read over the note deliberately twice. He then handed it formally to his son and remarked with his usual brevity, "She'll do." End of chapter 33, The Legal Decision.
Chapter 34 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Dred, Chapter 34. The Cloud Bursts. The shadow of that awful cloud which had desolated other places now began to darken the boundaries of the plantation of Canema. No disease has ever more fully filled out the meaning of those awful words of Scripture, "the pestilence that walketh in darkness." None has been more irregular and apparently more perfectly capricious in its movements. During the successive seasons that it had been epidemic in the country, it has seemed to have set at defiance the skill of the physicians. The system of medical tactics which has been wrought out by the painful experiences of one season seems to be laughed to scorn by the varying type of the disease in the next. Certain sanitary laws and conditions would seem to be indispensable, yet those who are familiar with it have had fearful experience how like a wolf it will sometimes leap the boundaries of the best and most carefully guarded fold, and, spite of every caution and protection, sweep all before it. Its course through the towns and villages has been equally singular. Sometimes descending like a cloud on a neighborhood, it will leave a single village or town untouched amidst the surrounding desolations, and long after, when health is restored to the whole neighborhood, come down suddenly on the omitted towns, as a ravaging army sends back a party for prey to some place which has been overlooked or forgotten. Sometimes, entering a house, in 24 hours it will take all who are in it. Sometimes it will ravage all the city, except some one street or locality, and then come upon that while all else is spared. Its course upon southern plantations was marked with similar capriciousness, and was made still more fatal by that peculiar nature of plantation life which withdraws the inmates so far from medical aid. When the first letters were received describing the progress of it in northern cities, Aunt Nesbit felt much uneasiness and alarm. It is remarkable with what tenacity people often will cling to life whose enjoyments in it are so dull and low that a bystander would scarcely think them worth the struggle of preservation. When at length the dreaded news began to be heard from one point and another in their vicinity, Aunt Nesbit said one day to Nina, Your cousins, the Gordons in E, have written to us to leave the plantation and come and spend some time with them till the danger is over." "Why," said Nina, "do they think the cholera can't come there?" "Well," said Aunt Nesbit, "they have their family under most excellent regulations, and living in a town so, they are within call of a doctor if anything happens. Aunt, perhaps you'd better go, but I will stay with my people." "Why, don't you feel afraid, Nina?" "No, Aunt, I don't. Besides, I think it would be very selfish for me to live on the services of my people all my life, and then run away and leave them alone when a time of danger comes. The least I can do is stay and take care of them." This conversation was overheard by Harry, who was standing with his back to them on the veranda, near the parlor door where they were sitting. "Child," said Aunt Nesbit, "what do you suppose you can do? You haven't any experience. Harry and Milly can do a great deal better than you can. I'll leave Milly here. It's our first duty to take care of our health." "No, Aunt, I think there are some duties before that. It's true I haven't a great deal of strength, but I have courage, and I know my going away would discourage our people and fill them with fear, and that, they say, predisposes to the disease. I shall get the carriage up and go directly over to see the doctor and get directions and medicines. I shall talk to our people and teach them what to do and see that it is done. And when they see that I am calm and not afraid, they will have courage. But, Aunt, if you are afraid, I think you had better go. You are feeble, you can't make much exertion, and if you feel any safer or more comfortable, I think it would be best. I should like to have Milly stay, and she, Harry, and I will be the board of health to the plantation." "Harry," she said, "if you'll get up the carriage, we'll go immediately." Again Harry felt the bitterness of his soul sweetened and tranquilized by the noble nature of her to whose hands the law had given the chain which bound him. Galling and intolerable as it would have been otherwise, he felt when with her that her service was perfect freedom. He had not said anything to Nina about the contents of the letter which he had received from his sister. He saw that it was an evil which she had no power over, and he shrank from annoying her with it. Nina supposed that his clouded and troubled aspect was caused wholly by the solicitude of responsibility. In the same carriage which conveyed her to the town sat Aunt Nesbit also, and her cap-boxes, whose importance even the fear of the cholera could not lessen in her eyes. Nina found the physician quite au fait on the subject. He had been reading about miasma and animalculae, and he entertained Nina nearly half an hour with different theories as to the cause of the disease, and with the experiments which had been made in foreign hospitals. Among the various theories there was one which appeared to be his particular pet, and Nina couldn't help thinking, as he stepped about so alertly, that he almost enjoyed the prospect of putting his discoveries to the test. By dint, however, of very practical and positive questions, Nina drew from him all the valuable information which he had to give her, and he wrote her a very full system of directions and put up a case of medicines for her, assuring her that he should be happy to attend in person if he had time. On the way home, Nina stopped at Uncle John Gordon's plantation, and there had the first experience of the difference between written directions for a supposed care and the actual awful realities of the disease. Her Uncle John had been seized only half an hour before in the most awful manner. The household was all in terror and confusion, and the shrieks and groans of agony which proceeded from his room were appalling. His wife, busy with the sufferer, did not perceive that the messengers who had been sent in haste for the doctor were wringing their hands in fruitless terror, running up and down the veranda and doing nothing. "Harry," said Nina, "take out one of the carriage horses and ride quick for your life, and bring the doctor over here in a minute." In a few moments the thing was done, and Harry was out of sight. She then walked up to the distracted servants and commanded them in a tone of authority to cease their lamentations. Her resolute manner and the quiet tone of voice which she preserved acted as a sedative on their excited nerves. She banished all but 2 or 3 of the most reasonable from the house, and then went to the assistance of her aunt. Before long the doctor arrived. When he had been in the sick room a few moments, he came out to make some inquiries of Nina, and she could not help contrasting the appalled and confounded expression of his countenance with the dapper, consequential air with which, only 2 hours before, he had been holding forth to her on animalculae and miasma. The disease, he said, presented itself in an entirely different aspect from what he had expected. The remedies, he said, did not work as he anticipated. The case was a peculiar one. Alas, before 3 months were over, poor doctor, you found many peculiar cases. Do you think you can save his life? Child, only God can save him, said the physician. Nothing works right. But why prolong the torture of that scene, or rehearse the struggles, groans, and convulsions? Nina, poor flowery child of 17 summers, stood with the rest in mute despair. All was tried that could be done or thought of, but the disease, like some blind, deaf destroyer, marched on, turning neither to right nor left, till the cries and groans grew fainter, the convulsed muscles relaxed, and the strong, florid man lay in the last stages of that fearful collapse which in 1 hour shrivels the most healthy countenance and the firmest muscles to the shrunken and withered image of decrepit old age. When the breath had passed and all was over, Nina could scarcely believe that that altered face and form, so withered and so worn, could have been her healthy and joyous uncle, and who never had appeared healthier and more joyous than on that morning. But as a person passing under the foam and spray of Niagara clings with blind confidence to a guide whom he feels but cannot see, Nina in this awful hour felt she was not alone. The Redeemer, all-powerful over death and the grave, of whom she had been thinking so much of late, seemed to her sensibly near. And it seemed to her as if a voice said to her continually, "Fear not, for I am with thee. Be not dismayed, for I am thy God." "How come you are, my child?" said Aunt Maria to her. "I wouldn't have thought it was in you. I don't know what we should do without you." But now a frightful wail was heard. "Oh, we're all dying. We're all going. Oh, missus, come quick. Peter has got it. Oh, Daddy has got it. Oh, my child, my child." And the doctor, exhausted as he was by the surprise and excitement of this case, began flying from one to another of the cabins in the greatest haste. 2 or 3 of the house servants also seemed to be struck in the same moment, and only the calmness and courage which Nina and her aunt maintained prevented a general abandonment to panic. Nina possessed that fine, elastic temperament which, with the appearance of extreme delicacy, possesses great powers of endurance. The perfect calmness which she felt enabled her to bring all her faculties to bear on the emergency. "My good auntie, you mustn't be afraid. Bring out your religion. Trust in God," she said to the cook, who was wringing her hands in terror. "Remember your religion, sing some of your hymns, and do your duty to the sick." There is a magic power in the cheerful tone of courage, and Nina succeeded in rallying the well ones to take care of the sick. But now came a messenger in hot haste to say that the cholera had broken out on the plantation at home. "Well, Harry," said Nina, with a face pale yet unmoved, "our duty calls us away." And, accompanied by the weary physician, they prepared to go back to Canema. Before they had proceeded far, a man met them on horseback. "Is Dr. Butler with you?" "Yes," said Nina, putting her head out of the carriage. "Oh, doctor, I've been riding all over the country after you. You must come back to town this minute. Judge Peters is dying. I'm afraid he is dead before this time, and there's a dozen more cases right in that street. Here, get on my horse and ride for your life." The doctor hastily sprang from the carriage and mounted the horse. Then, stopping a moment, he cast a look of good-natured pity on the sweet pale face that was leaning out of the carriage window. "My poor child," he said, "I can't bear to leave you. Who will help you?" "God," said Nina. "I'm not afraid." "Come, come," said the man, "do hurry." And with one hasty glance more, he was gone. "Now, Harry," said Nina, "everything depends on our keeping up our courage and our strength. We shall have no physician. We must just do the best we can. After all, it is our Lord Jesus that has the keys of death, and he loved us and died for us. He will certainly be with us." "Oh, Miss Nina, you are an angel," said Harry, who felt at that moment as if he could have worshipped her. Arrived at home, Nina found a scene of terror and confusion similar to that which she had already witnessed. Old Hundred lay dead in his cabin, and the lamenting crowd gathering round were yielding to the full tide of fear and excitement, which predisposed them to the same fate. Nina rode up immediately to the group. She spoke to them calmly. She silenced their outcries and bade them obey her. "If you wish all of you to die," she said, "this is the way towards it. But if you'll keep quiet and calm and do what ought to be done, your lives may be saved. Harry and I have got medicines. We understand what to do. You must follow our directions exactly." Nina immediately went to the house and instructed Milly, Aunt Rose, and 2 or 3 of the elderly women in the duties to be done. Milly rose up in this hour of terror with all the fortitude inspired by her strong nature. "Bless the Lord," she said, "for his grace to you, child. The Lord is a shield. He's been with us in 6 troubles, and he'll be with us in 7. We can sing in the swellings of Jordan." Harry, meanwhile, was associating to himself a band of the most reliable men on the place, and endeavoring in the same manner to organize them for action. A messenger was dispatched immediately to the neighboring town for unlimited quantities of the most necessary medicines and stimulants. The plantation was districted off and placed under the care of leaders who held communication with Harry. In the course of 2 or 3 hours, the appalling scene of distress and confusion was reduced to the resolute and orderly condition of a well-managed hospital. Milly walked the rounds in every direction, appealing to the religious sensibilities of the people, and singing hymns of trust and confidence. She possessed a peculiar voice, suited to her large development of physical frame, almost as deep as a man's bass, with rich softness of a feminine tone, and Nina could now and then distinguish, as she was moving about the house or grounds, that triumphant tone, singing, "God is my sun, and he my shade, to guard my head by night or noon. Hast thou not given thy word to save my soul from death? And I can trust my Lord to keep my mortal breath. I'll go and come, nor fear to die, till from on high thou call me home." The house that night presented the aspect of a beleaguered garrison. Nina and Milly had thrown open all the chambers, and such as were peculiarly exposed to the disease by delicacy of organization or tremulousness of nervous system were allowed to take shelter there. "Now, child," said Milly when all the arrangements had been made, "you just lie down and go to sleep in your own room. I see how 'tis with you. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Child, there isn't much of you, but there won't nothing go without you. So you take care of yourself first. Never you be afraid. The people's quiet now, and the sick ones is being took care of, and the folks is all doing the best they can. So now you try and get some sleep, 'cause if you goes, we shall all go." Accordingly, Nina retired to her room, but before she lay down she wrote to Clayton. "We are all in affliction here, my dear friend. Poor Uncle John died this morning of the cholera. I had been to E to see a doctor and provide medicines. When I came back, I thought I would call a few moments at the house, and found a perfect scene of horror. Poor Uncle died, and there are a great many sick on the place now. And while I was thinking that I would stay and help Aunt, a messenger came in all haste, saying that the disease had broken out on our place at home. We were bringing the doctor with us in our carriage when we met a man riding full speed from E, who told us that Judge Peters was dying, and a great many others were sick on the same street. When we came home, we found the poor old coachman dead, and the people in the greatest consternation. It took us some time to tranquilize them and to produce order, but that is now done. Our house is full of the sick and the fearful ones. Milly and Harry are firm and active, and inspire the rest with courage. About 20 are taken with the disease, but not as yet in a violent way. In this awful hour I feel a strange peace, which the Bible truly says passeth all understanding. I see now that though the world and all that is in it should perish, Christ can give us a beautiful, immortal life. I write to you because perhaps this may be the only opportunity. If I die, do not mourn for me, but thank God, who giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. But then I trust I shall not die. I hope to live in this world, which is more than ever beautiful to me. Life has never been so valuable and dear since I have known you. Yet I have such trust in the love of my Redeemer, that if he were to ask me to lay down, I could do it almost without a sigh. I would follow the Lamb whitherso he goeth. Perhaps the same dreadful evil is around you, perhaps at Magnolia Grove. I will not be selfish in calling you here if Anne needs you more. Perhaps she has not such reliable help as Harry and Milly are to me. So do not fear, and do not leave any duty for me. Our Father loves us and will do nothing amiss. Milly walks about the entries singing. I love to hear her sing. She sings in such a grand, triumphant tone. Hark, I hear her now. I'll go and come, nor fear to die, till from on high thou call me home. I shall write you every mail now till we are better, living or dying, ever your own, Nina. After writing this, Nina lay down and slept all night as quietly as if death and disease were not hanging over her head. In the morning she rose and dressed herself, and Milly, with anxious care, brought to her room some warm coffee and crackers, which she insisted on her taking before she left her apartment. "How are they all, Milly?" said Nina. "Well, child, the midnight cry has been heard among us. Aunt Rose is gone, and Big Sam, and Jack, and Sally. They's all gone. But the people is all more quiet, love, and they's determined to stand it out." "How is Harry?" said Nina in a tremulous voice. "He isn't sick. He has been up all night working over the sick, but he keeps up good heart. The older ones is going to have a little prayer meeting after breakfast as a sort of funeral to them that's dead. And perhaps, Miss Nina, you'd read us a chapter." "Certainly I will." It was yet an early hour when a large circle of family and plantation hands gathered together in the pleasant open salon, which we have so often described. The day was a beautiful one, the leaves and shrubbery round the veranda moist and tremulous with the glittering freshness of morning dew. There was a murmur of tenderness and admiration as Nina, in a white morning wrapper and a cheek as white, came into the room. "Sit down, all my friends," she said. "Sit down," looking at some of the plantation men who seemed to be diffident about taking the sofa which was behind them. "It's no time for ceremony now. We are standing on the brink of the grave where all are equal. I'm glad to see you so calm and so brave. I hope your trust is in the Savior, who gives us the victory over death. Sing," she said. Milly began the well-known prayer. "And must this feeble body fail, and must it faint and die, my soul shall quit this gloomy vale and soar to realms on high. Shall join the disembodied saints and find its long-sought rest, that only rest for which it pants on the Redeemer's breast." Every voice joined, and the words rose triumphant from the very gates of the grave. When the singing was over, Nina, in a tremulous voice, which grew clearer as she went on, read the undaunted word of the ancient psalm. "He that dwelleth in the spirit of the place most high shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress. My God, in him will I trust. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers. Under his wings shalt thou trust. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall by thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. He shall give thee his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways." "It is possible," said Nina, "that we may, some of us, be called away. But to those that love Christ, there is no fear in death. It is only going home to our Father. Keep up courage, then." In all cases like this, the first shock brings with it more terror than any which succeeds. The mind can become familiar with anything, even with the prospect of danger and death, so that it can appear to be an ordinary condition of existence. Everything proceeded calmly on the plantation, and all, stimulated by the example of their young mistress, seemed determined to meet the exigency firmly and faithfully. In the afternoon of the second day, as Nina was sitting in the door, she observed the wagon of Uncle Tiff making its way up the avenue, and with her usual impulsiveness ran down to meet her humble friend. "Oh, Tiff, how do you do in these dreadful times?" "Oh, Miss Nina," said the faithful creature, removing his hat with habitual politeness, "if you please, I's brought de baby here, 'cause it's dreadful sick, and I's been doing all I could for him, and he don't get no better. And I's brought Miss Fanny and Teddy, 'cause I's afraid to leave 'em, 'cause I see a man yesterday, and he tell me dey was dying everywhere on all the places round." "Well," said Nina, "you have come to a sorrowful place, for they're dying here too. But if you feel any safer here, you and the children may stay, and we'll do for you just as we do for each other. Give me the baby while you get out. It's asleep, isn't it?" "Yes, Miss Nina, it's asleep pretty much all the time now." Nina carried it up the steps and put it into Milly's arms. "It's sleeping nicely," she said. "Aw, honey," said Milly, "it'll never wake up out of that there. That dar sleep ain't the good kind." "Well," said Nina, "we'll help him take care of it. We'll make room for him and the children, Milly, because we have medicines and directions, and they have nothing out there." So Tiff and his family took shelter in the general fortress. Towards evening the baby died. Tiff held it in his arms to the very last, and it was with difficulty that Nina and Milly could persuade him that the little flickering breath was gone forever. When forced to admit it, he seemed for a few moments perfectly inconsolable. Nina quietly opened her testament and read to him. "And they brought little children unto him, that he should touch them, and his disciples rebuked those that brought them. But Jesus said, Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." "Blessed Lord," said Tiff, "I'll give him up, I will. I won't hold out no longer. I won't forbid him to go, if it does break my old heart. Laws, we's dreadful selfish. But the poor little thing, he was getting so pretty." End of chapter 34. The Cloud Bursts.
Chapter 35 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Dred, Chapter 35. The Voice in the Wilderness. Clayton was quietly sitting in his law office, looking over and arranging some papers necessary to closing his business. A colored boy brought in letters from the mail. He looked them over rapidly, and selecting one, read it with great agitation and impatience. Immediately he started. With the open letter crushed in his hand, seized his hat, and rushed to the nearest livery stable. "Give me the fastest horse you have, one that can travel night and day," he said. "I must ride for life or death." And half an hour more saw Clayton in full speed on the road. By the slow, uncertain, and ill-managed mail route, it would have taken 3 days to reach Kanama. Clayton hoped, by straining every nerve, to reach there in 24 hours. He pushed forward, keeping the animal at the top of his speed, and at the first stage stand changed him for a fresh one. And thus proceeding along, he found himself at 3 o'clock of the next morning in the woods about 15 miles from Kanama. The strong tension of the nervous system, which had upheld him insensible to fatigue until this point, was beginning slightly to subside. All night he had ridden through the loneliness of pine forests, with no eye looking down on him save the twinkling mysterious stars. At the last place where he had sought to obtain horses, everything had been horror and confusion. 3 were lying dead in the house, and another was dying. All along the route, at every stopping place, the air had seemed to be filled with flying rumors and exaggerated reports of fear and death. As soon as he began to perceive that he was approaching the plantation, he became sensible of that shuddering dread which all of us may remember to have had in slight degrees in returning home after a long absence under a vague expectation of misfortune to which the mind can set no definite limits. When it was yet scarcely light enough to see, he passed by the cottage of old Tiff. A strange impulse prompted him to stop and make some inquiries there, before he pushed on to the plantation. But as he rode up, he saw the gate standing ajar, the door of the house left open, and after repeated callings received no answer. He alighted, and leading his horse behind him, looked into the door. The gloaming starlight was just sufficient to show him that all was desolate. Somehow this seemed to him like an evil omen. As he was mounting his horse, preparing to ride away, a grand and powerful voice rose from the obscurity of the woods before him, singing in a majestic minor-keyed tune these words: "Throned on a cloud our God shall come, bright flames prepare his way, thunder and darkness, fire and storm, lead on the dreadful day." Wearied with his night ride, his nervous system strained to the last point of tension by the fearful images which filled his mind, it is not surprising that these sounds should have thrilled through the hearer with even a superstitious power, and Clayton felt a singular excitement as under the dim arcade of the pine trees he saw a dark figure approaching. He seemed to be marching with a regular tread, keeping time to the mournful music which he sang. "Who are you?" called Clayton, making an effort to recall his manhood. "I," replied the figure, "I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness. I am a sign unto this people of the judgment of the Lord." Our readers must remember the strange dimness of the hour, the wildness of the place and circumstances, and the singular quality of the tone in which the figure spoke. Clayton hesitated a moment, and the speaker went on. "I saw the Lord coming with 10,000 of his saints. Before him went the pestilence, and burning coals went forth at his feet. Thy bow is made quite naked, O God, according to the oaths of the tribes. I saw the tents of Cushan in affliction, and the curtains of the land of Midian did tremble." Pondering in his mind what this wild style of address might mean, Clayton rode slowly onward, and the man, for such he appeared to be, came out of the shadows of the wood, and stood directly in his path, raising his hand with a commanding gesture. "I know whom you seek," he said, "but it shall not be given you. For the star which is called Wormwood hath fallen, and the time of the dead is come, that they shall be judged. Behold, there sitteth on the white cloud one like the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle." Then, waving his hand above his head with a gesture of wild excitement, he shouted, "Thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. Behold, the wine-press shall be trodden without the city, and there shall be blood even to the horses' bridles. Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, because of the trumpets of the other angels which are yet to sound. The fearful words pealed through the dim aisles of the forest like the curse of some destroying angel. After a pause, the speaker resumed in a lower and more plaintive tone. Weep ye not for the dead, neither bewail her. Behold, the Lamb standeth on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written on their foreheads. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth, and in their mouth is found no guile, for they are without fault before the throne of God. Behold, the angel having the seal of God is gone forth, and she shall be sealed in her forehead unto the Lamb. The figure turned away slowly, singing as he made his way through the forest, in the same weird and funereal accents. But this time the song was a wild, plaintive sound, like the tolling of a heavy bell. Ding dong, dead and gone. Farewell, Father. Bury me in Egypt's land by my dear mother. Ding dong, dead and gone. Clayton, as he slowly wound his way along the unfrequented path, felt a dim, brooding sense of mystery and terror creeping over him. The tones of the voice and the wild style of the speaker recalled the strange incident of the camp meeting, and though he endeavored strenuously to reason with himself that probably some wild and excited fanatic, made still more frantic by the presence of death and destruction all around, was the author of these fearful denunciations, still he could not help a certain weight of fearful foreboding. This life may be truly called a haunted house, built as it is on the very confines of the land of darkness and the shadow of death. 1,000 living fibers connect us with the unknown and unseen state, and the strongest hearts, which never stand still for any mortal terror, have sometimes hushed their very beating at a breath of a whisper from within the veil. Perhaps the most resolute unbeliever in spiritual things has hours of which he would be ashamed to tell, when he, too, yields to the powers of those awful affinities which bind us to that unknown realm. It is not surprising that Clayton, in spite of himself, should have felt like one mysteriously warned. It was a relief to him when the dusky dimness of the solemn dawn was pierced by long shafts of light from the rising sun, and the day broke gladsome and jubilant, as if sorrow, sighing, and death were a dream of the night. During the whole prevalence of this fearful curse, it was strange to witness the unaltered regularity, splendor, and beauty with which the movement of the natural world went on. Amid fears and dying groans and wailings and sobs and broken hearts, the sun rose and set in splendor. The dews twinkled, and twilight folded her purple veil heavy with stars. Birds sung, waters danced and warbled, flowers bloomed, and everything in nature was abundant and festive and joyous. When Clayton entered the boundaries of the plantation, he inquired eagerly of the first person he met for the health of its mistress. "Thank God, she is yet alive," said he. It was but a dream, after all. End of chapter 35. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 36 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michele, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 36, The Evening Star. The mails in the state of North Carolina, like the prudential arrangements of the slave states generally, were very little to be depended upon, and therefore a week had elapsed after the mailing of Nina's first letter describing the danger of her condition before it was received by Clayton. During that time the fury of the shock which had struck the plantation appeared to have abated, and while on some estates in the vicinity it was yet on the increase, the inhabitants of Panama began to hope that the awful cloud was departing from them. It was true that many were still ailing, but there were no new cases, and the disease in the case of those who were ill appeared to be yielding to nursing and remedies. Nina had arisen in the morning early, as her custom had been since the sickness, and gone the rounds to inquire for the health of her people. Returned, a little fatigued, she was sitting in the veranda under the shadow of one of the pillar roses, enjoying the cool freshness of the morning. Suddenly the tramp of horses' feet was heard, and looking, she saw Clayton coming up the avenue. There seemed but a dizzy, confused moment before his horse's bridle was thrown to the winds, and he was up the steps, holding her in his arms. "Oh, you are here yet, my rose, my bride, my lamb. God is merciful. This is too much. Oh, I thought you were gone." "No, dear, not yet," said Nina. "God has been with us. We have lost a great many, but God has spared me to you." "Are you really well?" said Clayton, holding her off and looking at her. "You look pale, my little rose." "That's not wonderful," said Nina. "I've had a great deal to make me look pale, but I am very well. I have been well through it all, never in better health, and it seems strange to say it, but never happier. I have felt so peaceful, so sure of God's love." "Do you know," said Clayton, that peace alarms me, that strange, unearthly happiness. It seems so like what is given to dying people." "No," said Nina. "I think that when you have no one but our Father to lean on, he comes nearer than he does any other time, and that is the secret of this happiness. But come, you look woefully tired. Have you been riding all night?" "Yes, ever since yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. I have ridden down 4 horses to get to you. Only think, I didn't get your letter till a week after it was dated." "Well, perhaps that was best," said Nina, "because I have heard them say that anybody coming suddenly and unprepared in the epidemic when it is in full force is almost sure to be taken by it immediately. But you must let me take care of you. Don't you know that I'm mistress of the fortress here, commander-in-chief and head physician? I shall order you to your room immediately, and Milly shall bring you up some coffee, and then you must have some sleep. You can see with your eyes now that we are all safe, and there's nothing to hinder your resting. Come, let me lead you off like a captive." Released from the pressure of overwhelming fear, Clayton began now to feel the reaction of the bodily and mental straining which he had been enduring for the last 24 hours, and therefore he willingly yielded himself to the directions of his little sovereign. Retired to his room after taking his coffee, which was served by Milly, he fell into a deep and tranquil sleep which lasted till some time in the afternoon. At first, overcome by fatigue, he slept without dreaming, but when the first weariness was past, the excitement of the nervous system under which he had been laboring began to color his dreams with vague and tumultuous images. He thought that he was again with Nina at Magnolia Grove, and that the servants were passing around in procession, throwing flowers at their feet. But the wreath of orange blossoms which fell in Nina's lap was tied with black crape. But she took it up, laughing, threw the crape away, and put the wreath on her head, and he heard the chorus singing, "Oh, de North Carolina Rose, oh, de North Carolina Rose." and then the sound seemed to change to one of lamentation, and the floral procession seemed to be a funeral, and a deep melancholy voice, like the one he had heard in the woods in the morning, sang, "Weep, for the rose is withered, the North Carolina rose." He struggled heavily in his sleep, and at last, waking, sat up and looked about him. The rays of the evening sun were shining on the tree-tops of the distant avenue, and Nina was singing on the veranda below. He listened, and the sound floated up like a rose-leaf carried on a breeze. "The summer hath its heavy cloud, the rose-leaf must fall, but in our land joy wears no shroud, never doth it pall. Each new morning ray leaves no sigh for yesterday, no smile passed away would we recall." The tune was a favorite melody, which had found much favor with the popular ear, and bore the title of the Hindu Dancing Girl's Song, and is perhaps a fragment of one of those mystical songs in which the Oriental literature abounds, in which the joy and reunion of earthly love are told in shadowy, symbolic resemblance to the everlasting union of the blessed above. It had a wild, dreamy, soothing power, as verse after verse came floating in like white doves from paradise, as if they had borne healing on their wings. "Then haste to the happy land, where sorrow is unknown, but first in a joyous band I'll make thee my own. Haste, haste, fly with me, where love's banquet waits for thee. Thine all its sweets shall be, thine, thine alone." A low tap at his door at last aroused him. The door was partly opened, and a little hand threw in a half-opened spray of monthly rosebuds. "There's something to remind you that you are yet in the body," said a voice in the entry. "If you're arrested, I'll let you come down now." And Clayton heard the light footsteps tripping down the stairs. He roused himself, and after some little attention to his toilette, appeared on the veranda. "Tea has been waiting for some time," said Nina. "I thought I'd give you a hint." "I was lying very happy, hearing you sing," said Clayton. "You may sing me that song again." "Was I singing?" said Nina. "Why, I didn't know it. I believe that's my way of thinking sometimes. I'll sing to you again after tea. I like to sing." After tea they were sitting again in the veranda, and the whole heavens were one rosy flush of filmy clouds. "How beautiful," said Nina. "It seems to me I've enjoyed these things this summer as I never have before. It seemed as if I felt an influence from them going through me and filling me as the light does those clouds." And as she stood looking up into the sky, she began singing again the words that Clayton had heard before. "I am come from the happy land where sorrow is unknown. I have parted a joyous band to make thee my own. Haste, haste, fly with me, where love's banquet waits for thee. Thine all its sweets shall be, thine, thine alone. The summer has its heavy cloud, the rose leaf must fall." She stopped her singing suddenly, left the veranda, and went into the house. "Do you want anything?" said Clayton. "Nothing," she said hurriedly. "I'll be back in a moment." Clayton watched and saw her go to a closet in which the medicines and cordials were kept and take something from a glass. He gave a start of alarm. "You're not ill, are you?" he said fearfully as she returned. "Oh, no, only a little faint. We have become so prudent, you know, that if we feel the least beginning of any disagreeable sensation, we take something at once. I have felt this faintness quite often. It isn't much." Clayton put his arm around her and looked at her with a vague yearning of fear and admiration. "You look so like a spirit," he said, "that I must hold you." "Do you think I've got a pair of hidden wings?" she said, smiling, and looked gaily in his face. "I am afraid so. Don't you feel quite well now?" "Yes, I believe so. Only perhaps we'd better sit down. I think perhaps it's a reaction to so much excitement. Makes me feel rather tired." Clayton seated her on the settee by the door, still keeping his arm anxiously around her. In a few moments she drooped her head wearily on his shoulder. "You are ill," he said in tones of alarm. "Oh, no. I feel very well. only a little faint and tired. It seems to me it is getting a little cold in here, isn't it?" she said with a slight shiver. Clayton took her up in his arms without speaking, carried her in and laid her on the sofa, then rang for Harry and Milly. "Get a horse instantly," he said to Harry as soon as he appeared, "and go for the doctor." "There's no use in sending," said Nina. "He's driven to death and can't come. Besides, there's nothing the matter with me, only I'm just a little tired and cold. Shut the doors and windows and cover me up. No, don't take me upstairs. I like to lie here. Just put a little shawl over me, that's all. I am thirsty. Give me some water." The fearful and mysterious disease, which was then in the ascendant, has many forms of approach and development. One, and the most deadly, is that which takes place when a person has so long and gradually imbibed the fatal poison of an infected atmosphere that the resisting powers of nature have been insidiously and quietly subdued, so that the subject sinks under it without any violent outward symptom, by a quiet and certain yielding of the vital powers, such as has been likened to the bleeding to death by an internal wound. In this case, before an hour had passed, though none of the violent and distressing symptoms of the disease appeared, it became evident that the seal of death was set on that fair young brow. A messenger had been dispatched, riding with the desperate speed which love and fear can give, but Harry remained in attendance. "Nothing is the matter with me. Nothing is the matter," she said, "except fatigue and this change in the weather. If I only had more over me, and perhaps you had better give me a little brandy, or some such thing. This is water, isn't it, that you have been giving me?" Alas, it was the strongest brandy, but there was no taste, and the hartshorn that they were holding had no smell. And there was no change in the weather. It was only the creeping deadness, affecting the whole outer and inner membrane of the system. Yet still her voice remained clear, though her mind occasionally wandered. There is a strange impulse which sometimes comes in the restlessness and distress of dissolving nature, to sing, and as she lay with her eyes closed, apparently in a sort of trance, she would sing over and over again the verse of the song which she was singing when the blow of the unseen destroyer first struck her. "The summer hath its heavy cloud, the rose leaf must fall, but in our land joy wears no shroud, never doth it pall." At last she opened her eyes, and seeing the agony of all around, the truth seemed to come to her. "I think I'm cold," she said. "Oh, I'm so sorry for you all. Don't grieve so. My father loves me so well, he cannot spare me any longer. He wants me to come to him. That's all. Don't grieve so. It's home. I'm going home. 'Twill be only a little while, and you'll come too, all of you. You are satisfied, are you not, Edward?" And again she relapsed into the dreamy trance, and sang in that strange, sweet voice, so low, so weak, "In our land joy wears no shroud, never doth it pall." Clayton, what did he? What could he do? What have any of us done who have sat holding in our arms a dear form from which the soul was passing, the soul for which gladly we would have given our own in exchange? When we have felt it going with inconceivable rapidity from us, and we, ignorant and blind, vainly striving with this and that to arrest the inevitable doom, feeling every moment that some other thing might be done to save, which is not done, and that that which we are doing may be only hastening the course of the destroyer. Oh, those awful agonizing moments when we watch the clock, and no physician comes, and every stroke of the pendulum is like the approaching step of death. Oh, is there anything in heaven or earth for the despair of such hours? Not a moment was lost by the three around that dying bed, chafing those cold limbs, administering the stimulants which the dead, exhausted system no longer felt. "She doesn't suffer, thank God, at any rate for that," said Clayton as he knelt over her in anguish. A beautiful smile passed over her face as she opened her eyes and looked on them all and said, "No, my poor friends, I don't suffer. I'm come to the land where they never suffer. I'm only so sorry for you, Edward. Do you remember what you said to me once? It has come now. You must bear it like a man. God calls you to some work. Don't shrink from it. You are baptized with fire. It all lasts only a little while. It will be over soon, very soon. Edward, take care of my poor people. Tell Tom to be kind to them. My poor, faithful, good Harry. Oh, I'm going so fast." The voice sunk into a whispering sigh. Life now seemed to have retreated to the citadel of the brain. She lay apparently in the last sleep, when the footsteps of the doctor were heard on the veranda. There was a general spring to the door, and Dr. Butler entered, pale, haggard, and worn from constant exertion and loss of rest. He did not say in words that there was no hope, but his first dejected look said it but too plainly. She moved her head a little, like one who is asleep uneasily on her pillow, opened her eyes once more, and said, "Good-bye. I will arise and go to my father." The gentle breath gradually became fainter and fainter. All hope was over. The night walked on with silent and solemn footsteps. Soft showers fell without, murmuring upon the leaves. Within, all was still as death. They watched her breathing through the night, her breathing soft and low, as in her breast the wave of life kept heaving to and fro. So silently they seemed to speak, so slowly moved about, as they had lent her half their powers to eke her living out. Their very hopes belied their fears their hopes belied. They thought her dying when she slept, and sleeping when she died. For when the morn came dim and sad, and chill with early showers, her quiet eyelids closed, she had another morn than ours. End of chapter 37, The Evening Star.
Chapter 37 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 37, The Tie Breaks. Clayton remained at Canema several days after the funeral. He had been much affected by the last charge given him by Nina, that he should care for her people, and the scene of distress which he witnessed among them at her death added to the strength of his desire to be of service to them. He spent some time in looking over and arranging Nina's papers. He sealed up the letters of her different friends, and directed them in order to be returned to the writers, causing Harry to add to each a memorandum of the time of her death. His heart sunk heavily when he reflected how little it was possible for anyone to do for servants left in the uncontrolled power of a man like Tom Gordon. The awful words of his father's decision with regard to the power of the master never seemed so dreadful as now, when he was to see this unlimited authority passed into the hands of one whose passions were his only law. He recalled, too, what Nina had said of the special bitterness existing between Tom and Harry, and his heart almost failed him when he recollected that the very step which Nina, in her generosity, had taken to save Lisette from his lawlessness, had been the means of placing her, without remedy, under his power. Under the circumstances, he could not but admire the calmness and firmness with which Harry still continued to discharge his duties to the estate, visiting those who were still ailing, and doing his best to prevent their sinking into a panic which might predispose to another attack of disease. Recollecting that Nina had said something of some kind of a contract by which Harry's freedom was to be secured in case of her death, he resolved to speak with him on the subject. As they were together in the library, looking over the papers, Clayton said to him, "Harry, Is there not some kind of contract or understanding with the guardians of the estate, by which your liberty was secured in case of the death of your mistress?" "Yes," said Harry, "there is such a paper. I was to have my freedom on paying a certain sum which is all paid into $500. "I will advance you that money," said Clayton unhesitatingly, "if that is all that is necessary." "Let me see the paper." Harry produced it, and Clayton looked it over. It was a regular contract, drawn in proper form, and with no circumstance wanting to give it validity. Clayton, however, knew enough of the law which regulates the condition in which Harry stood, to know that it was of no more avail in this case than so much blank paper. He did not like to speak of it, but sat reading it over, weighing every word, and dreading the moment when he should be called upon to make some remark concerning it, knowing, as he did, that what he had to say must dash all Harry's hopes, the hopes of his whole life. While he was hesitating, a servant entered and announced Mr. Jekyll, and that gentleman, with a business-like directness which usually characterized his movements, entered the library immediately after. "Good morning, Mr. Clayton," he said, and then, nodding patronizingly to Harry, he helped himself to a chair and stated his business, without further preamble. "I have received orders from Mr. Gordon to come and take possession of the estate and chattels of his deceased sister without delay." As Clayton sat perfectly silent, it seemed to occur to Mr. Jekyll that a few moral reflections of a general nature would be in etiquette on the present occasion. He therefore added, in the tone of voice which he reserved particularly for that style of remark, "We have been called upon to pass through most solemn and afflicting dispensations of divine providence, lately. Mr. Clayton, these things remind us of the shortness of life, and of the necessity of preparation for death." Mr. Jekyll paused, and, as Clayton still sat silent, he went on, "There was no will, I presume?" "No," said Clayton, "there was not." "Ah, so I supposed," said Mr. Jekyll, who had now recovered his worldly tone. "In that case, of course the whole property reverts to the heir at law, just as I had imagined." "Perhaps Mr. Jekyll would look at this paper," said Harry, taking his contract from the hand of Mr. Clayton, and passing it to Mr. Jekyll, who took out his spectacles, placed them deliberately on his sharp nose, and read the paper through. "Were you under the impression," said he to Harry, "that this is a legal document?" "Certainly," said Harry. "I can bring witnesses to prove Mr. John Gordon's signature, and Miss Nina's also." "Oh, that's all evident enough," said Mr. Jekyll. "I know Mr. John Gordon's signature, but all the signatures in the world couldn't make it a valid contract. You see, my boy," he said, turning to Harry, "a slave, not being a person in the eye of the law, cannot have a contract made with him. The law, which is based on the old Roman code, holds him pro nullis pro mortuis, which means, Harry, that he's held as nothing, as dead, inert substance. That's his position in law." "I believe," said Harry in a strong and bitter tone, "that is what religious people call a Christian institution." "Hey," said Mr. Jekyll, elevating his eyebrows, "what's that?" Harry repeated his remark, and Mr. Jekyll replied in the most literal manner, "Of course it is. It is a divine ordering, and ought to be met in a proper spirit. There's no use, my boy, in rebellion. Hath not the potter power over the clay, to make one lump to honor, and the other to dishonor? Mr. Jekyll, I think it would be expedient to confine the conversation simply to legal matters." "Also that none of the hands shall, at any time, leave the plantation until he arrives. I brought 2 or 3 officers with me, in case there should be any necessity for enforcing order." "When will Mr. Gordon be here?" said Clayton. "Tomorrow, I believe," said Mr. Jekyll. "Young man," he added, turning to Harry, "you can produce the papers and books, and I can be attending to the accounts." Clayton rose and left the room, leaving Harry with the imperturbable Mr. Jekyll, who plunged briskly into the business of the accounts, talking to Harry with as much freedom and composure as if he had not just been destroying the hopes of his whole lifetime. If, by any kind of inward clairvoyance, or sudden clearing of his mental vision, Mr. Jekyll could have been made to appreciate the anguish which at that moment overwhelmed the soul of the man with whom he was dealing, we deem it quite possible that he might have been moved to a transient emotion of pity. Even a thorough-paced political economist may sometimes be surprised in this way by the near view of a case of actual, irremediable distress. But he would soon have consoled himself by a species of mental algebra, that the greatest good of the greatest number was nevertheless secure. Therefore there was no occasion to be troubled about infinitesimal amounts of suffering. In this way people can reason away every kind of distress but their own, for it is very remarkable that even so slight an ailment as a moderate toothache will put this kind of philosophy entirely to rout. "It appears to me," said Mr. Jekyll, looking at Harry, after a while, with more attention than he had yet given him, "that something is the matter with you, this morning. Aren't you well?" "In body," said Harry, "I am well." "Well, what is the matter, then?" said Mr. Jekyll. "The matter is," said Harry, "that I have all my life been toiling for my liberty, and thought I was coming nearer to it every year, and now, at 35 years of age, I find myself still a slave, with no hope of getting free." Mr. Jekyll perceived from the outside that there was something the matter inside of his human brother, some unknown quantity in the way of suffering, such as his algebra gave no rule for ascertaining. He had a confused notion that this was an affliction, and that when people were in affliction they must be talked to, and he proceeded accordingly to talk. "My boy, this is a dispensation of divine providence." "I call it a dispensation of human tyranny," said Harry. "It pleased the Lord," continued Mr. Jekyll, "to foredoom the race of Ham." "Mr. Jekyll, that humbug don't go down with me. I'm no more of the race of Ham than you are. I'm Colonel Gordon's oldest son, as white as my brother, who you say owns me. Look at my eyes, and my hair, and say if any of the rules about Ham pertain to me." "Well," said Mr. Jekyll, "my boy, you mustn't get excited. Everything must go, you know, by general rules. We must take that course which secures the greatest general amount of good on the whole, and all such rules will work hard in particular cases. Slavery is a great missionary enterprise for civilizing and Christianizing the degraded African." "Wait till you see Tom Gordon's management on this plantation," said Harry, "and you'll see what sort of a Christianizing institution it is. Mr. Jekyll, you know better. You throw such talk as that in the face of your northern visitors, and you know all the while that Sodom and Gomorrah don't equal some of these plantations, where nobody isn't anybody's husband or wife in particular. You know all these things, and you dare talk to me about a missionary institution? What sort of missionary institutions are the great trading marts, where they sell men and women? What are the means of grace they use there? And the dogs and the Negro hunters? Those are for the greatest good, too. If your soul were in our soul's stead, you'd see things differently." Mr. Jekyll was astonished, and said so, but he found a difficulty in presenting his favorite view of the case, under the circumstances. And we believe those ministers of the gospel, and elders, who entertain similar doctrines, would gain some new views by the effort to present them to a live man in Harry's circumstances. Mr. Jekyll never had a more realizing sense of the difference between the abstract and concrete. Harry was now thoroughly roused. He had inherited the violent and fiery passions of his father, his usual appearance of studied calmness, and his habits of deference. He was now wholly desperate and reckless. He saw himself already delivered, bound hand and foot, into the hands of a master from whom he could expect neither mercy nor justice. He was like one who had hung suspended over an abyss by grasping a wild rose. The frail and beautiful thing was broken, and he felt himself going, with only despair beneath him. He rose and stood the other side of the table, his hands trembling with excitement. "Mr. Jekyll," he said, "it is all over with me. 20 years of faithful service have gone for nothing. Myself and wife and unborn child are the slaves of a vile wretch. Hush, now. I will have my say for once. I've borne, and borne, and borne, and it shall come out. You men who call yourselves religious, and stand up for such tyranny, you serpents, you generation of vipers, how can you escape the damnation of hell? You keep the clothes of them who stoned Stephen. You encourage theft, and robbery, and adultery, and you know it. You are worse than the villains themselves, who don't pretend to justify what they do. Now, go, tell Tom Gordon. Go. I shall fight it out to the last. I've nothing to hope, and nothing to lose. Let him look out. They made sport of Samson. They put out his eyes, but he pulled down the temple over their heads. After all, look out." There is something awful in an outburst of violent passion. The veins in Harry's forehead were swollen, his lips were livid, his eyes glittered like lightning, and Mr. Jekyll cowered before him. "There will come a day," said Harry, "when all this shall be visited upon you. The measure you have filled to us shall be filled to you double. Mark my words." Harry spoke so loudly, in his vehemence, that Clayton overheard him, and came behind him silently into the room. He was pained, shocked, and astonished, and, obeying the first instinct, he came forward and laid his hand entreatingly on Harry's shoulder. "My good fellow, you don't know what you are saying," he said. "Yes, I do," said Harry, "and my words will be true." Another witness had come behind Clayton, Tom Gordon, in his traveling dress, with pistols at his belt. He had ridden over after Jekyll, and had arrived in time to hear part of Harry's frantic ravings. "Stop," he said, stepping into the middle of the room. "Leave that fellow to me. Now, boy," he said, fixing his dark and evil eye upon Harry, "you didn't know that your master was hearing you, did you? The last time we met, you told me I wasn't your master. Now, we'll see if you'll say that again. You went whimpering to your mistress, and got her to buy Lisette, so as to keep her out of my way. Now who owns her? Say, do you see this?" he said, holding up a long, lithe gutta percha cane. "This is what I whip dogs with, when they don't know their place. Now, sir, down on your knees, and ask pardon for your impudence, or I'll thresh you within an inch of your life." "I won't kneel to my younger brother," said Harry. With a tremendous oath, Tom struck him, and, as if a rebound from the stroke, Harry struck back a blow so violent as to send him stumbling across the room, against the opposite wall, then turned, quick as thought, sprang through the open window, climbed down the veranda, vaulted onto Tom's horse, which stood tied at the post, and fled as rapidly as lightning to his cottage door, where Lisette stood at the ironing table. He reached out his hand, and said, "Up, quick, Lisette, Tom Gordon's here." And before Tom Gordon had fairly recovered from the dizziness into which the blow had thrown him, the fleet blood horse was whirling Harry and Lisette past bush and tree, till they arrived at the place where he had twice before met Dred. Dred was standing there. "Even so," he said, as the horse stopped, and Harry and Lisette descended, "the vision is fulfilled. Behold, the Lord shall make thee a witness and commander to the people." "There's no time to be lost," said Harry. "Well, I know that," said Dred. "Come, follow me." And before sunset of that evening Harry and Lisette were tenants of the wild fastness in the center of the swamp. End of chapter 37. The tie breaks. Chapter 38 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher STOWE. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 38. The Purpose. It would be scarcely possible to describe the scene which Harry left in the library. Tom Gordon was for a few moments stunned by the violence of his fall, and Clayton and Mr. Jekyll at first did not know but he had sustained some serious injury, and the latter, in his confusion, came very near attempting his recovery by pouring in his face the contents of the large inkstand, certainly quite as appropriate a method, under the circumstances, as the exhortations with which he had deluged Harry. But Clayton, with more presence of mind, held his hand, and rang for water. In a few moments, however, Tom recovered himself, and started up furiously. "Where is he?" he shouted, with a volley of oaths, which made Mr. Jekyll pull up his shirt collar, as became a good elderly gentleman, preparatory to a little admonition. "My young friend," he began. "Blast you! None of your young friends to me. Where is he?" "He has escaped," said Clayton, quietly. "He got right out of the window," said Mr. Jekyll. "Confound you, why didn't you stop him?" said Tom, violently. "If that question is addressed to me," said Clayton, "I do not interfere in your family affairs." "You have interfered more than you ever shall again," said Tom, roughly. "But there's no use talking now. That fellow must be chased. He thinks he got away from me. We'll see. I'll make such an example of him as shall be remembered." He rang the bell violently. "Jim," he said, "did you see Harry go off on my horse?" "Yes, sah." "Then, why in thunder didn't you stop him?" "I thought Master Tom sent him." "Did so. You knew better, you dog. And now, I tell you, order out the best horses, and be on after him. And, if you don't catch him, it will be the worse for you. Stay, get me a horse. I'll go myself." Clayton saw that it was useless to remain any longer at Canama. He therefore ordered his horse, and departed. Tom Gordon cast an evil eye after him, as he rode away. "I hate that fellow," he said. "I'll make him mischief one of these days, if I can." As to Clayton, he rode away in bitterness of spirit. There are some men so constituted that the sight of injustice, which they have no power to remedy, is perfectly maddening to them. This is a very painful and unprofitable constitution, so far as this world is concerned, but they can no more help it than they can the toothache. Others may say to them, "Why, what is it to you? You can't help it, and it's none of your concern." But still the fever burns on. Besides, Clayton had just passed through one of the great crises of life. All there is in that strange mystery of what man can feel for woman had risen like a wave within him, and, gathering into itself, for a time, the whole force of his being, had broken, with one dash, on the shore of death, and the waters had flowed helplessly backward. In the great void which follows such a crisis, the soul sets up a craving and cry for something to come in to fill the emptiness, and while the heart says no person can come into that desolate and sacred enclosure, it sometimes embraces a purpose, as in some sort of substitute. In this manner, with solemnity and earnestness, Clayton resolved to receive as a life purpose a struggle with this great system of injustice, which, like a parasitic weed, had struck its roots through the whole growth of society, and was sucking thence its moisture and nourishment. As he rode through the lonely pine woods, he felt his veins throbbing and swelling with indignation and desire, and there arose within him that sense of power which sometimes seems to come over man like an inspiration, and leads him to say, "This shall not be, and this shall be," as if he possessed the ability to control the crooked course of human events. He was thankful in his heart that he had taken the first step, by entering his public protest against this injustice, in quitting the bar of his native state. What was next to be done? How the evil was to be attacked? How the vague purpose fulfilled? He could not say. Clayton was not aware, any more than others in his situation have been, of what he was undertaking. He had belonged to an old and respected family, and always, as a matter of course, been received in all circles with attention, and listened to with respect. He who glides dreamily down the glassy surface of a mighty river floats securely, making his calculations to row upward. He knows nothing what the force of that seemingly glassy current will be when his one feeble oar is set against the whole volume of its waters. Clayton did not know that he was already a marked man, that he had touched a spot in the society where he lived, which was vital, and which that society would never suffer to be touched with impunity. It was the fault of Clayton, and is the fault of all such men, that he judged mankind by himself. He could not believe that anything, except ignorance and inattention, could make men upholders of deliberate injustice. He thought all that was necessary was the enlightening of the public mind, the direction of general attention to the subject. In his way homeward he revolved in his mind immediate measures of action. This evil should no longer be tampered with. He would take on himself the task of combining and concentrating those vague impulses towards good which he supposed were existing in the community. He would take counsel of leading minds. He would give his time to journeyings through the state. He would deliver addresses, write in the newspapers, and do what otherwise lies in the power of a free man who wishes to reach an utterly unjust law. Full of these determinations, Clayton entered again his father's house, after 2 days of solitary writing. He had written in advance to his parents of the death of Nina, and had begged them to spare him any conversation on that subject, and, therefore, on his first meeting with his mother and father, there was that painful blank, that heavy dullness of suffering, which comes when people meet together, feeling deeply on one absorbing subject, which must not be named. It was a greater self-denial to his impulsive, warm-hearted mother than to Clayton. She yearned to express sympathy, to throw herself upon his neck, to draw forth his feelings, and mingle them with her own. But there are some people with whom this is impossible. It seems to be their fate that they cannot speak of what they suffer. It is not pride nor coldness, but a kind of fatal necessity, as if the body were a marble prison, in which the soul were condemned to bleed and suffer alone. It is the last triumph of affection and magnanimity, when a loving heart can respect that suffering silence of its beloved, and allow that lonely liberty in which only some natures can find comfort. Clayton's sorrow could only be measured by the eagerness and energy with which, in conversation, he pursued the object with which he endeavored to fill his mind. "I am far from looking forward with hope to any success from your efforts," said Judge Clayton. "The evil is so radical." "I sometimes think," said Mrs. Clayton, "that I regret that Edward began as he did. It was such a shock to the prejudices of people." "People have got to be shocked," said Clayton, "in order to wake them up out of old, absurd routine. Use paralyzes us to almost every injustice. When people are shocked, they begin to think and to inquire." "But would it not have been better," said Mrs. Clayton, "to have preserved your personal influence, and thus have insinuated your opinions more gradually? There is such a prejudice against abolitionists, and when a man makes any sudden demonstration on this subject, people are apt to call him an abolitionist, and then his influence is all gone, and he can do nothing." "I suspect," said Clayton, "there are multitudes now in every part of our state who are kept from expressing what they really think, and doing what they ought to do. by this fear. Somebody must brave this mad dog cry. Somebody must be willing to be odious, and I shall answer the purpose as well as anybody." "Have you any definite plan of what is to be attempted?" said his father. "Of course," said Clayton. "A man's first notion on such a subject must be crude, but it occurred to me, first, to endeavor to excite the public mind on the injustice of the present slave law, with a view to altering it." "And what points would you alter?" said Judge Clayton. "I would give to the slave the right to bring suit for injury, and to be a legal witness in court. I would repeal the law forbidding their education, and I would forbid the separation of families." Judge Clayton sat pondering. At length he said, "And how will you endeavor to excite the public mind?" "I shall appeal first," said Clayton, "to the church and the ministry." "You can try it," said his father. "Why?" said Mrs. Clayton. "These reforms are so evidently called for, by justice and humanity, and the spirit of the age, that I can have no doubt that there will be a general movement among all good people in their favor." Judge Clayton made no reply. There are some cases where silence is the most disagreeable kind of dissent, because it admits of no argument in reply. "In my view," said Clayton, "the course of legal reform, in the first place, should remove all those circumstances in the condition of the slaves which tend to keep them in ignorance and immorality, and make the cultivation of self-respect impossible, such as the want of education, protection in the family state, and the legal power of obtaining redress for injuries. After that, the next step would be to allow those masters who are so disposed to emancipate, giving proper security for the good behavior of their servants. They might then retain them as tenants. Under this system, emancipation would go on gradually. Only the best masters would at first emancipate, and the example would be gradually followed. The experiment would soon demonstrate the superior cheapness and efficiency of the system of free labor, and self-interest would then come in to complete what principle began. It is only the first step that costs, but it seems to me that in the course of my life I have met with multitudes of good people, groaning in secret under the evils and injustice of slavery, who would gladly give their influence to any reasonable effort which promises in time to ameliorate and remove them. "The trouble is," said Judge Clayton, "that the system, though ruinous in the long run to communities, is immediately profitable to individuals. Besides this, it is a source of political influence and importance. The holders of slaves are an aristocracy supported by special constitutional privileges. They are united against the spirit of the age by a common interest in danger, and the instinct of self-preservation is infallible. No logic is so accurate. As a matter of personal feeling, many slaveholders would rejoice in some of the humane changes which you propose, but they see at once that any change endangers the perpetuity of the system on which their political importance depends. Therefore, they'll resist you at the very outset, not because they would not, many of them, be glad to have justice done, but because they think they cannot afford it. They will have great patience with you. They will even have sympathy with you, so long as you confine yourself merely to the expression of feeling. But the moment your efforts produce the slightest movement in the community, then, my son, you will see human nature in a new aspect, and know more about mankind than you know now." "Very well," said Clayton, "the sooner the better." "Well, Edward," said Mrs. Clayton, "if you are going to begin with the ministry, why don't you go and talk to your Uncle Cushing? He is one of the most influential among the Presbyterians in the whole state, and I have often heard him lament, in the strongest manner, the evils of slavery. He has told me some facts about its effect on the character of his church members, both bond and free, that are terrible." "Yes," said Judge Clayton, "your brother will do all that. He will lament the evils of slavery in private circles, and he will furnish you any number of facts, if you will not give his authority for them." "And don't you think that he will be willing to do something?" "No," said Judge Clayton. "Not if the cause is unpopular." "Why," said Mrs. Clayton, "do you suppose that my brother will be deterred from doing his duty for fear of personal unpopularity?" "No," said Judge Clayton, "but your brother has the interest of Zion on his shoulders, by which he means the Presbyterian organization, and he will say that he can afford to risk his influence, and the same will be true of every leading minister of every denomination. The Episcopalians are keeping watch over episcopacy, the Methodists over Methodism, the Baptists over baptism. None of them dare espouse an unpopular cause, lest the others, taking advantage of it, should go beyond them in public favor. None of them will want the odium of such a reform as this." "But I don't see any odium in it," said Mrs. Clayton. "It's one of the noblest and one of the most necessary of all possible changes." "Nevertheless," said Judge Clayton, "it will be made to appear extremely odious. The catchwords of abolition, incendiarism, fanaticism, will fly thick as hail, and the storm will be just in proportion to the real power of the movement. It will probably end in Edward's expulsion from the state." "My father, I should be unwilling to think," said Clayton, "that the world is quite so bad as you represent it, particularly the religious world." "I was not aware that I was representing it as very bad," said Judge Clayton. "I only mentioned such facts as everybody can see about them. There are undoubtedly excellent men in the church, but," said Clayton, "did not the church, in the primitive ages, stand against the whole world in arms? If religion be anything, must it not take the lead of society, and be its sovereign and teacher, and not its slave?" "I don't know as to that," said Judge Clayton. "I think you'll find the facts much as I have represented them. What the church was in the primitive ages, or what it ought to be now, is not at all to our purpose. In making practical calculations, without any disrespect, I wish to speak of things just as they are. Nothing is ever gained by false expectations." "Oh," said Mrs. Clayton, "you lawyers get so uncharitable. I'm quite sure that Edward will find brother ready to go heart and hand with him." "I'm sure I shall be glad of it, if he does," said Judge Clayton. "I shall write to him about it immediately," said Mrs. Clayton, "and Edward shall go and talk with him. Courage, Edward. Our woman's instincts, after all, have some prophetic power in them. At all events, we women will stand by you to the last." Clayton sighed. He remembered the note Nina had written him on the day of the decision, and thought what a brave-hearted little creature she was, and, like the faint breath of a withered rose, the shadowy remembrance of her seemed to say to him, "Go on." End of chapter 38. The Purpose. Chapter 39 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 39. The New Mother. The cholera at length disappeared, and the establishment of our old friend Tiff proceeded as of yore. His chickens and turkeys grew to maturity, and cackled and strutted joyously. His corn waved its ripening flags in the September breezes. The grave of the baby had grown green with its first coat of grass, and Tiff was comforted for his loss, because, as he said, he knowed he's better off. Miss Fanny grew healthy and strong, and spent many long sunny hours wandering in the woods with Teddy, or sitting out on the bench where Nina had been wont to read to them, would spell out with difficulty, for her old friend's comfort and enlightenment, the half-familiar words of the wondrous story that Nina had brought to their knowledge. The interior of the poor cottage bore its wonted air of quaint, sylvan refinement, and Tiff went on with his old dream of imagining it an ancestral residence. of which his young master and mistress were the head, and himself their whole retinue. He was sitting in his tent door, in the cool of the day, while Teddy and Fanny had gone for wild grapes, cheerfully examining and mending his old pantaloons, meanwhile recreating his soul with a cheerful conversation with himself. "Now, old Tiff," said he, "one more patch on dis yer, 'cause it ain't much matter what you wars. Masser is allers a promisin' to bring me some cloth fur to make a more speckable pair, but, laws, he never does nothin' he says he will. Ain't no trustin' in dat 'scription old people, jiggetting up and down de country, drinkin' all de taverns, fetchin' disgrace on de family, spite o' all I can do. Mighty long time since he been home, anyhow. Shouldn't wonder if de cholera'd cotched him. Well, de Lord's will be done. Pity to kill such critters. Wouldn't much mind if he should die. Laws, he ain't much profit to de family. Comin' home here wid lots o' old trash, drinkin' up all my chicken money down to buy her skinflints. For my part, I believe them devils, when they went out o' de swine, went into de whiskey barrel. Dis yer liquor makes folks so ugly. Teddy shan't never touch none as long as there's a drop o' paintin' blood in my veins. Lord, but this yer world is full o' spensations. Po' dear Miss Nana, dat was a doin' for de child'n. She's gone up among de angels. Well, bless de Lord, we must do de best we can, and we'll all land on de Canaan shore at last." And Tiff uplifted a quavering stave of a favorite melody. "My brother, I have found the land that doth abound with food as sweet as manna. The more I eat, I find the more I am inclined to shout and sing Hosanna." "Shoo, shoo, shoo," he said, observing certain long-legged, half-grown chickens, who were surreptitiously taking advantage of his devotional engrossments to rush past him into the kitchen. "Pairs like dese, yer chickens never will larn nothin'," said Tiff, finding that his vigorous shooing only scared the flock in, instead of admonishing them out. So Tiff had to lay down his work, and his thimble rolled one way, and his cake of wax another, hiding themselves under the leaves, while the hens, seeing Tiff at the door, instead of accepting his polite invitation to walk out, acted in that provoking and inconsiderate way that hens generally will, running promiscuously up and down, flapping their wings, cackling, upsetting pots, kettles, and pans, in promiscuous ruin, Tiff each moment becoming more and more wrathful at their entire want of consideration. "Bress me, if I ever did see any kind o' critter so shaller as hens," said Tiff, as, having finally ejected them, he was busy repairing the ruin they had wrought in Miss Fanny's fanciful floral arrangements, which were all lying in wild confusion. "I t'ought de Lord made room in every beast's head for some sense, but pairs like hens ain't got the leastest grain. Puts me out, seein' them crockin' and crawing on one leg, 'cause they han't got sense 'nuff to know whar to set down t'other. They never has no idees what dey's goin' to do, from mornin' to night, I believe. But, then, there's folks that's just like 'em, that de Lord has gin brains too, and they won't use 'em. Dey's always settin' round, but dey never lays no eggs. So hens ain't de wuss critters arter all, and I rally don' know what we'd do widout 'em," said old Tiff, relentingly, as, appeased from his wrath, he took up at once his needle and his psalm, singing lustily, and with good courage, "Perhaps you'll t'ink me wild, and simple as a child, but I'm a child of glory." "Laws, now," said Tiff, pursuing his reflections to himself, "maybe he's dead now, sure 'nuff, and if he is, why, I can do for de chillun, rail powerful. I sowed right smart of eggs dis yer summer, and de sweet taters allers fetches a good price. If I could get de chillun along wid der readin', and keep der manners handsome, why, Miss Fanny, now, she's grown up to be raal purty. She got de raal Peyton look to her, and dere's dis yer 'bout gals and women, dat if dey's purty, why, somebody wants to be marryin' of 'em, and so dey gets took care of. I tell you, dere shan't any of dem fellers that he brings home wid him have anyting to say to her. Peyton blood ain't for der money, I can tell 'em. Dem fellers allers find demselves mighty unlucky as long as I's round. One ting or 'nother happens to 'em, so dat dey don't want to come no more. Dreadful poor times they has." And Tiff shook with a secret chuckle. "But, now, yer see, dere's never any knowing. There may be some Peyton property comin' to dese yer chillun. I's known sich things happen. For now, lawyers callin' after de heirs, and den here dey be a-ready fetched up. I's mindin' dat I'd better speak to Miss Nina's man 'bout dis yer chillun, 'cause he's a nice, purty man, and naturally he'd take an interest. And dat our handsome sister of his, dat was so thick wid Miss Nina, maybe she'd be doin' somethin' for her. Anyway, dis yer chillun shall neber come to want long as I's above ground." Alas for the transitory nature of human expectations! Even our poor little Arcadia in the wilderness, where we have had so many hours of quaint delight, was destined to feel the mutability of all earthly joys and prospects. Even while Tiff spoke and sung, in the exuberance of joy and security of his soul, a disastrous phantom was looming up from a distance, the phantom of Crip's old wagon. Cripps was not dead, as was to have been hoped, but returning for a more permanent residence, bringing with him a bride of his own heart's choosing. Tiff's dismay, his utter speechless astonishment, may be imagined, when the ill-favored machine rumbled up to the door, and Cripps produced from it what seemed to be, at first glance, a bundle of tawdry, dirty finery, but at last it turned out to be a woman, so far gone in intoxication as scarcely to be sensible of what she was doing. Evidently, she was one of the lowest of that class of poor whites whose wretched condition is not among the least of the evils of slavery. Whatever she might have been naturally, whatever of beauty or of good there might have been in the womanly nature within her, lay wholly withered and eclipsed under the force of an education churchless, schoolless, with all the vices of civilization without its refinements, and all the vices of barbarism without the occasional nobility by which they are sometimes redeemed. A low and vicious connection with this woman had at last terminated in marriage. Such marriages as one shudders to think of, where gross animal natures come together, without even a glimmering idea of the higher purposes of that holy relation. "Tiff, this yer's your new mistress," said Cripps, with an idiotic laugh. "Pluck-eye nice girl, too. I thought I'd bring the children a mother to take care of them. Come along, girl." Looking closer, we recognize in the woman our old acquaintance, Polly Skinflint. He pulled her forward, and she, coming in, seated herself on Fanny's bed. Tiff looked as if he could have struck her dead. An avalanche had fallen upon him. He stood in the door with the slack hand of utter despair, while she, swinging her heels, began leisurely spitting about her, in every direction, the juice of a quid of tobacco, which she cherished in one cheek. "Derned, if this yer aunt pretty well," she said. "Only I want the nigger to heave out that ar trash," pointing to Fanny's flowers. "I don't want children sticking no herbs round my house. Hey, you nigger, heave out that trash." As Tiff stood still, not obeying this call, the woman appeared angry, and, coming up to him, struck him on the side of the head. "Oh, come, Pole," said Cripps. "You be still. He ain't used to no such ways." "Still," said the amiable lady, turning round to him, "you go 'long. Didn't you tell me, if I married you, I should have a nigger to order round, just as I pleased?" "Well, well," said Cripps, who was not by any means a cruelly disposed man, "I didn't think you'd want to go walloping him the first thing." "I will, if he don't chin round," said the virago, "and you, too." And this vigorous profession was further carried out by a vigorous shove, which reacted in Cripps in the form of a cuff, and in a few moments the disgraceful scuffle was at its full height, and Tiff turned in disgust and horror from the house. "Oh, good Lord," he said to himself, "we doesn't know what's for us. And I was feeling so bad when de Lord took my poor little man. And now I was ready to go down on my knees to thank de Lord that He's took him away from the evil to come. To think of my poor sweet lamb, Miss Fanny, as I's been bringing up so careful. Lord, dis yours a heap worse than de cholera." It was with great affliction and dismay that he saw the children coming forward in high spirits, bearing between them a basket of wild grapes, which they had been gathering. He ran out to meet them. "Laws, you poor lambs," he said, "you doesn't know what's a-comin' on you. Your pa's gone and married a dreadful low white woman, sich as ain't fit for no Christian children to speak to, and now dey's quarrelin' and fightin' in there, like two heathens, and Miss Nina's dead, and there ain't no place for you to go." And the old man sat down and actually wept aloud, while the children, frightened, got into his arms, and nestled close to him for protection, crying too. "What shall we do? What shall we do?" said Fanny, and Teddy, who always repeated reverentially all his sister's words, said, after her, in a deplorable whimper, "What shall we do? I's a good mind to go off wid you in de wilderness, like the children of Israel," said Tiff, "though there ain't no manna falling nowadays." "Tiff, does marrying father make her our ma?" said Fanny. "No, 'deed, Miss Fanny, it doesn't. Your ma was one of the fustest old Virginny families. It was jist throwing herself away, marrying him. A neighbor said that afore, 'cause it wa'n't 'spectful, but I don't care now." At this moment Cripps's voice was heard shouting, "Hullo, you, Tiff, where's the derned nigger? I say, come back. Pole and I's made it up now. Bring 'long them children, and let them get acquainted with their mammy," he said, laying hold of Fanny's hand, and drawing her, frightened and crying, towards the house. "Don't you be afraid, child," said Cripps. "I've brought you a new ma." "We didn't want any new ma," said Teddy, in a dolorous voice. "Oh, yes, you do," said Cripps, coaxing him. "Come along, my little man. There's your mammy," he said, pushing him into the fat embrace of Polly. "Fanny, go kiss your ma." Fanny hung back and cried, and Teddy followed her example. "Confound the dern young'uns," said the new married lady. "I told you, Cripps, I didn't want no brats of t'other woman's. Be plague enough when I get some of my own." End of chapter 39. The New Mother. Chapter 40. Of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp, by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 40. The Flight into Egypt. The once neat and happy cottage, of which old Tiff was the guardian genius, soon experienced sad reverses. Polly Skinflint's violent and domineering temper made her absent from her father's establishment rather a matter of congratulation to Abijah. Her mother, one of those listless and inefficient women whose lives flow in a calm, muddy current of stupidity and laziness, talked very little about it, but, on the whole, was perhaps better contented to be out of the range of Polly's sharp voice and long arms. It was something of a consideration, in Abijah's shrewd view of things, that Cripps owned a nigger, the first point to which the aspiration of the poor white of the South generally tends. Polly, whose love of power was a predominant element in her nature, resolutely declared, in advance, she'd make him shin round, or she'd know the reason why. As to the children, she regarded them as the encumbrances of the estate, to be got over with in the best way possible, for, as she graphically remarked, "Every derned young'un had to look out when she was 'bout." The bride had been endowed with a marriage portion by her father of half a barrel of whiskey, and it was announced that Cripps was tired of trading round the country, and meant to set up trading at home. In short, the little cabin became a low grog shop, a resort of the most miserable and vicious portion of the community. The violent temper of Polly soon drove Cripps upon his travels again, and his children were left unprotected to the fury of their stepmother's temper. Every vestige of whatever was decent about the house and garden was soon swept away, for the customers of the shop, in a grand Sunday drinking bout, amused themselves with tearing down even the prairie rose and climbing vine that once gave a sylvan charm to the rude dwelling. Polly's course, in the absence of her husband, was one of the gross, unblushing licentiousness, and the ears and eyes of the children were shocked with language and scenes too bad for repetition. Old Tiff was almost heartbroken. He could have borne the beatings and starvings which came on himself, but the abuse which came on the children he could not bear. One night, when the drunken orgy was raging within the house, Tiff gathered courage from despair. "Miss Fanny," he said, "jes' go in de garret, and make a bundle o' sich tings as dere is, and throw 'em out o' de winder. I's been a prayin' night and day, and de Lord says He'll open some way or udder for us. I'll keep Teddy out here under de trees, while you jes' bundles up what pool clothes is left, and throws 'em out o' de winder." Silently as a ray of moonlight, the fair, delicate-looking child glided through the room where her stepmother and 2 or 3 drunken men were reveling in a loathsome debauch. "Halloa, sis!" cried one of the men, after her. "Where are you going to? Stop here, and give me a kiss." The unutterable look of mingled pride, and fear, and angry distress, which the child cast, as quick as thought, she turned from them and ran up the ladder into the loft, occasioned roars of laughter. "I say, Bill, why didn't you catch her?" said one. "Oh, no matter for that," said another. "She'll come of her own accord, one of these days." Fanny's heart beat like a frightened bird, as she made up her little bundle. Then, throwing it to Tiff, who was below in the dark, she called out, in a low, earnest whisper, "Tiff, put up that board, and I'll climb down on it. I won't go back among those dreadful men." Carefully and noiselessly as possible, Tiff lifted a long, rough slab, and placed it against the side of the house. Carefully Fanny set her feet on the top of it, and, spreading her arms, came down, like a little puff of vapor, into the arms of her faithful attendant. "Bress de Lord, here we is, all right," said Tiff. "Oh, Tiff, I'm so glad," said Teddy, holding fast to the skirt of Tiff's apron, and jumping for joy. "Yes," said Tiff, "all right. Now de angel of de Lord'll go with us into de wilderness." "There's plenty of angels there, ain't there?" said Teddy, victoriously, as he lifted the little bundle, with undoubting faith. "Laws, yes," said Tiff. "I don't know why there shouldn't be in our days. Any rate, de Lord 'peared to me in a dream, and says he, 'Tiff, rise and take de chillun and go in de land of Egypt, and be dere till de time I tell thee.' Dem is de berry words. And 'twas 'tween de cockcrow and daylight dey come to me, when I'd been lyin' dar prayin', like a hailstorm, all night, not gibin' de Lord no rest. Says I to him, says I, 'Lord, I don't know nothin' what to do, and now, if you was poor as I be, and I was great king, like you, I'd help you. And now, Lord, says I, you must help us, 'cause we ain't got no place else to go. 'Cause, you know, Miss Nana she's dead, and Mr. John Gordon, too, and this your woman will ruin dese your chillun, if you don't help us. And now I hope you won't be angry, but I has to be very bold, 'cause things have got so dat we can't bar 'em no longer. Den, yer see, I dropped sleep, and I hadn't no more'n got to sleep, just after cockcrow, when de voice come." "And is this the land of Egypt," said Teddy, "that we're going to?" "I spec so," said Tiff. "Don't you know de story Miss Nana read to you, once? How the angel of the Lord 'peared to Hagar in the wilderness, when she was sitting down under the bush. Then there was another one come to Elijah, when he was under the juniper tree, when he was wandering up and down, and got hungry, and woke up. And there, sure enough, was a corn cake baking for him on the coals. Don't you mind Miss Nana was reading that there very last Sunday she came to our place. Bless the Lord for sending her to us. I's got heaps o' good through dem readin's." "Do you think we really shall see any?" said Fanny, with a little shade of apprehension in her voice. "I don't know as I shall know how to speak to them." "Oh, angels is pleasant spoken, well-meaning folks, allers," said Tiff, "and don't take no offense at us. Of course, they knows we ain't fetched up in der ways, and they don't 'spect it of us." "It's my 'pinion," said Tiff, "that when folks is honest, and does the very best they can, they don't need to be 'fraid to speak to angels, nor nobody else, 'cause, you see, we speaks to de Lord Hisself when we prays, and, bless the Lord, He don't take it ill of us, no ways. And now it's born and strong on my mind that the Lord is going to lead us through the wilderness, and bring us to good luck. Now, you see, I's going to follow de star, like de wise men did." While they were talking, they were making their way through dense woods in the direction of the swamp, every moment taking them deeper and deeper into the tangled brush and underwood. The children were accustomed to wander for hours through the wood, and, animated by the idea of having escaped their persecutors, followed Tiff with alacrity, as he went before them, clearing away the brambles and vines with his long arms, every once in a while wading with them across a bit of morass, or climbing his way through the branches of some uprooted tree. It was after 10 o'clock at night when they started. It was now after midnight. Tiff had held on his course in the direction of the swamp, where he knew many fugitives were concealed, and he was not without hopes of coming upon some camp or settlement of them. About 1 o'clock they emerged from the more tangled brushwood, and stood on a slight little clearing, where a grapevine, depending in natural festoons from a sweet gum tree, made a kind of arbor. The moon was shining very full and calm, and the little breeze fluttered the grape leaves, casting the shadow of some on the transparent greenness of others. The dew had fallen so heavily in that moist region that every once in a while, as a slight wind agitated the leaves, it might be heard pattering from one to another, like raindrops. Teddy had long been complaining bitterly of fatigue. Tiff now sat down under this arbor, and took him fondly into his arms. "Sit down, Miss Fanny. And is Tiff's brave little man got tired? Well, he shall go to sleep, dat he shall. We's got out a good bit now. I reckon dey won't find us. We's out here wid de good Lord's works, and dey won't none on 'em tell on us. So, now, hush, my po' little man. Shut up your eyes." And Tiff quavered the immortal cradle hymn. "Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber. Holy angels guard thy bed. Heavenly blessings, without number, gently falling on thy head." In a few moments Teddy was sound asleep, and Tiff, wrapping him in his white great coat, laid him down at the root of a tree. "Bless de Lord, dere ain't no whiskey here," he said, "nor no drunken critters to wake him up. And now, Miss Fanny, poor child, your eyes is a falling." Here's dis here old shawl I put up in de pocket of my coat. Wrap it round you, whilst I scrape up a heap of dem pine leaves, yonder. Dem is reckoned mighty good for sleepin' on, 'cause dey's so healthy, kinder. Dar, you see, I's got a despot big heap of 'em." "I'm tired, but I'm not sleepy," said Fanny. "But, Tiff, what are you going to do?" "Do?" said Tiff, laughing, with somewhat of his old, joyous laugh. "Ho, ho, ho! I's goin' to sit up for to meditate, a-sitterin' on de fowls of de air, and de lilies in de field, and all dem dar Miss Nana used to read 'bout." For many weeks, Fanny's bedchamber had been the hot, dusty loft of the cabin, and the heated roof just above her head, and the noise of bacchanalian revels below. Now she lay sunk down among the soft and fragrant pine foliage, and looked up, watching the checkered roof of vine leaves above her head, listening to the still patter of falling dewdrops, and the tremulous whir and flutter of leaves. Sometimes the soft night wind swayed the tops of the pines with a long swell of dashing murmurs, like the breaking of a tide on a distant beach. The moonlight, as it came sliding down through the checkered, leafy roof, threw fragments and gleams of light, which moved capriciously here and there over the ground, revealing now a great silvery fern leaf, and then a tuft of white flowers, gilding spots on the branches and trunks of the trees, while every moment the deeper shadows were lighted up by the gleaming of fireflies. The child would raise her head a while, and look on the still scene around, and then sink on her fragrant pillow in dreamy delight. Everything was so still, so calm, so pure. No wonder she was prepared to believe that the angels of the Lord were to be found in the wilderness. They who have walked in closest communion with nature have ever found that they have not departed thence. The wilderness and solitary places are still glad for them, and their presence makes the desert to rejoice and blossom as the rose. When Fanny and Teddy were both asleep, old Tiff knelt down and addressed himself to his prayers, and, though he had neither prayer book, nor cushion, nor formula, his words went right to the mark, in the best English he could command for any occasion, and, so near as we could collect from the sound of his words, Tiff's prayer ran as follows: "Oh, good Lord, now please do look down on dese your chillun. I started 'em out, as you telled me. And now, where is we to go? And where is we to get any breakfast? I don't know. But, oh good Lord, you's got everything in de world in your hands, and it's mighty easy for you to be helping on us, and I has faith to believe dat you will. Oh, bless Lord Jesus, Dad was carried off into Egypt for fear of de King Herod. Do, pray, look down on dese your poor chillun, for I sure dat hard woman is as bad as Herod any day. Good Lord, you seen how she's been treatin' on 'em, and now do pray open a way for us through de wilderness to de promised land, everlasting. Amen." The last two words Tiff always added to his prayers, from a sort of sense of propriety, feeling as if they rounded off the prayer, and made it, as it would have phrased it, more like a white prayer. We have only to say, to those who question concerning this manner of prayer, that, if they will examine the supplications of patriarchs of ancient times, they will find that, with the exception of the broken English and bad grammar, they were in substance very much like this of Tiff. The Bible divides men into two classes, those who trust in themselves, and those who trust in God. The one class walk by their own light, trust in their own strength, fight their own battles, and have no confidence otherwise. The other, not neglecting to use the wisdom and strength which God has given them, still trust in His wisdom and His strength to carry out the weakness of theirs. The one class go through life as orphans, the other have a father. Tiff's prayer had at least this recommendation, that he felt perfectly sure that something was to come of it. Had he not told the Lord all about it? Certainly he had, and of course he would be helped. And this confidence Tiff took, as Jacob did a stone, for his pillow, as he lay down between his children and slept soundly. How innocent, soft, and kind are all God's works. From the silent shadows of the forest, the tender and loving presence which our sin exiled from the haunts of men hath not departed. Sweet fall the moonbeams through the dewy leaves. Peaceful is the breeze that waves the branches of the pines. Merciful and tender the little wind that shakes the small flowers and tremulous wood grasses fluttering over the heads of the motherless children. O Thou who bearest in Thee a heart hot and weary, sick and faint with the vain tumults and confusions of the haunts of men, go to the wilderness, and thou shalt find Him there who saith, As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you. I will be as the dew to Israel. He shall grow as a lily, and cast forth his roots as Lebanon. Well, they slept there quietly, all night long. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, an oriole, who had his habitation in the vine above their heads, began a gentle twittering conversation with some of his neighbors, not a loud song, I would give you to understand, but a little low inquiry as to what o'clock it was, and then, if you had been in a still room at that time, you might have heard, through all the trees of pine, beech, holly, sweet gum, and larch, a little tremulous stir and flutter of birds awaking and stretching their wings. Little eyes were opening in 1,000 climbing vines, where soft, feathery habitants had hung, swinging breezily, all night. Low twitterings and chirpings were heard, then a loud, clear, echoing chorus of harmony answering from tree to tree, jubilant and joyous as if there never had been a morning before. The morning star had not yet gone down, nor were the purple curtains of the east undrawn, and the moon, which had been shining full at night, stood still like a patient, light-burning light in a quiet chamber. It is not everybody that wakes to hear this first chorus of the birds. They who sleep till sunrise have lost it, and with it 1,000 mysterious pleasures, strange, sweet communings, which, like morning dew, begin to evaporate when the sun rises. But, though Tiff and the children slept all night, we were under no obligations to keep our eyes shut to the fact that between 3 and 4 o'clock there came crackling through the swamps the dark figure of one whose journeyings were more often by night than by day. Dred had been out on one of his nightly excursions, carrying game, which he disposed of for powder and shot at one of the low stores we have alluded to. He came unexpectedly on the sleepers, while making his way back. His first movement, on seeing them, was that of surprise. Then, stooping and examining the group more closely, he appeared to recognize them. Dred had known old Tiff before, and had occasion to go to him more than once to beg supplies for fugitives in the swamps, or to get some errand performed which he could not himself venture abroad to attend to. Like others of his race, Tiff, on all such subjects, was so habitually and unfathomably secret that the children, who knew him most intimately, had never received even a suggestion from him of the existence of any such person. Dred, whose eyes, sharpened by habitual caution, never lost sight of any change in his vicinity, had been observant of that which had taken place in old Tiff's affairs. When, therefore, he saw him sleeping as we have described, he understood the whole matter at once. He looked at the children, as they lay nestled at the roots of the tree, with something of a softened expression, muttering to himself, they embrace the rock for shelter. He opened a pouch which he wore on his side, and took from thence 1 or 2 corn dodgers and half a broiled rabbit, which his wife had put up for hunting provision the day before, and, laying them down on the leaves, hastened on to a place where he had intended to surprise some game in the morning. The chorus of birds we have before described awakened old Tiff. Accustomed to habits of early rising, he sat up, and began rubbing his eyes and stretching himself. He had slept well, for his habits of life had not been such as to make him at all fastidious with regard to his couch. "Well," he said to himself, Anyway, that our woman won't get these here children this her day." And he gave one of his old hearty laughs, to think how nicely he had outwitted her. "Laws," he said to himself, "don't I hear her now? Tiff, Tiff, Tiff," she says. "Holla away, old mist." Tiff don't hear her. No, nor the children either. Poor blessed lambs. Here, in turning to the children, his eye fell on the provisions. At first he stood petrified, with his hands lifted in astonishment. Had the angel been there? Sure enough, he thought. Well, now, bless the Lord, sure enough, here's the berry breakfast I's been asking for last night. Well, I knowed the Lord would do something for us, but I really didn't know as 'twould come so quick. May be ravens brought it, as they did to 'Lijah. Bread and flesh in the morning, and bread and flesh at night. Well, dis yours couragin', 'tis so. I won't wake up the poor little lambs. Let 'em sleep. They'll be mighty tickled when dey comes for to see the breakfast. An' den, out here it's so sweet and clean. None your nasty back-a-spittins of folks that doesn't know how to be decent. Bless me, I's rather tired, myself. I spects I'd better camp down again, till the chillun wakes. Dat ar critters kept me gwine till I's got pretty stiff, wid her contrary ways. Spects she'll be as troubled as King Herod was, and all Jerusalem wid her." And Tiff rolled and laughed quietly, in the security of his heart. "I say, Tiff, where are we?" said a little voice at his side. "Where is we, puppet?" said Tiff, turning over. "Why, bless your sweet eyes, how does yer do this mornin'? Stretch away, my man, neber be 'fraid. We's in de Lord's diggins now, all safe. And the angels got a breakfast ready for us, too," said Tiff, displaying the provision which he had arranged on some vine leaves. "Oh, Uncle Tiff, did the angels bring that?" said Teddy. "Why didn't you wake me up? I wanted to see them. I never saw any angel in all my life." "Nor I neither, honey. Dey comes mostly when we sleep. But, stay, there's Miss Fanny, a-wakin' up. How's ye, lamb? Is ye freshed?" "Oh, Uncle Tiff, I've slept so sound," said Fanny, "and I dreamed such a beautiful dream." "Well, den, tell it right off, 'fore breakfast," said Tiff, "to make it come true." "Well," said Fanny, "I dreamed I was in a desolate place, where I couldn't get out, all full of rocks and brambles, and Teddy was with me, and while we were trying and trying, our ma came to us. She looked like our ma, only a great deal more beautiful, and she had a strange white dress on, that shone, and hung clear to her feet, and she took hold of our hands, and the rocks opened, and we walked through a path into a beautiful green meadow, full of lilies and wild strawberries, and then she was gone." "Well," said Teddy, "maybe 'twas she who brought some breakfast to us. See here, what we've got." Fanny looked surprised and pleased, but, after some consideration, said, "I don't believe Mamma brought that. I don't believe they have corn cake and roast meat in heaven. If it had been manna, now, it would have been more likely." "Never mind whar it comes from," said Tiff. "It's right good, and we bless the Lord for it." And they sat down accordingly, and ate their breakfast with a good heart. "Now," said Tiff, "somewhere round in this yer swamp there's a camp o' de colored people, but I don't know rightly whar 'tis. If we could get dar, we could stay dar a while, till something or 'nother should turn up. Hark! What's that there?" 'Twas the crack of a rifle reverberating through the dewy, leafy stillness of the forest. "That dar aren't far off," said Tiff. The children looked a little terrified. "Don't you be 'fraid," he said. "I wouldn't wonder but I knowed who dat ar was. Hark, now, 'tis somebody comin' dis yer way." A clear, exultant voice sung through the leafy distance. "Oh, had I the wings of the morning, I'd fly away to Canaan's shore." "Yes," said Tiff to himself, "dat ar's his voice. Now, chillun," he said, "dar's somebody comin', and you mustn't be 'fraid on him, 'cause I specs he'll get us to dat our camp I's tellin' 'bout." And Tiff, in a cracked and strained voice, which contrasted oddly enough with the bell-like notes of the distant singer, commenced singing part of an old song, which might, perhaps, have been used as a signal, hailing so stormily, cold, stormy weather. "I want my true love all de day. Whar shall I find him? Whar shall I find him?" The distant singer stopped his song, apparently to listen, and, while Tiff kept on singing, they could hear the crackling of approaching footsteps. At last Dred emerged to view. "So you've fled to the wilderness," he said. "Yes, yes," said Tiff, with a kind of giggle. "We had to come to it. Dat our woman was so aggravatin' on de children. Of all de pison critters dat I knows on, dese your mean white women is de pisonest. Dey ain't got no manners, and no bringing up. Dey doesn't begin to know how tings ought to be done 'mong 'spectable people. So we just tuck to de bush." "You might have taken to a worse place," said Dred. "The Lord God giveth grace and glory to the trees of the wood, and the time will come when the Lord will make a covenant of peace, and cause the evil beast to cease out of the land. And they shall dwell safely in the wilderness, and shall sleep in the woods, and the tree of the field shall yield her fruit, and they shall be safe in the land, when the Lord hath broken the bands of their yoke, and delivered them out of the hands of those that serve themselves of them." "And you tink dem good times coming?" "Sure 'nuff," said Tiff. "The Lord hath said it," said the other. "But first the day of vengeance must come." "I don't want no sich," said Tiff. "I want to live peaceable." Dred looked upon Tiff with an air of acquiescent pity, which had in it a slight shade of contempt, and said, as if in soliloquy, "Issachar is a strong ass, couching down between two burdens, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute." "As to rest," said Tiff, "de Lord knows I ain't had much of dat ar, if I be an ass. If I had a good, strong pack saddle, I'd like to trot dese yer chillun out in some good cleared place." "Well," said Dred, "you have served him that was ready to perish, and not betrayed him who wondered. Therefore the Lord will open for you a fenced city in the wilderness." "Jest so," said Tiff. "Dat ar camp yourn is jist what I's arter. I's willing to lend a hand to most anyting dat's good." "Well," said Dred, "the children are too tender to walk where we must go. We must bear them as an eagle beareth her young. Come, my little man." And, as Dred spoke, he stooped down and stretched out his hands to Teddy. His severe and gloomy countenance relaxed into a smile, and, to Tiff's surprise, the child went immediately to him, and allowed him to lift him in his arms. "Now, I thought he'd been skeered o' you," said Tiff. "Not he. I never saw a child or dog that I couldn't make come to me. Hold fast, now, my little man," he said, seating the boy on his shoulder. "Trees have long arms. Don't let them rake you off. Now, Tiff," he said, "you take the girl and come after, and when we come into the thick of the swamp, mind you step right in my tracks. Mind you don't set your foot on a tussock if I haven't set mine there before you, because the moccasins lie on the tussocks." And thus saying, Dred and his companion began making their way towards the fugitive camp. End of chapter 40. The Flight into Egypt.
Chapter 41 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Chapter 41. The Clerical Conference. A few days found Clayton in the city of .
guest of the Reverend Dr. Cushing. He was a man in middle life, of fine personal presence, urbane, courtly, gentlemanly. Dr. Cushing was a popular and much admired clergyman, standing high among his brethren in the ministry, and almost the idol of a large and flourishing church. A man of warm feelings, humane impulses, and fine social qualities. His sermons, beautifully written and delivered with great fervor, often drew tears from the eyes of the hearers. His pastoral ministrations, whether at wedding or funeral, had a peculiar tenderness and unction. None was more capable than he of celebrating the holy fervor and self-denying sufferings of apostles and martyrs, none more easily kindled by those devout hymns which describe the patience of the saints. But with all this, for any practical emergency, Dr. Cushing was nothing of a soldier. There was a species of moral effeminacy about him, and the very luxuriant softness and richness of his nature unfitted him to endure hardness. He was known in all his intercourse with his brethren as a peacemaker, a modifier and harmonizer. Nor did he scrupulously examine how much of the credit of this was due to a fastidious softness of nature which made controversy disagreeable and wearisome. Nevertheless, Clayton was at first charmed with the sympathetic warmth with which he and his plans were received by his relative. He seemed perfectly to agree with Clayton in all his views of the terrible evils of the slave system, and was prompt with anecdotes and instances to enforce everything that he said. Clayton was just in time, he said. A number of his ministerial brethren were coming tomorrow, some of them from the northern states. Clayton should present his views to them. Dr. Cushing's establishment was conducted on the footing of the most liberal hospitality, and that very evening the domestic circle was made larger by the addition of 4 or 5 ministerial brethren. Among these Clayton was glad to meet once more Father Dickson. The serene good man seemed to bring the blessing of the gospel of peace with him wherever he went. Among others was one whom we will more particularly introduce as the Reverend Shubael Packthread. Dr. Shubael Packthread was a minister of a leading church in one of the northern cities. Constitutionally he was an amiable and kindly man, with very fair natural abilities, fairly improved by culture. Long habits, however, of theological and ecclesiastical controversy had cultivated a certain species of acuteness of mind into such disproportioned activity that other parts of his intellectual and moral nature had been dwarfed and dwindled beside it. What might under other circumstances have been agreeable and useful tact became in him a constant and lifelong habit of stratagem. While other people look upon words as vehicles for conveying ideas, Dr. Packthread regarded them only as mediums for concealment. His constant study on every controverted topic was so to adjust language that, with the appearance of the utmost precision, it should always be capable of a double interpretation. He was a cunning master of all forms of indirection, of all phrases by which people appear to say what they do not say, and not to say what they do say. He was an adept also in all the mechanism of ecclesiastical debate, of the intricate labyrinths of heresy hunting, of every scheme by which more simple and less advised brethren, speaking with ignorant sincerity, could be entrapped and deceived. He was au fait also in all compromise measures, in which 2 parties unite in one form of words, meaning by them exactly opposite ideas, and call the agreement a union. He was also expert in all those parliamentary modes in synod or general assembly by which troublesome discussions could be avoided or disposed of, and credulous brethren made to believe that they had gained points which they had not gained, by which discussions could be at will blinded with dusty clouds of misrepresentation, or trailed on through interminable marshes of weariness to accomplish some maneuver of ecclesiastical tactics. Dr. Packthread also was master of every means by which the influence of opposing parties might be broken. He could spread a convenient report on necessary occasions by any of those forms which do not assert, but which disseminate a slander quite as certainly as if they did. If it was necessary to create a suspicion of the orthodoxy or the piety, or even of the morality of an opposing brother, Dr. Packthread understood how to do it in the neatest and most tasteful manner. He was an infallible judge whether it should be accomplished by innocent interrogations as to whether you had heard so-and-so of Mr. Blank, or by charitably expressed hopes that you had not heard so-and-so, or by gentle suggestion whether it would not be as well to inquire, or by shakes of the head and lifts of eyes at proper intervals in conversation, or lastly by silence, when silence became the strongest as well as safest form of assertion. In person he was rather tall, thin, and the lines of his face appeared, every one of them, to be engraved by caution and care. In his boyhood and youth the man had had a trick of smiling and laughing without considering why. The grace of prudence, however, had corrected all this. He never did either, in these days, without understanding precisely what he was about. His face was a part of his stock in trade, and he understood the management of it remarkably well. He knew precisely all the gradations of smile which were useful for accomplishing different purposes: the solemn smile, the smile of inquiry, the smile affirmative, the smile suggestive, the smile of incredulity, and the smile of innocent credulity, which encouraged the simple-hearted narrator to go on unfolding himself to the brother, who sat quietly behind his face, as a spider does behind his web, waiting till his unsuspecting friend had tangled himself with incautious, impulsive, and of course contradictory meshes of statement, which were in some future hour, in the most gentle and Christian spirit, to be tightened around the incautious captive, while as much blood was sucked as the good of the cause demanded. It was not to be supposed that the Reverend Dr. Packthread, so skilful and adroit as we have represented him, failed in the necessary climax of such skill, that of deceiving himself. Far from it. Truly and honestly, Dr. Packthread thought himself one of the 144,000 who follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth, in whose mouth is found no guile. Prudence he considered the chief of Christian graces. He worshipped Christian prudence, and the whole category of accomplishments which we have described he considered as the fruits of it. His prudence, in fact, served him all the purposes that the stock of the tree did to the ancient idolater. With part thereof he eateth flesh, he roasteth roast, and is satisfied. Yea, he warmeth himself, and saith, Aha, I am warm, I have seen the fire. And the residue thereof he maketh a god, even his graven image. He falleth down unto it, and worshippeth it, and prayeth unto it, and saith, Deliver me, for thou art my God. No doubt Dr. Packthread expected to enter heaven by the same judicious arrangement by which he had lived on earth, and so he went on from year to year, doing deeds which even a political candidate would blush at, violating the most ordinary principles of morality and honor, while he sung hymns, made prayers, and administered sacraments, expecting no doubt at last to enter heaven by some neat arrangement of words used in two senses. Dr. Packthread's cautious agreeableness of manner formed a striking contrast to the innocent and almost childlike simplicity with which Father Dickson, in his threadbare coat, appeared at his side. Almost as poor in this world's goods as his master, Father Dickson's dwelling had been a simple one-story cottage, in all save thrift and neatness very little better than those of the poorest, and it was a rare year when $100 passed through his hands. He had seen the time when he had not even wherewithal to take from the office a necessary letter. He had seen his wife suffer for medicine and comforts in sickness. He had himself ridden without overcoat through the chill months of winter. But all those things he had borne as the traveler bears a storm on the way to his home. And it was beautiful to see the unenvying, frank, simple pleasures which he seemed to feel in the elegant and abundant home of his brother, and in the thousand appliances of hospitable comfort by which he was surrounded. The spirit within us that lusteth to envy had been chased from his bosom by the explosive force of a higher love, and his simple and unstudied acts of constant goodwill showed that simple Christianity can make the gentleman. Father Dickson was regarded by his ministerial brethren with great affection and veneration, though wholly devoid of any ecclesiastical wisdom. They were fond of using him much as they did their hymn books and testaments, for their better hours of devotion, and equally apt to let slip his admonitions, when they came to the hard matter-of-fact business of ecclesiastical discussion and management. Yet they loved well to have him with them, as they felt that, like a psalm or a text, his presence in some sort gave sanction to what they did. In due time there was added to the number of the circle our joyous, outspoken friend, Father Bonney, fresh from a recent series of camp meetings in a distant part of the state, and ready at a minute's notice for either a laugh or a prayer. Very little of the stereotyped print of his profession had he. The sort of wild woodland freedom of his life giving to his manners and conversation a tone of sylvan roughness, of which Dr. Packthread evidently stood in considerable doubt. Father Bonney's early training had been that of what is called, in common parlance, a self-made man. He was unsophisticated by Greek or Latin, and had rather a contempt for the forms of the schools, and a joyous determination to say what he pleased on all occasions. There were also present one or two of the leading Presbyterian ministers of the North. They had in fact come for a private and confidential conversation with Dr. Cushing concerning the reunion of the New School Presbyterian Church with the Old. It may be necessary to apprise some of our readers, not conversant with American ecclesiastical history, that the Presbyterian Church of America is divided into two parties in relation to certain theological points, and that the adherents on either side call themselves Old or New School. Some years since these two parties divided, and each of them organized its own general assembly. It so happened that all the slave-holding interest, with some very inconsiderable exceptions, went into the Old School body. The great majority of the New School body were avowedly anti-slavery men, according to a solemn declaration which committed the whole Presbyterian Church to those sentiments, in the year 1818. And the breach between the two sections was caused quite as much by the difference of feeling between the northern and southern branches on the subject of slavery as by any difference of doctrine. After the first year of separation was over, thoughts of reunion began to arise on both sides, and to be quietly discussed among leading minds. There is a power in men of a certain class of making an organization of any kind, whether it be political or ecclesiastical, an object of absorbing and individual devotion. Most men feel empty and insufficient of themselves, and find a need to ballast their own insufficiency by attaching themselves to something of more weight than they are. They put their stock of being out at interest, and invest themselves somewhere and in something, and the love of wife or child is not more absorbing than the love of the bank where the man has invested himself. It is true, this power is a noble one, because thus a man may pass out of self and choose God, the great good of all, for his portion. But human weakness falls below this, and as the idolater worships the infinite and unseen under a visible symbol till it effaces the memory of what is signified, so men begin by loving institutions for God's sake, which come at last to stand with them in the place of God. Such was the Reverend Dr. Cocker. He was a man of powerful though narrow mind, of great energy and efficiency, and of that capability of abstract devotion which makes the soldier or the statesman. He was earnestly and sincerely devout, as he understood devotion. He began with loving the church for God's sake, and ended with loving her better than God. And by the church he meant the organization of the Presbyterian Church in the United States of America. Her cause in his eyes was God's cause, her glory God's glory, her success the indispensable condition of the millennium, her defeat the defeat of all that was good for the human race. His devotion to her was honest and unselfish. Of course Dr. Cocker estimated all interests by their influence on the Presbyterian Church. He weighed every cause in the balance of her sanctuary. What promised extension and power to her, that he supported. What threatened defeat or impediment, that he was ready to sacrifice. He would at any day sacrifice himself and all his interests to that cause, and he felt equally willing to sacrifice others in their interests. The anti-slavery cause he regarded with a simple eye to this question. It was a disturbing force, weakening the harmony among brethren, threatening disruption and disunion. He regarded it, therefore, with distrust and aversion. He would read no facts on that side of the question, and when the discussions of zealous brethren would bring frightful and appalling statements into the General Assembly, he was too busy in seeking what could be said to ward off their force, to allow them to have much influence on his own mind. Gradually he came to view the whole subject with dislike, as a pertinacious intruder in the path of the Presbyterian Church. That the whole train of cars laden with the interests of the world for all time should be stopped by a ragged, manacled slave across the track was to him an impertinence and absurdity. What was he that the Presbyterian Church should be divided and hindered for him? So thought the exultant thousands who followed Christ once, when the blind beggar raised his importunate clamor, and they bade him hold his peace. So thought not he who stopped the tide of triumphant success, that he might call the neglected one to himself and lay his hands upon him. Dr. Cocker had from year to year opposed the agitation of the slavery question in the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church, knowing well that it threatened disunion. When, in spite of all his efforts, disunion came, he bent his energies to the task of reuniting, and he was the most important character in the present caucus. Of course, a layman, and a young man also, would feel some natural hesitancy in joining at once in the conversation of those older than himself. Clayton, therefore, sat at the hospitable breakfast table of Dr. Cushing rather as an auditor than as a speaker. "Now, Brother Cushing," said Dr. Cocker, "the fact is, there never was any need of this disruption. It has crippled the power of the Church and given the enemy occasion to speak reproachfully. Our divisions are playing right into the hands of the Methodists and Baptists, and ground that we might hold united is going into their hands every year." "I know it," said Dr. Cushing, "and we Southern brethren mourn over it. I assure you the fact is, Brother Cocker, there is no such doctrinal division after all. Why, there are brethren among us that are as new school as Dr. Draper, and we don't meddle with them." "Just so," replied Dr. Cocker, "and we have true blue, old school men among us." "I think," said Dr. Packthread, "that with suitable care a document might be drawn up which will meet the views on both sides. You see, we must get the extreme men on both sides to agree to hold still. Why, now I am called New School. But I wrote a set of definitions once which I showed to Dr. Pike, who is as sharp as anybody on the other side, and he said he agreed with them entirely. Those N.H. men are incautious." "Yes," said Dr. Cocker, "and it's just dividing the resources and the influence of the Church for nothing. Now those discussions as to the time when moral agency begins are, after all, of no great account in practical workings." "Well," said Dr. Cushing, "it's after all nothing but the tone of your abolition fanatics that stands in the way. These slavery discussions in General Assembly have been very disagreeable and painful to our people, particularly those of the Western brethren. They don't understand us, nor the delicacy of our position. They don't know that we need to be let alone in order to effect anything. Now I am for trusting to the softening, meliorating influences of the gospel. The kingdom of God cometh not with observation. I trust that in his mysterious providence the Lord will see fit in his own good time to remove this evil of slavery. Meanwhile, brethren ought to possess their souls in patience." "Ah, Brother Cushing," said Father Dixon, "since the Assembly of 1818, the number of slaves has increased in this country fourfold. New slave states have been added, and a great regular system of breeding and trading organized, which is filling our large cities with trading houses. The ships of our ports go out as slavers, carrying loads of miserable creatures down to New Orleans, and there is a constant increase of this traffic through the country. This very summer I was at the deathbed of a poor girl, only 17 or 18, who had been torn from all her friends and sent off with a coffle, and she died there in the wilderness. It does seem to me, Brother Cushing, that this silent plan does not answer. We are not half as near to emancipation, apparently, as we were in 1818. "Has there ever been any attempt," said Clayton, "among the Christians of your denominations to put a stop to this internal slave trade?" "Well," said Dr. Cushing, "I don't know that there has, any further than general preaching against injustice." "Have you ever made any movement in the church to prevent the separation of families?" said Clayton. "No, not exactly. We leave that thing to the conscience of individuals. The synods have always enjoined it on professors of religion to treat their servants according to the spirit of the gospel." "Has the church ever endeavored to influence the legislature to allow general education?" said Clayton. "No, that subject is fraught with difficulties," said Dr. Cushing. "The fact is, if these rabid northern abolitionists would let us alone, we might perhaps make a movement on some of these subjects. But they excite the minds of our people, and get them into such a state of inflammation that we cannot do anything." During all the time that Father Dixon and Clayton had been speaking, Dr. Cocker had been making minutes with a pencil on a small piece of paper for future use. It was always disagreeable to him to hear of slave coffles and the internal slave trade, and therefore when anything was ever said on these topics, he would generally employ himself in some other way than listening. Father Dixon he had known of old as being remarkably pertinacious on those subjects, and therefore when he began to speak, he took the opportunity of jotting down a few ideas for a future exigency. He now looked up from his paper and spoke. "Oh, those fellows are without any reason, perfectly wild and crazy. They are monomaniacs. They cannot see but one subject anywhere. Now there's Father Ruskin of Ohio. There's nothing can be done with that man. I have had him at my house hours and hours, talking to him, and laying it all down before him, and showing him what great interests he was compromising. But it didn't do a bit of good. He just harps on one eternal string. Now, it's all the pushing and driving of these fellows in the General Assembly that made the division, in my opinion." "We kept it off a good many years," said Dr. Packthread, "and it took all our ingenuity to do it, I assure you. Now, ever since 1835, these fellows have been pushing and crowding in every assembly, and we have stood faithfully in our lot to keep the assembly from doing anything which could give offense to our Southern brethren. We have always been particular to put them forward in our public services, and to show them every imaginable deference. I think our brethren ought to consider how hard we have worked. We had to be instant in season and out of season, I can tell you. I think I may claim some little merit," continued the doctor, with a cautious smile spreading over his face. "If I have any talent, it is a capacity in the judicious use of language. Now sometimes brethren will wrangle a whole day, till they get tired and sick of a subject, and then just let a man who understands the use of terms step in, and sometimes, by omitting a single word, he will alter the whole face of an affair. I remember one year those fellows were driving us up to make some sort of declaration about slavery, and we really had to do it, because it wouldn't do to have the whole West split off. And there was a 3 days' fight till finally we got the thing pared down to the lowest terms. We thought we would pass a resolution that slavery was a moral evil, if the Southern brethren liked that better than the old way of calling it a sin. And we really were getting on quite harmoniously, when some of the Southern ultras took it up, and they said that moral evil meant the same as sin, and that would imply a censure on the brethren. Well, it got late, and some of the hottest ones were tired and had gone off, and I just quietly drew my pen across the word moral, and read the resolution, and it went unanimously. Most ministers, you see, are willing to call slavery an evil, but the trouble lay in that word moral. Well, that capped the crater for that year. But then they were at it again the very next time they came together, for those fellows never sleep. Well, we took a new turn. I told the brethren we had better get it on to the ground of the reserved rights of presbyteries and synods, and decline interfering. Well, then, that was going very well, but some of the brethren very injudiciously got up a resolution in the assembly recommending disciplinary measures for dancing. That was passed without much thought, because, you know, there's no great interest involved in dancing, and of course there's nobody to oppose such a resolution. But then it was very injudicious under the circumstances, for the abolitionists made a handle of it immediately, and wanted to know why we couldn't as well recommend a discipline for slavery, because, you see, dancing isn't a sin per se, any more than slavery is, and they haven't done blowing their trumpets over us to this day. Here the company rose from breakfast, and according to the good old devout custom, seated themselves for family worship. 2 decent, well-dressed black women were called in, and also a Negro man. At Father Dixon's request, all united in singing the following hymn: I am a soldier of the cross, a follower of the Lamb, and shall I fear to own his cause, or blush to speak his name? Must I be carried to the skies on flowery beds of ease, while others fought to win the prize, and sailed through bloody seas? Sure I must fight if I would reign. Increase my courage, Lord. I'll bear the cross, endure the shame, supported by thy word. The saints in all this glorious war shall conquer though they die. They see the victory from afar, with faith's discerning eye. When that illustrious day shall rise, and all thine armies shine, in robes of victory through the skies, the glory shall be thine. Anybody who had seen the fervor with which these brethren now united in singing these stanzas might have supposed them a company of the primitive martyrs and confessors, who, having drawn the sword and thrown away the scabbard, were now ready for a millennial charge on the devil and all his works. None sang with more heartiness than Dr. Packthread, for his natural feelings were quick and easily excited. Nor did he dream that he was not a soldier of the cross, and that the species of skirmishes he had been describing were not all in accordance with the spirit of the hymn. Had you interrogated him, he would have shown you a syllogistic connection between the glory of God and the best good of the universe, and the course he had been pursuing. So that if Father Dixon had supposed the hymn would act as a gentle suggestion, he was very much mistaken. As to Dr. Cocker, he joined with enthusiasm, applying it all the while to the enemies of the Presbyterian Church, in the same manner as Ignatia Loyola might have sung it, applying it to Protestantism. Dr. Cushing considered the conflict described as wholly an internal one, and thus all joined alike in swelling the chorus: A soldier for Jesus, hallelujah! Love and serve the Lord. Father Dixon read from the Bible as follows: Our rejoicing is this, the testimony of our consciences, that in simplicity and godly sincerity, not with fleshly wisdom, but by the grace of God, we have our conversation in the world. Father Dixon had many gentle and quiet ways, peculiar to himself, of suggesting his own views to his brethren. Therefore, having read these verses, he paused and asked Dr. Packard if he did not think that there was danger of departing from this spirit, and losing the simplicity of Christ when we conduct Christian business on worldly principles. Dr. Packthread cordially assented, and continued to the same purpose in a strain so edifying as entirely to exhaust the subject, and Dr. Cocker, who was thinking of the business that was before them, giving an uneasy motion here, they immediately united in the devotional exercises, which were led with great fervor by Dr. Cushing. End of chapter 41. The Clerical Conference.
Chapter 42 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 42, The Result. After the devotional services were over, Dr. Calker proceeded immediately with the business that he had in his mind. "Now, Brother Cushing," he said, "there never was any instrumentality raised up by Providence to bring to the latter day equal to the Presbyterian Church in the United States of America. It is the great hope of the world. For here, in this country, we are trying the great experiment for all ages, and undoubtedly the Presbyterian Church comes the nearest perfection of any form of organization possible to our frail humanity. It is the Ark of the Covenant for this nation and for all nations. Missionary enterprises to foreign countries, tract societies, home missionary, Seamen's Friend societies, Bible societies, Sunday school unions, all are embraced in its bosom, and it grows in a free country, planted by God's own right hand, with such laws and institutions as never were given to mortal man before. It is carrying us right on to the millennium, and all we want is union. United we stand, the most glorious, the most powerful institution in the world. Now there was no need for your Southern brethren to be so restive as you were. We were doing all we could to keep down the fire and keep things quiet, and you ought not to have bolted so. Since you have separated from us, what have we done? I suppose you thought we were going to blaze out in a regular abolition fury. But you see, we haven't done it. We haven't done any more than when we were united. Just look at our minutes, and you'll see it. We have strong and determined abolitionists among us, and they are constantly urging and pushing. There have been great public excitements on the subject of slavery, and we have been plagued and teased to declare ourselves, but we haven't done it in a single instance, not one. You see that Ruskin and his clique have gone off from us because we would hold still. It is true that now and then we had to let some anti-slavery man preach on opening sermon or something of that sort. But then opening sermons are nothing. They don't commit anybody. They don't show the opinion of anybody but the speaker. In fact, they don't express any more than that Declaration of 1818, which stands unrepealed on your records as well as on ours. Of course, we are all willing to say that slavery is an evil entirely inconsistent with the spirit of the gospel and all that, because that's on your own books. We only agree to say nothing about it nowadays in our public capacity, because what was said in 1818 is all sufficient and prevents the odium and scandal of public controversy now. Now, for proof that what I have just said is true, look at the facts. We had 3 presbyteries in slaveholding states when we started, and now we have over 20 with 15 to 20,000 members. That must show you what our hearts are on this subject. And have we not always been making overtures for reunion, really humbling ourselves to you, brethren? Now, I say you ought to take these facts into account. Our slave-holding members and churches are left as perfectly undisturbed to manage in their own way as yours. To be sure, some of those Western men will fire off a remonstrance once a year, or something of that sort. Just let them do that. It keeps them easy and contented, and so long as there is really no interfering in the way of discipline or control, what harm is done? You ought to bear some with the northern brethren, unreasonable as they are, and we may as well have a discussion every year to let off the steam. For my part, said Father Bonney, I want union, I'm sure. I'd tar and feather those northern abolitionists if I could get at them." "Figuratively, I suppose," said Dr. Packthread, with a gentle smile. "Yes, figuratively, and literally, too," said Father Bonney, laughing. "Let them come down here and see what they'll get. If they will set the country in a blaze, they ought to be the first ones to be warmed at the fire. For my part, brethren, I must say that you lose time and strength by your admissions, all of you. You don't hit the buck in the eye. I thank the Lord that I am delivered from the bondage of thinking slavery is a sin or an evil in any sense. Our abolitionist brethren have done one good thing. They have driven us to examine the Scriptures, and there we find that slavery is not only permitted, but appointed, enjoined. It is a divine institution. If a northern abolitionist comes at me now, I shake the Bible at him and say, Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Hath not the potter power over the clay, to make one lump to honor and another to dishonor? I tell you, brethren, it blazes from every page of the Scriptures. You'll never do anything till you get onto that ground. A man's conscience is always hanging onto his skirts. He goes on just like a bear with a trap on its leg, can't make any progress that way. You have got to get your feet on the rock of ages, I can tell you, and get the trap off your leg. There's nothing like the study of the Scriptures to clear a fellow's mind. Well, then, said Clayton, would it not be as well to repeal the laws which forbid the slaves to learn to read and put the Scriptures into their hands? These laws are the cause of a great deal of misery and immorality among the slaves, and they furnish abolitionists with some of their strongest arguments. Oh, said Father Bonney, that will never do in the world. It will expose them to whole floods of abolition and incendiary documents, corrupt their minds, and make them discontented. Well, said Dr. Cushing, I have read Dr. Carnes' book, and I must say that the scriptural argument lies, in my mind, on the other side. Hang Dr. Carnes' book, said Father Bonney. Figuratively, I suppose, said Dr. Packthread. Why, Dr. Carnes' much learning has made him mad, said Father Bonney. I don't believe anything that can't be got out of a plain English Bible. When a fellow goes shuffling off in a Hebrew fog, in a Latin fog, in a Greek fog, I say, Ah, my boy, you are treed. You had better come down. Why is it not plain enough to any reader of the Bible how the apostles talked to the slaves? They didn't fill their heads with stuff about the rights of man. Now see here, just at a venture, he said, making a dive at a pocket Bible that lay on the table. Now just let me read you. Quote, Masters, give unto your servants that which is just and equal. Close quote. Show. That isn't the place I was thinking of. It's here. Quote, Servants, obey your masters. There's into them, you see. Obey your masters that are in the flesh. Now, these abolitionists won't even allow that we are masters. Perhaps, said Clayton quietly, if the slaves could read, they'd pay more attention to the first passage that you favored us with. Oh, likely, said Father Bonney, because, you see, their interest naturally would lead them to pervert Scripture. If it wasn't for that perverting influence of self-love, I, for my part, would be willing enough to put the Scriptures into their hands. I suppose, said Clayton, there's no such danger in the case of us masters, is there? I say, said Father Bonney, not noticing the interruption, Cushing, you ought to read Fletcher's book. That book, sir, is a sweater, I can tell you. I sweat over it, I know, but it does not up this Greek and Hebrew work thoroughly, I promise you. Though I can't read Greek or Hebrew, I see there's heaps of it there. Why, he takes you clear back to the creation of the world and drags you through all the history and literature of the old botherers of all ages, and he comes down on the fathers like 40. There's Chrysostom and Tertullian and all the rest of those old cocks, and the old Greek philosophers besides, Plato and Aristotle and all the rest of them. If a fellow wants learning, there he'll get it. I declare I'd rather cut my way through the Dismal Swamp in dog days. But I was determined to be thorough, so I off-coat and went at it. And there's no mistake about it. Cushing, you must get the book. You'll feel so much better if you'll settle your mind on that point. I never allow myself to go trailing along with anything hanging by the gills. I am an out-and-outer. Walk up to the captain's office and settle. That's what I say. We shall all have to do that one of these days, said Father Dixon, and maybe we shall find it one thing to settle with the clerk and another to settle with the captain. Well, Brother Dixon, you needn't look at me with any of your solemn faces. I'm settled now. For my part, said Dr. Packthread, I think instead of condemning slavery in the abstract, we ought to direct our attention to its abuses. And what do you consider its abuses? Said Clayton. Why, the separation of families, for instance, said Dr. Packthread, and the forbidding of education. You think, then, said Clayton, that the slave ought to have a legal right to his family? Well, yes. Of course, he ought to have the legal means of maintaining it. Yes. Then, of course, he ought to be able to enter suit when this right is violated, and to bear testimony in a court of justice. Yes. And do you think that the master ought to give him what is just and equal in the way of wages? Certainly, in one shape or another, said Dr. Packthread. And ought the slave to have the means of enforcing this right? Certainly. Then the slave ought to be able to hold property. Yes, and he should have the legal right to secure education if he desires it. Yes. Well, said Clayton, when the slave has a legal existence and legal rights, can hold property and defend it, acquire education and protect his family relations, he ceases to be a slave. For slavery consists in the fact of legal incapacity for any of these things. It consists in making a man a dead, inert substance in the hands of another, holding men pro nullis, pro mortuis. What you call reforming abuses is abolishing slavery. It is in this very way that I wish to seek its abolition, and I desire the aid of the church and ministry in doing it. Now, Dr. Packthread, what efforts has the church as yet made to reform these abuses of slavery? There was a silence of some minutes. At last, Dr. Cushing replied, There has been a good deal of effort made in oral religious instruction. Oh, yeah, said Father Bonney. Our people have been at it with great zeal in our part of the country. I have a class myself that I have been instructing in the Assembly's catechism in the oral way, and ascendants have taken it up, and they are preaching the gospel to them and writing catechisms for them. But, said Clayton, would it not be best to give them a legal ability to obey the gospel? Is there any use in teaching the sanctity of marriage unless you obtain for husbands and wives the legal right to live faithful to each other? It seems to me only cruelty to awaken conscience on that subject without giving the protection and assistance of law. What he says is very true, said Dr. Cushing with emphasis. We ministers are called to feel the necessity of that with regard to our slave church members. You see, we are obliged to preach unlimited obedience to masters, and yet, why, it was only last week a very excellent, pious mulatto woman in my church came to me to know what she should do. Her master was determined she should live with him as a mistress, yet she has a husband on the place. How am I to advise her? The man is a very influential man, and capable of making a good deal of commotion. Besides which, she will gain nothing by resistance but to be sold away to some other master who will do worse. Now this is a very trying case to a minister. I'm sure if anything could be done, I'd be glad. But the fact is, the moment a person begins to move in the least to reform these abuses, he is called an abolitionist, and the whole community is down on him at once. That's the state these northern fanatics have got us into. "Oh, yes," said Dr. Bascom, a leading minister who had recently come in. "Besides, a man can't do everything. We've got as much as we can stagger under on our shoulders now. We've got the building up of the church to attend to. That's the great instrumentality which at last will set everything straight. We must do as the apostles did, confine ourselves to preaching the gospel, and the gospel will bring everything else in its train. The world can't be made over in a day. We must do one thing at a time. We can't afford, just at present, to tackle in all our other difficulties the odium and misrepresentation of such a movement. The minute we begin to do anything which looks like restraining the rights of masters, the cry of church and state and abolition will be raised, and we shall be swamped." "But," said Father Dixon, "isn't it the right way first to find out our duty and do it, and then leave the result to God? Ought we to take the counsel of flesh and blood in matters like these?" "Of course not," said Dr. Packthread. "But there is a wise way and an unwise way of doing things. We are to consider the times, and only undertake such works as the movements of divine providence seem to indicate. I don't wish to judge for brethren. A time may come when it will be their duty to show themselves openly on this subject. But in order to maintain a foothold for the influences of the gospel to work on, it may be necessary to bear and forbear with many evils. Under the present state of things, I hope many of the slaves are becoming hopefully pious. Brethren seem to feel that education will be attended with dangers. Probably it might. It would seem desirable to secure the family relations of the slaves if it could be done without too much sacrifice of more important things. After all, the kingdom of our Lord Jesus Christ is not of this world. The apostle entered no public protest against the abuses of slavery that we read of." "It strikes me," said Clayton, "that there is a difference between our position under a republican government, in which we vote for our legislators, and in fact make laws ourselves, and have the admitted right to seek their repeal, and that of the apostles, who were themselves slaves, and could do nothing about the laws. We make our own laws, and every one of us is responsible for any unjust law which we do not do our best to alter. We have the right to agitate, write, print, and speak, and bring up the public mind to the point of reform, and therefore we are responsible if unjust laws are not repealed." "Well," said Father Dixon, "God forgive me that I have been so remiss in times past. Henceforth, whatever others may do, I will not confer with flesh and blood, but I will go forth and declare the word of the Lord plainly to this people, and show unto the house of Judah their transgressions. And now I have one thing to say to our dear northern brethren. I mourn over the undecided course which they take. Brethren in slave states are beset with many temptations. The whole course of public opinion is against them. They need that their northern brethren should stand firm and hold up their hands. Alas, how different has been their course! Their apologies for this mighty sin have weakened us more than all things put together. Public opinion is going back. The church is becoming corrupted. Ministers are drawn into connivance with deadly sin. Children and youth are being ruined by habits of early tyranny. Our land is full of slave prisons, and the poor trader no man careth for his soul. Our poor whites are given up to ignorance and licentiousness, and our ministers, like our brother Bonnie here, begin to defend this evil from the Bible. Brother Calker here talks of the Presbyterian Church. Alas, in her skirts is found the blood of poor innocents, and she is willing, for the sake of union, to destroy them for whom Christ died. Brethren, you know not what you do. You enjoy the blessings of living in a land uncursed by any such evils. Your churches, your schools, and all your industrial institutions are going forward, while ours are going backward, and you do not feel it because you do not live amongst us. But take care. One part of the country cannot become demoralized without, at last, affecting the other. The sin you cherish and strengthen by your indifference may at last come back in judgments that may visit even you. I pray God to avert it. But as God is just, I tremble for you and for us. Well, goodbye, brethren. I must be on my way. You will not listen to me, and my soul cannot come into your counsels. And Father Dixon rose to depart. Oh, come now, brother. Don't take it so seriously, said Dr. Cushing. Stay at least and spend the day with us, and let us have a little Christian talk. I must go, said Father Dixon. I have an appointment to preach which I must keep for this evening, and so I must bid you farewell. I hope to do something by coming here, but I see that it is all in vain. Farewell, brethren. I shall pray for you. Well, Father Dixon, I should like to talk more with you on this subject, said Dr. Cushing. Do come again. It is very difficult to see the path of duty in these matters. Poor Dr. Cushing was one of those who are destined, like stationary ships, forever to float up and down in one spot, only useful in marking the ebb and flood of the tide. Affection, generosity, devotion, he had everything but the power to move on. Clayton, who had seen at once that nothing was to be done or gained, rose and said that his business was also pressing, and that he would accompany Father Dixon on his way. What a good fellow Dixon is, said Cushing, after he returned to the room. He exhibits a very excellent spirit, said Dr. Packthread. Oh, Dixon would do well enough, said Dr. Calker, if he wasn't a monomaniac. That's what's the matter with him. But when he gets to going on this subject, I never hear what he says. I know it's no use to reason with him. Entirely time lost. I have heard all these things over and over again. But I wish, said Dr. Cushing, something could be done. Well, who doesn't, said Dr. Calker. We all wish something could be done. But if it can't, it can't. There's the end of it. So now let us proceed and look into business a little more particularly. After all, said Dr. Packthread, you old school brethren have greatly the advantage of us. Although you have a few poor good souls like this Dixon, they are in so insignificant a minority that they can do nothing, can't even get to the General Assembly, or send in a remonstrance or petition or anything else, so that you are never plagued as we are. We cannot even choose a moderator from the slaveholding states for fear of an explosion. But you can have slaveholding moderators or anything else that will promote harmony and union. End of Dred, Chapter 42, The Result. Chapter 43 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 43, The Slaves' Argument. On his return home, Clayton took from the post office a letter which we will give to our readers. Mr. Clayton, I am now an outcast. I cannot show my face in the world. I cannot go abroad by daylight. For no crime, as I can see, except resisting oppression. Mr. Clayton, if it were proper for your fathers to fight and shed blood for the oppression that came upon them, why isn't it right for us? They had not half the provocation that we have. Their wives and families were never touched. They were not bought and sold and traded like cattle in the market as we are. In fact, when I was reading that history, I could hardly understand what provocation they did have. They had everything easy and comfortable about them. They were able to support their families, even in luxury, and yet they were willing to plunge into war and shed blood. I have studied the Declaration of Independence. The things mentioned there were bad and uncomfortable, to be sure, but after all, look at the laws which are put over us. Now, if they had forbidden them to teach their children to read, if they had divided them all out among masters and declared them as incapable of holding property as the mule before the plow, there would have been some sense in that revolution. Well, how was it with our people in South Carolina? Denmark Vesey was a man. His history is just what George Washington's would have been if you had failed. And what sent him on his course? The Bible and your Declaration of Independence. What does your Declaration say? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to any of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. Now, what do you make of that? This is read to us every 4th of July. It was read to Denmark Vesey and Peter Poyas and all those other brave good men who dared to follow your example and your precepts. Well, they failed, and your people hung them. And they said they couldn't conceive what motive could have induced them to make the effort. They had food enough and clothes enough, and were kept very comfortable. Well, had not your people clothes enough and food enough? And wouldn't you still have had enough, even if you had remained a province of England to this day? Much better living, much better clothes, and much better laws than we have today? I heard your father's interpretation of the law. I heard Mr. Jekyll's, and yet when men rise up against such laws, you wonder what in the world could have induced them. That's perfectly astonishing. But of all the injuries and insults that are heaped upon us, there is nothing to me so perfectly maddening as the assumption of your religious men who maintain and defend this enormous injustice by the Bible. We have all the right to rise against them that they had to rise up against England. They tell us the Bible says, "Servants, obey your masters." Well, the Bible says also, "The powers that are ordained of God, and whoso resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God." If it was right for them to resist the ordinance of God, it is right for us. If the Bible does justify slavery, why don't they teach the slave to read it? And what's the reason that 2 of the greatest insurrections came from men who read scarcely anything else but the Bible? No, the fact is they don't believe this themselves. If they did, they would try the experiment fairly of giving the Bible to their slaves. I can assure you the Bible looks as different to a slave from what it does to a master as everything else in the world does. Now, Mr. Clayton, you understand that when I say you along here, I do not mean you personally, but the generality of the community of which you are one. I want you to think these things over, and whatever my future course may be, remember my excuse for it is the same as that on which your government is built. I am very grateful to you for all your kindness. Perhaps the time may come when I shall be able to show my gratitude. Meanwhile, I must ask one favor of you, which I think you will grant for the sake of that angel who is gone. I have a sister who, as well as myself, is the child of Tom Gordon's father. She was beautiful and good, and her owner, who had a large estate in Mississippi, took her to Ohio, emancipated and married her. She has 2 children by him, a son and a daughter. He died and left his estate to her and her children. Tom Gordon is the heir at law. He has sued for the property and obtained it. The act of emancipation has been declared null and void, and my sister and her children are in the hands of that man with all that absolute power, and they have no appeal from him or for any evil whatsoever. She has escaped his hands, so she wrote me once, but I have heard a report that he has taken her again. The pious Mr. Jekyll will know all about it. Now, may I ask you to go to him and make inquiries and let me know? A letter sent to Mr. James Twitchell at the post office near Kanemaw, where our letters used to be taken, will get to me. By doing this favor, you will secure my eternal gratitude. Harry Gordon. End of Harry's letter. Clayton read this letter with some surprise and a good deal of attention. It was written on very coarse paper, such as is commonly sold at the low shops. Where Harry was and how concealed was to him only matter of conjecture, but the call to render him any assistance was a sacred one, and he determined on a horseback excursion to E., the town where Mr. Jekyll resided. He found that gentleman very busy in looking over and arranging papers in relation to that large property which had just come into Tom Gordon's hands. He began by stating that the former owner of the servants at Kanemaw had requested him, on her deathbed, to take an interest in her servants. He had therefore called to ascertain if anything had been heard from Harry. "Not yet," said Mr. Jekyll, pulling up his shirt collar. "Our plantations in this vicinity are very unfortunate in their proximity to the swamp. It's a great expense of time and money. Why, sir, it's inconceivable the amount of property that's lost in that swamp. I have heard it estimated at something like $3 millions. We follow them up with the laws, you see. They are outlawed regularly after a certain time, and then the hunters go in and chase them down. Sometimes kill 2 or 3 a day, or something like that, but on the whole they don't effect much." "Well," said Clayton, who felt no disposition to enter into any discussion with Mr. Jekyll, "so you think he is there?" "Oh, yes, I have no doubt of it. The fact is, there's a fellow that's been lurking about this swamp off and on for years and years. Sometimes he isn't to be seen for months, and then again he is seen or heard of, but never so that anybody can get hold of him. I have no doubt the niggers on the plantation know him, but then you can never get anything out of them. Oh, they are deep. They are a dreadfully corrupt set." "Mr. Gordon has, I think, a sister of Harry's who came in with this new estate," said Mr. Clayton. Yes, said Mr. Jekyll. "She has given us a good deal of trouble, too. She got away and went off to Cincinnati, and I had to go up and hunt her out. It was really a great deal of trouble and expense. If I hadn't been assisted by the politeness and kindness of the marshal and brother officers, it would have been very bad. There is a good deal of religious society, too, in Cincinnati. And so, while I was waiting, I attended anniversary meetings." "Then you did succeed," said Clayton. "I came to see whether Mr. Gordon would listen to a proposition for selling her." "Oh, he has sold her," said Mr. Jekyll. "She is at Alexandria now, in Beaton and Burns' establishment." And her children too? Yes, the lot. I claim some little merit for that myself. Tom is a fellow of rather strong passions, and he was terribly angry for the trouble she had made. I don't know what he would have done to her if I hadn't talked to him, but I showed him some debts that couldn't be put off any longer without too much of a sacrifice, and on the whole I persuaded him to let her be sold. I have tried to exert a good influence over him in a quiet way, said Mr. Jekyll. Now, if you want to get the woman, like enough she may not be sold as yet. Clayton, having thus ascertained the points which he wished to know, proceeded immediately to Alexandria. When he was there, he found a considerable excitement. A slave woman, it was said, who was to have been sent off in a coffle the next day, had murdered her 2 children. The moment that Clayton heard the news, he felt an instinctive certainty that this woman was Cora Gordon. He went to the magistrate's court where the investigation was being held, and found it surrounded by a crowd so dense that it was with difficulty he forced his way in. At the bar he saw seated a woman dressed in black, whose face, haggard and wan, showed yet traces of former beauty. The splendid dark eyes had a peculiar and fierce expression. The thin lines of the face were settled into an immovable fixedness of calm determination. There was even an air of grave, solemn triumph in her countenance. She appeared to regard the formalities of the court with the utmost indifference. At last she spoke in a clear, thrilling, distinct voice. "If the gentlemen will allow me to speak, I'll save them the trouble of that examination of witnesses. It's going to be a long way round to find a very little thing." There was an immediate movement of curiosity in the whole throng, and the officer said, "You are permitted to speak." She rose deliberately, untied her bonnet strings, looked round the whole court with a peculiar but calm expression of mingled triumph and power. "You want to know," she said, "who killed those children? Well, I will tell you." And again her eyes traveled round the house with that same strong, defiant expression. "I killed them." There was a pause and a general movement through the house. "Yes," she said again, "I killed them, and oh, how glad I am that I have done it. Do you want to know what I killed them for? Because I loved them so well that I was willing to give up my soul to save theirs. I have heard some persons say that I was in a frenzy, excited, and didn't know what I was doing. They are mistaken. I was not in a frenzy, I was not excited, and I did know what I was doing, and I bless God that it is done. I was born the slave of my own father. Your old proud Virginia blood is in my veins, as it is in half of those you whip and sell. I was the lawful wife of a man of honor who did what he could to evade your cruel laws and set me free. My children were born to liberty. They were brought up to liberty, till my father's son entered a suit for us and made us slaves. Judge and jury helped him. All your laws and your officers helped him to take away the rights of the widow and the fatherless. The judge said that my son, being a slave, could no more hold property than the mule before his plow, and we were delivered into Tom Gordon's hands. I shall not say what he is. It is not fit to be said. God will show us at the judgment day. But I escaped with my children to Cincinnati. He followed me there, and the laws of your country gave me back to him. Tomorrow I was to have gone in a coffle and leave these children, my son a slave for life, my daughter. She looked round the courtroom with an expression which said more than words could have spoken. So I heard them say their prayers and sing their hymns, and then, while they were asleep and didn't know it, I sent them to lie down in green pastures with the Lord. They say this is a dreadful sin. It may be so. I am willing to lose my soul to have theirs saved. I have no more to hope or fear. It's all nothing now where I go or what becomes of me. But at any rate, they are safe. And now, if any of you mothers in my place wouldn't have done the same thing, you either don't know what slavery is, or you don't love your children as I have loved mine. This is all. She sat down, folded her arms, fixed her eyes on the floor, and seemed like a person entirely indifferent to the further opinions and proceedings of the court. She was remanded to jail for trial. Clayton determined in his own mind to do what he could for her. Her own declaration seemed to make the form of a trial unnecessary. He resolved, however, to do what he could to enlist for her the sympathy of some friends of his in the city. The next day he called with a clergyman and requested permission to see her. When they entered her cell, she rose to receive them with the most perfect composure, as if they had called on her in a drawing-room. Clayton introduced his companion as the Reverend Mr. Denton. There was an excited flash in her eyes, but she said calmly, "Have the gentleman business with me?" "We called," said the clergyman, "to see if we could render you any assistance." "No, sir, you cannot," was the prompt reply. "My dear friend," said the clergyman in a very kind tone, "I wish it were in my power to administer to you the consolations of the gospel." "I have nothing to do," she answered firmly, "with ministers who pretend to teach the gospel and support oppression and robbery. Your hands are defiled with blood, so don't come to me. I am a prisoner here and cannot resist. But when I tell you that I prefer to be left alone, perhaps it may have some effect, even if I am a slave." Clayton took out Harry's letter, handed it to her, and said, "After you have read this, you will perhaps receive me if I should call again tomorrow at this hour." The next day, when Clayton called, he was conducted by the jailer to the door of the cell. "There is a lady with her now, reading to her." "Then I ought not to interrupt her," said Clayton, hesitating. "Oh, I suspect it would make no odds," said the jailer. Clayton laid his hand on to stop him. The sound that came distinctly through the door was the voice of prayer. Some woman was interceding in the presence of eternal pity for an oppressed and broken-hearted sister. After a few moments the door was partly opened, and he heard a sweet voice saying, "Let me come to you every day, may I? I know what it is to suffer." A smothered sob was the only answer, and then followed words imperfectly distinguished, which seemed to be those of consolation. In a moment the door was opened, and Clayton found himself suddenly face to face with a lady in deep mourning. She was tall and largely proportioned, the outlines of her face strong yet beautiful, and now wearing the expression which comes from communion with the highest and serenest nature. Both were embarrassed and made a momentary pause. In the start, she dropped one of her gloves. Clayton picked it up, handed it to her, bowed, and she passed on. By some singular association, this stranger, with a serious, radiant face, suggested to him the sparkling, glittering beauty of Nina, and it seemed for a moment as if Nina was fluttering by him in the air and passing away after her. When he examined the emotion more minutely afterwards, he thought perhaps it might have been suggested by the perception as he lifted the glove of a peculiar and delicate perfume which Nina was fond of using. So strange and shadowy are the influences which touch the dark electric chain of our existence. When Clayton went into the cell, he found its inmate in a softened mood. There were traces of tears on her cheek, and an open Bible on the bed, but her appearance was calm and self-possessed as usual. She said, "Excuse my rudeness, Mr. Clayton, at your last visit. We cannot always command ourselves to do exactly what we should. I thank you very much for your kindness to us. There are many who are kindly disposed toward us, but it's very little that they can do." "Can I be of any assistance in securing counsel for you?" said Clayton. "I don't need any counsel. I don't wish any," said she. "I shall make no effort. Let the law take its course. If you ever should see Harry, give my love to him. That's all. And if you can help him, pray do. If you have time, influence, or money to spare, and can get him to any country where he will have the common rights of a human being, pray do, and the blessings of the poor will come on you. That's all I have to ask." Clayton rose to depart. He had fulfilled the object of his mission. He had gained all the information, and more than all, that he had wished. He queried with himself whether it were best to write to Harry at all. The facts that he had to relate were such as were calculated to kindle to a fiercer flame the excitement which was now consuming him. He trembled when he thought of it, lest that excitement should blaze out in forms which should array against him with still more force that society with which he was already at war. Thinking, however, that Harry, perhaps, might obtain the information in some less guarded form, he sat down and wrote him the following letter. "I have received your letter. I need not say that I am sorry for all that has taken place, sorry for your sake, and for the sake of one very dear both to me and to you. Harry, I freely admit that you live in a state of society which exercises great injustice. I admit your right, and that of all men, to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I admit the right of an oppressed people to change their form of government, if they can. I admit that your people suffer under greater oppression than ever our forefathers suffered. And if I believed that they were capable of obtaining and supporting a government, I should believe in their right to take the same means to gain it. But I do not at present. And I think, if you reflect on the subject, you will agree with me. I do not think that, should they make an effort, they would succeed. They would only embitter the white race against them and destroy that sympathy which many are beginning to feel for their oppressed condition. I know it seems a very unfeeling thing for a man who is at ease to tell someone who is oppressed and suffering to be patient, and yet I must even say it. It is my place and your place to seek repeal of the unjust laws which oppress you. I see no reason why the relation of master and servants may not be continued through our states, and the servants yet be free men. I am satisfied that it would be for the best interest of master as well as slave. If this is the truth, time will make it apparent, and the change will come. With regard to you, the best counsel I can give is that you try to escape to some of the northern states, and I will furnish you with the means to begin life there under better auspices. I am very sorry that I have to tell you something very painful about your sister. She was sold to a trading house in Alexandria, and in desperation she has killed both her children. For this she is now in prison awaiting her trial. I have been to see her and offered every assistance in my power. She declines all. She does not wish to live and has already avowed the fact, making no defense and wishing none to be made for her. Another of the bitter fruits of this most unrighteous system. She desired her love and kind wishes to you. Whatever more is to be known, I will tell you at some future time. After all that I have said to you in this letter, I cannot help feeling, for myself, how hard and cold and insufficient it must seem to you. If I had such a sister as yours, and her life hadn't been so wrecked, I feel that I might not have patience to consider any of these things, and I am afraid you will not. Yet I feel this injustice to my heart. I feel it like a personal affliction, and God helping me, I will make it the object of my life to remedy it. Your sister's trial will not take place for some time, and she has friends who do all that can be done for her. End of Clayton's letter. Clayton returned to his father's house and related the result of his first experiment with the clergy. "Well, now," said Mrs. Clayton, "I must confess I was not prepared for this." "I was," said Judge Clayton. "It's precisely what I expected. You have tried the Presbyterians with whom our family are connected, and now you may go successively to the Episcopalians, the Methodists, the Baptists, and you will hear the same story from them all. About half of them defend the thing from the Bible in the most unblushing, disgusting manner. The other half acknowledge and lament it as an evil, but they are cowed and timid and can do nothing." "Well," said Clayton, "the greatest evidence to my mind of the inspiration of the Scriptures is that they are yet afloat when every new absurdity has been successively tacked to them." "But," said Mrs. Clayton, "are there no people that are faithful?" "None in this matter that I know of," said Judge Clayton, "except the Covenanters and the Quakers among us, and the Free Will Baptists, and a few others at the North. And their number and influence is so small that there can be no great calculation made on them for assistance. Of individuals, there are not a few who earnestly desire to do something, but they are mostly without faith or hope, like me. And from the communities, from the great organizations in society, no help whatsoever is to be expected." End of chapter 43, The Slave's Argument. Chapter 44 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Dred, Chapter 44, The Desert. There's no study in human nature more interesting than the aspects of the same subject seen in the points of view of different characters. One might almost imagine that there were no such thing as absolute truth, since a change of situation or temperament is capable of changing the whole force of an argument. We have been accustomed, even those of us who feel most, to look on the arguments for and against the system of slavery with the eyes of those who are at ease. We do not even know how fair is freedom, for we were always free. We shall never have all the materials for absolute truth on this subject till we take into account with our own views and reasonings the views and reasonings of those who have bowed down to the yoke and felt the iron enter into their souls. We all console ourselves too easily for the sorrows of others. We talk and reason coolly of that which, did we feel it ourselves, would take away all power of composure and self-control. We have seen how the masters feel and reason, and how good men feel and reason, whose public opinion and Christian fellowship support the master and give him confidence in his position. We must add also to our estimate the feelings and reasonings of the slave, and therefore the reader must follow us again to the fastness in the dismal swamp. It is a calm, still, Indian summer afternoon. The whole air is flooded with a golden haze in which the tree-tops move dreamily to and fro, as if in a whispering reverie. The wild climbing grapevines, which hang in thousandfold festoons around the enclosure, are purpling with grapes. The little settlement now has among its inmates old Tiff and his children, and Harry and his wife. The children and Tiff had been received in the house of the widow whose husband had fallen a victim to the hunters, as we mentioned in one of our former chapters. All had united in building for Harry and Lisette a cabin contiguous to the other. Old Tiff, with his habitual industry, might now be seen hoeing in the sweet potato patch, which belonged to the common settlement. The children were roaming up and down, looking after autumn flowers and grapes. Dred, who had been out all the night before, was now lying on the ground on the shady side of the clearing, with an old, much-worn, much-thumbed copy of the Bible by his side. It was the Bible of Denmark Vesey's, and in many a secret meeting its wild, inspiring poetry had sounded like a trumpet in his youthful ear. He lay with his elbow resting on the ground, his hands supporting his massive head, and his large, gloomy, dark eyes fixed in reverie on the moving tree-tops as they waved in the golden blue. Now his eye followed sailing islands of white cloud, drifting to and fro above them. There were elements in him which might, under other circumstances, have made him a poet. His frame, capacious and energetic as it was, had yet that keenness of excitability which places the soul en rapport with all the great forces of nature. The only book which he had been much in the habit of reading, the book, in fact, which had been the nurse and forming power of his soul, was the Bible, distinguished above all other literature for its intense sympathy with nature. Dred, indeed, resembled in organization and tone of mind some of those men of old who were dwellers in the wilderness and drew their inspiration from the desert. It is remarkable that in all ages, communities and individuals who have suffered under oppression have always fled for refuge to the Old Testament and to the book of Revelation in the New. Even if not definitely understood, these magnificent compositions have a wild, inspiring power, like a wordless yet impassioned symphony played by a sublime orchestra in which deep and awful sub-bass instruments mingle with those of ethereal softness, and wild minors twine and interlace with marches of battles and bursts of victorious harmony. They are much mistaken who say that nothing is efficient as a motive that is not definitely understood. Who ever thought of understanding the mingled wail and roar of the Marseillaise? Just this kind of indefinite stimulating power has the Bible to the souls of the oppressed. There is also a disposition which has manifested itself since the primitive times, by which the human soul, bowed down beneath the weight of mighty oppressions and despairing, in its own weakness seizes with avidity the intimations of a coming judgment, in which the Son of Man, appearing in his glory, and all his holy angels with him, shall right earth's mighty wrongs. In Dred's mind, this thought had acquired an absolute ascendancy. All things in nature and in Revelation he interpreted by this key. During the prevalence of the cholera, he had been pervaded by a wild and solemn excitement. To him it was the opening of a seal, the sounding of the trumpet of the first angel, and other woes were yet to come. He was not a man of personal malignity to any human being. When he contemplated schemes of insurrection and bloodshed, he contemplated them with the calm, immovable firmness of one who felt himself an instrument of doom in a mightier hand. In fact, although seldom called into exercise by the incidents of his wild and solitary life, there was in him a vein of that gentleness which softens the heart toward children and the inferior animals. The amusement of his vacant hours was sometimes to exercise his peculiar gifts over the animal creation by drawing towards him the birds and squirrels from the coverts of the forest and giving them food. Indeed, he commonly carried corn in the hunting dress which he wore, to use for this purpose. Just at this moment, as he lay absorbed in reverie, he heard Teddy, who was near him, calling to his sister, "Oh, Fanny, do come and see the squirrel. He is so pretty." Fanny came running eagerly. "Where is he?" she said. "Oh, he is gone. He just went behind that tree." The children, in their eagerness, had not perceived how near they were to Dred. He had turned his face towards them, and was looking at them with a pleased expression, approaching to a smile. "Do you want to see him?" he said. "Stop a few minutes." He rose and scattered a train of corn between him and the thicket, and sitting down on the ground, began making a low sound, resembling the call of a squirrel to its young. In a few moments, Teddy and Fanny were in a tremor of eager excitement as a pair of little bright eyes appeared among the leaves, and gradually their owner, a brisk little squirrel, came out and began rapidly filling its chops with the corn. Dred still continued, with his eyes fixed on the animal, to make the same noise. Very soon 2 others were seen following their comrade. The children laughed when they saw the headmost squirrel walk into Dred's hand, which he had laid upon the ground. The others soon followed his example. Dred took them up, and softly stroking them, they seemed to become entirely amenable to his will. And to amuse the children, he let them go into his hunting pouch to eat the corn that was there. After this, they seemed to make a rambling expedition over his whole person, investigating his pockets, hiding themselves in the bosom of his shirt, and seemingly, apparently, perfectly fearless and at home. Fanny reached out with her hand timidly. "Won't they come to me?" she said. "No, daughter, they don't know you. In the new earth, the enmity will be taken away, and then they'll come." "I wonder what he means by the new earth," said Fanny. Dred seemed to feel a kind of pleasure in the admiration of the children, to which perhaps no one is wholly insensible. He proceeded, therefore, to show them some other of his accomplishments. The wood was resounding with the afternoon song of birds, and Dred suddenly began answering one of the songsters with an exact imitation of his note. The bird eventually heard it, and answered back with still more spirit, and thus an animated conversation was kept up for some time. "You see that I understand the speech of birds. After the great judgment, the elect shall talk with the birds and the beasts in the new earth. Every kind of bird has a different language, in which they show why men should magnify the Lord and turn from their wickedness. But the sinners cannot hear it, because their ear is waxed gross." "I didn't know," said Fanny, hesitating. "As that was so, how did you find it out?" "The Spirit of the Lord revealed it unto me, child." "What is the Spirit?" said Fanny, who felt more encouraged as she saw Dred stroking his squirrel. "It's the Spirit that spoke in the old prophets." "Did it tell you what the birds say?" "I am not perfected in holiness yet, and cannot receive it. But the birds fly up near the heavens, wherefore they learn droppings of the speech of angels. I never kill the birds, because the Lord hath set them between us and the angels for a sign." "What else did the Spirit tell you?" said Teddy. "He showed me that there was a language in the leaves, for I rose and looked, and behold, there were signs drawn on the leaves, and forms of every living things with strange words, which the wicked understand not, but the elect shall read them. And behold, the signs are in blood, which is the blood of the Lamb, that descendeth like dew from heaven." Fanny looked puzzled. "Who are the elect?" she said. They are the 144,000 that follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth, and the angels have charge, saying, Hurt not the earth till these are sealed in their forehead. Fanny instinctively put her hand to her forehead. Do you think they'll seal me? She said. Yes, such as you are of the kingdom. Did the Spirit tell you that? Said Fanny, who felt some considerable anxiety. Yea, the Spirit hath shown me many such things. It hath also revealed to me the knowledge of the elements, the revolutions of the planets, the operations of the tide, and changes of the seasons. Fanny looked doubtfully, and taking up her basket of wild grapes, slowly moved off, thinking that she would ask Tiff about it. At this moment there came a rustling in the branches of the oak tree, which overhung a part of the clearing, near where Dred was lying, and Harry soon dropped from the branches onto the ground. Dred started up to receive him. How is it? Will they come? Yes, by midnight tonight they will be here. See here, he added, taking a letter from his pocket, what I have received. It was the letter which Clayton had written to Harry. It was remarkable, as Dred received it, how the wondering, mystical expression of his face immediately gave place to one of shrewd and practical earnestness. He sat down on the ground, laid it on his knee, and followed the lines with his finger. Some passages he seemed to read over 2 or 3 times with the greatest attention, and he would pause after reading them and sit with his eyes fixed gloomily on the ground. The last part seemed to agitate him strongly. He gave a sort of suppressed groan. Harry, he said, turning to him at last, behold, the day shall come when the Lord shall take out of our hand the cup of trembling and put it into the hand of those that oppress us. Our soul is exceedingly filled now with the scorning of them that are at ease, and with the contempt of the proud. The prophets prophesy falsely, the rulers bear rule by their means, and the people love to have it so. But what will it be in the end thereof? Their own wickedness shall reprove them, and their backsliding shall correct them. Listen to me, Harry, he said, taking up his Bible, and see what the Lord saith unto thee. Thus saith the Lord my God, feed the flock of the slaughter, whose possessors slay them, and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, Blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. For I will no more pity the inhabitants of the land, saith the Lord. But lo, I will deliver the men, every one into his neighbor's hand, and into the hand of his king, and they shall smite the land, and out of their hand I will not deliver them. And I will feed the flock of slaughter, even you, O ye poor of the flock. And I took unto me 2 staves, the one I call Beauty, and the other I call Bands. And I fed the flock, and I took my staff, even Beauty, and cut it asunder, that I might break my covenant which I made with all the people. And it was broken in that day, so the poor of the flock that waited on me knew it was the word of the Lord. Then I cut asunder mine other stave, even Bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. The burden of the word of the Lord for Israel, saith the Lord, which stretcheth forth the heavens, and layeth the foundations of the earth, and formeth the spirit of man within him. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling to all the people round about. Also in that day I will make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all people. All that burden themselves with it shall be cut to pieces. In that day, saith the Lord, I will smite every horse with astonishment, and every rider with madness. And I will open mine eyes on the house of Judah, and will smite every horse of the people with blindness. In that day I will make the governors of Judah like a hearth of fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheaf, and they shall devour all the people on the right and the left. Harry, these things are written for our learning. We will go up and take away her battlements, for they are not the Lord's. The gloomy fervor with which Dred read these words of Scripture, selecting as his eye glanced down the prophetic pages, passages whose images most affected his own mind, carried with it an overpowering mesmeric force. Who shall say that in this world, where all things are symbolic, bound together by mystical resemblances, and where one event is the archetype of thousands, that there is not an eternal significance in these old prophecies? Do they not bring with them springing and germinate fulfillments? Wherever there is a haughty and oppressive nation and a flock of slaughter. Harry, I have fasted and prayed before the Lord, lying all night on my face, yet the token cometh not. Behold, there are prayers that resist me. The Lamb yet beareth, and the opening of the second seal delayeth. Yet the Lord had shown unto me that we should be up and doing to prepare the way for the coming of the Lord. The Lord hath said unto me, Speak to the elders and to the prudent men, and prepare their hearts. One thing, said Harry, fills me with apprehension. Hark, that brought me this letter was delayed in getting back, and I'm afraid that he'll get into trouble. Tom Gordon is raging like a fury over the people of our plantation. They have always been held under a very mild rule, and everyone knows that a plantation so managed is not so immediately profitable as it can be made for a short time by forcing everything up to the highest notch. He has got a man there for overseer, old Holcomb, that has been famous for his hardness and meanness, and he has delivered the people unreservedly into his hands. He drinks and frolics, and has his oyster suppers, and swears he'll shoot anyone that brings him a complaint. Holcomb is to pay him so much yearly, and have to himself all that he makes over. Tom Gordon keeps 2 girls there that he bought for himself and his fellows, just as he wanted to keep my wife. Be patient, Harry. This is a great Christianizing institution, said Dred with a tone of grave irony. I'm afraid for Hark, said Harry. He is the bravest of brave fellows. He is ready to do anything for us, but if he is taken, there will be no mercy. Dred looked on the ground gloomily. Hark was to be here tonight. Yes, said Harry. I wish we may see him. Harry, when they come tonight, read them the Declaration of Independence of these United States, and then let each one judge of our afflictions and the afflictions of their fathers, and the Lord shall judge between us. I must go and seek counsel of the Lord. Dred rose, and giving a leap from the ground, caught on the branch of the oak which overhung their head, and swinging himself up on the limb, climbed in the thickness of the branches and disappeared from view. Harry walked to the other side of the clearing where his lodge had been erected. He found Lizette busy within. She ran to meet him and threw her arms around his neck. I am so glad you've come back, Harry. It was so dreadful to think what may happen to you while you are gone. Harry, I think we could be very happy here. See what a nice bed I have made in this corner, out of leaves and moss. The women are both very kind, and I am glad. We have got old Tiff and the children here. It makes it seem more natural. See, I went out with them this afternoon. How many grapes I have got! What have you been talking to that dreadful man about? Do you know, Harry, he makes me afraid. They say he is a prophet. Do you think he is? I don't know, child, said Harry abstractedly. Don't stay with him too much, said Lizette. He'll make you as gloomy as he is. Do I need anyone to make me gloomy, said Harry. Am I not gloomy enough? Am I not an outcast? And you too, Lizette? It isn't so very dreadful to be an outcast, said Lizette. God makes wild grapes for us if we are outcasts. Yes, child, said Harry, you are right. And the sun shines so pleasant this afternoon, said Lizette. Yes, said Harry, but by and by cold storms and rain will come, and frosty weather. Well, said Lizette, then we will think what to do next, but don't let us lose this afternoon and these grapes at any rate. End of chapter 44, The Desert. Chapter 45 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 45, Jegar Sahadutha. At 12 o'clock that night, Harry rose from the side of his sleeping wife and looked out into the darkness. The belt of forest which surrounded them seemed a girdle of impenetrable blackness, but above, where the tree-tops fringed out against the sky, the heavens were seen of a deep, transparent violet, blazing with stars. He opened the door and came out. All was so intensely still that even the rustle of a leaf could be heard. He stood listening. A low whistle seemed to come from a distant part of the underwood. He answered it. Soon a crackling was heard and a sound of cautious, suppressed conversation. In a few moments a rustling was heard in the boughs overhead. Harry stepped under. "Who's there?" he said. "The camp of the Lord's judgment," was the answer, and a dark form dropped on the ground. "Hannibal?" said Harry. "Yes, Hannibal," said the voice. "Thank God," said Harry. But now the boughs of the tree were continually rustling, and one after another sprang down to the ground, each one of whom pronounced his name as he came. "Where is the prophet?" said one. "He is not here," said Harry. "Fear not, he will be with us." The party now proceeded to walk, talking in low voices. "There's nobody from the Gordon place yet," said Harry uneasily. "They'll be along," said one of them. "Perhaps Holcomb was wakeful tonight. They'll give him the slip, though." The company had now arrived at the lower portion of the clearing where stood the blasted tree which we formerly described, with its funeral wreaths of moss. Over the grave which had recently been formed there, Dred had piled a rude and ragged monument of stumps of trees and tufts of moss and leaves. In the top of one of the highest stumps was stuck a pine knot, to which Harry now applied a light. It kindled and rose with a broad red, fuliginous glare, casting a somber light on the circle of dark faces around. There were a dozen men, mulatto, quadroon, and negro. Their countenances all wore an expression of stern gravity and considerate solemnity. Their first act was to clasp their hands in a circle and join in a solemn oath never to betray each other. The moment this was done, Dred emerged mysteriously from the darkness and stood among them.
"Brethren," he said, "this is the grave of your brother, whose wife they would take for a prey. Therefore he fled to the wilderness. But the assembly of the wicked compassed him about, and the dogs tore at him and licked up his blood, and here I buried him. Wherefore this heap is called Jegar Sahadutha, for the God of Abraham and Nahor, the God of their fathers, shall judge betwixt us. He that regardeth not the oath of brethren, and betrayeth counsel, let his arm fall from his shoulder blade. let his arm be broken from the bone. Behold, this heap shall be a witness unto you, for it hath heard all the words that ye have spoken. A deep murmured Amen rose solemnly among them. Brethren, said Dred, laying his hand upon Harry, the Lord caused Moses to become the son of Pharaoh's daughter, that he might become learned in the wisdom of the Egyptians, to lead forth his people from the house of bondage. And when he slew an Egyptian, he fled into the wilderness, where he abode certain days, till the time of the Lord was come. In like manner hath the Lord dealt with our brother. He shall expound unto you the laws of the Egyptians, and for me, I will show you what I have received from the Lord.
The circle now sat down on the graves which were scattered around, and Harry thus spoke. Brothers, how many of you have been at 4th of July celebrations? I have, all of us have, was the deep response, uttered not eagerly, but in low and earnest tones. Brethren, I wish to explain to you tonight the story that they celebrate. It was years ago that this people was small and poor and despised, and governed by men sent by the King of England, who, they say, oppressed them. Then they resolved that they would be free and govern themselves in their own way and make their own laws. For this they were called rebels and conspirators, and if they had failed, every one of their leaders would have been hung, and nothing more said about it. When they were agreeing to do this, they met together and signed a paper, which was to show to all the world the reason why. You have heard this read by them when the drums were beating and the banners flying. Now hear it here, while you sit on graves of men they have murdered. And standing by the light of the flaring torch, Harry read that document which has been fraught with so much seed for all time. What words were those to fall on the ears of thoughtful bondmen? Governments derive their just power from the consent of the governed. When a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a determination to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right and their duty to throw off such government. Brothers, said Harry, you have heard the grievances which our masters thought sufficient to make it right for them to shed blood. They rose up against their king, and when he sent his armies into the country, they fired at them from the windows of the houses, from behind the barns, and from out of the trees, wherever they passed, till they were strong enough to get together an army and fight them openly. Yes, said Hannibal, I heard my master's father tell of it. He was one of them. Now, said Harry, the Lord judge between us and them, if the laws that they put upon us be not worse than any that lay upon them. They complained that they could not get justice done to them in the courts.
But how stands it with us,
who cannot even come into a court to plead? Harry then, in earnestness and vehement language, narrated the abuse which had been inflicted upon Millie, and then recited in a clear and solemn voice that judicial decision which had burned itself into his memory and which had confirmed and given full license to that despotic power. He related the fate of his own contract, of his services for years to the family for which he had labored, all ending in worse than nothing. And then he told his sister's history, till his voice was broken by sobs. The audience, who sat around there profoundly solemn, only occasionally a deep smothered groan seemed to rise from them involuntarily. Hannibal rose. I had a master in Virginia. He was a Methodist preacher. He sold my wife and 2 children to Orleans, and then sold me. My next wife was took for debt, and she's gone." A quadroon young man rose. "My mother was held by a minister in Kentucky. My father was a good, hard-working man. There was a man set his eye on her and wanted her, but she wouldn't have anything to do with him. Then she told her master and begged him to protect her. But he sold her. Her hair turned all white in that year, and she went crazy. She was crazy till she died." "I's got a story to tell on that," said a middle-aged Negro man of low stature, broad shoulders, and a countenance indicative of great resolution, who now rose. "I's got a story to tell." "Go on, Mundy," said Harry. "You spoke about the laws. I's seen 'bout them 'ere. Now, my brother Sam, he worked with me on the Great Morton place in Virginia, and there was going to be a wedding there, and they wanted money, and so some of the colored people was sold to Tom Parker, 'cause Tom Parker, he was a-buying up round that 'ere fall, and he sold him to Souther. And he was one of your drefful mean white trash that lived down to the bush. Well, Sam was nigh about starved, and so he had to help himself the best way he could, and he used fur to trade off one thing and another for meal to Stone's store, and Souther, he told him that he'd give him hell if he caught him. So one day when he missed something off the place, he come home, and he brought Stone with him, and a man named Harvey. He told him that he was going to catch it. I reckon they was all three drunk. Anyhow, they tied him up, and Souther, he never stopped to cut him, and to slash him, and to hack him, and they burned him with chunks from the fire, and they scalded him with boiling water. He was strong, man, but they worked him that way all day, and at last he died. They heard his screeches all the places round. Now, brethren, you just see what was done about it. Why, Master and some of the gentlemen round said that Souther wasn't fit to live, and it should be brought into courts. And sure enough, it was. And 'cause he is my own brother, I listened for what they would say. Well, first they begun with saying that it wasn't no murder at all, 'cause slaves, they said, wasn't people, and they couldn't be murdered. But then the man on t'other side, he read heaps of things to show that they was people, that they was human critters. Then the lawyer said that there wasn't no evidence that Souther meant for to kill him. Anyhow, that it was the right of the master to punish his slave any way he thought fit. And how was he going to know that it would kill him? Well, so they had it back and forth, and finally the jury said it was murder in the second degree. Lord, if that there's being murdered in the second degree, I'd like to know what the first is. You see, they said he must go to the penitentiary for 5 years, but laws he didn't, 'cause there's ways enough of getting out of these here things, 'cause he took it up to the upper court, and they said that it had been settled that there couldn't be nothing done agin a masters for no kind of beating or abusing of their own slaves, that the master must be protected, even if it was ever so cruel. So now, brethren, what do you think of that air? At this moment another person entered the circle. There was a general start of surprise and apprehension, which immediately gave place to a movement of satisfaction and congratulation. "You have come, have you, Henry?" said Harry. But at this moment the other turned his face full to the torchlight, and Harry was struck with its ghastly expression. "For God's sake, what's the matter, Henry? Where's Hark?" "Dead," said the other. As one struck with a pistol shot leaps in the air, Harry bounded with a cry from the ground. "Dead?" he echoed. "Yes, dead at last. They's all last night a-killing of him." "Oh, I thought so. Oh, I was afraid of it," said Harry. Oh, hark, hark, hark! God do so to me, and more also if I forget this." The thrill of a present interest drew everyone around the narrator, who proceeded to tell how Hark, having been too late on his return to the plantation, had incurred the suspicion of being in communication with Harry; how Holcomb, Tom Gordon, and 2 of his drunken associates had gathered together to examine him by scourging; how his shrieks to the night before had chased sleep from every hut of the plantation; how he died and gave no sign. When he was through, there was dead and awful silence. Dred, who had been sitting during most of these narrations, bowed with his head between his knees, groaning within himself like one who is wrestling with oppressed feeling, now rose, and solemnly laying his hand on the mound, said,
"Jegar Sahadutha, the God of their fathers, judge between us. If they had a right to rise up for their oppressions, shall they condemn us? For judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. Truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter. Yea, truth faileth, and he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey. They are not ashamed, and neither can they blush. They declare their sins as Sodom, and hide it not. The mean man boweth down, and the great man humbleth himself. Therefore forgive them not, saith the Lord."
Dred paused a moment, and stood with his hands uplifted, as a thundercloud trembles and rolls, shaking with gathering electric fire. So his dark figure seemed to dilate and quiver with the force of mighty emotions. He seemed at the moment some awful form, framed to symbolize to the human eye
the energy of that avenging justice
which all nature shudderingly declares. He trembled, his hands quivered, drops of perspiration rolled down his face, his gloomy eyes dilated with an unutterable volume of emotion. At last the words heaved themselves up in deep chest tones, resembling the wild, hollow wail of a wounded lion, finding vent in language to him so familiar that it rolled from his tongue in a spontaneous torrent, as if he had received their first inspiration.
"Hear ye the word of the Lord against this people. The harvest groweth ripe, the press is full, the vats overflow. Behold, saith the Lord, behold, saith the Lord, I will gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and will plead with them for my people, whom they have scattered among the nations. Woe unto them, for they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine that they may drink. For 3 transgressions of Israel, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, saith the Lord. Because they sold the righteous for silver, and the needy for a pair of shoes. They pant after the dust on the head of the poor, and turn aside the way of the meek. And a man and his father will go into the same maid, to profane my holy name. Behold, saith the Lord, I am pressed under you, as a cart is pressed full of sheaves. The burden of the beast of the south, the land of trouble and anguish, from whence cometh the young and old lion, the viper and fiery flying serpent. Go, write it upon the table, and note it in a book, that it may be for time to come, forever and ever, that this is a rebellious people, lying children, children that will not hear the law of the Lord, which say to the seers, See not, Prophesy not unto us right things. Speak unto us smooth things. Prophesy deceits. Wherefore, thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise his word, and trust in oppression and perverseness, and stay thereupon. Therefore this iniquity shall be to you as a breach ready to fall, swelling out in a high wall, whose breaking cometh suddenly in an instant, and he shall break it as the breaking of a potter's vessel.
Pausing for a moment, he stood with his hands tightly clasped before him, leaning forward, looking into the distance. At last, with the action and energy of one who beholds a triumphant reality, he broke forth.
Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments? From Bozrah? This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength.
He seemed to listen, and as if he had caught an answer, he repeated,
I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth the winepress? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled on my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore mine own arm brought salvation, and my fury it upheld me. For I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury.
Gradually the light faded from his face. His arms fell. He stood a few moments with his head bowed down on his breast. Yet the spell of his emotion held everyone silent. At last, stretching out his hand, he broke forth in passionate prayer.
How long, O Lord, how long? Awake! Why sleepest thou, O Lord? Why withdrawest thou thy hand? Pluck it out of thy bosom. We see not the sign. Is there no more any prophet? Neither any among us that knoweth how long? Wilt thou hold thy peace forever? Behold, the blood of the poor crieth unto thee. Behold how they hunt for our lives. Behold how they pervert justice, and take away the key of knowledge. They enter not in themselves, and those that are entering in they hinder. Behold our wives taken for a prey. Behold our daughters sold to be harlots. Art thou a God that judgest on the earth? Wilt thou not avenge thine own elect, that cry unto thee day and night? Behold the scorning of them that are at ease, and the contempt of the proud. Behold how they speak wickedly concerning oppression. They set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth. Wilt thou hold thy peace for all these things, and afflict us very sore?
The energy of the emotion which had sustained him apparently gradually to have exhausted itself, and after standing silent for a few moments, he seemed to gather himself together as a man waking out of a trance, and turning to the excited circle around him, he motioned them to sit down, when he spoke to them in his ordinary tone.
Brethren, he said, the vision is sealed up, and the token is not yet come. The Lamb still beareth the yoke of their iniquities. There be prayers in the golden censers, which go up like a cloud. And there is silence in heaven for the space of half an hour. But hold yourselves in waiting, for the day cometh, and what shall be the end thereof?
A deep voice answered Dred. It was that of Hannibal.
We will reward them as they have rewarded us.
And the cup that they have filled to us, we will measure to them again.
God forbid,
said Dred,
that the elect of the Lord should do that. When the Lord saith unto us, Smite, then will we smite. We will not torment them with the scourge and fire, nor defile their women, as they have done with ours, but we will slay them utterly, and consume them from off the face of the earth.
At this moment the whole circle were startled by the sound of a voice which seemed to proceed deep in from among the trees, singing in a wild and mournful tone the familiar words of a hymn. Alas, and did my Saviour bleed, and did my Sovereign die? Would he devote that sacred head for such a wretch as I? There was a dead silence as the voice approached still nearer, and the chorus was borne again upon the night air. Oh, the Lamb, the loving Lamb, the Lamb of Calvary, the Lamb that was slain, but liveth again, to intercede for me. And as the last two lines were sung, Milly emerged and stood in the center of the group. When Dred saw her, he gave a kind of groan, and said, putting his hand out before his face,
Woman, thy prayers withstand me.
Oh, brethren, said Milly, I mistrusted of your counsels, and I's been praying the Lord for you. Oh, brethren, behold the Lamb of God. If there must come a day of vengeance, pray not to be in it. It's the Lord's strange work. Oh, brethren, is we the first that's been took to the judgment seat, that's been scourged and died in torments? Oh, brethren, who did it afore us? Didn't he hang bleeding for 3 hours when they mocked him and gave him vinegar? Didn't he sweat great drops of blood in the garden? And Milly sang again, words so familiar to many of them that involuntarily several voices joined her. Agonizing in the garden, on the ground your Maker lies. On the bloody tree behold him, hear him cry before he dies. It is finished. Sinners, will not this suffice? Oh, won't it suffice, brethren, she said, if the Lord could bear all that and love us yet? Shan't we? Oh, brethren, there's a better way. It's been where you be. It's been in the wilderness. Yes, I's heard the sound of that 'ere trumpet. Oh, brethren, brethren, there was blackness and darkness there. But I's come to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and the blood of sprinkling, which speaketh better things than that of Abel. Hasn't I suffered? My heart has been broke over and over for every child the Lord give me. And when they sold my poor Alfred and shot him and buried him like a dog, oh, but didn't my heart burn? Oh, how I hated her that sold him. I felt like I'd kill her. I felt like I'd be glad to see mischief come on her children. But, brethren, the Lord turned and looked upon me like he done on Peter. I saw him with the crown of thorns on his head, bleeding, and I broke down and forgave her. And the Lord turned her heart, and he was our peace. He broke down the middle wall between us, and we came together, 2 poor sinners, to the foot of the cross. The Lord, he judged her poor soul. She wouldn't let off from her sins. Her children growed up to be a plague and a curse to her. They broke her heart. Oh, she was saved by fire. But bless the Lord, she was saved. She died with her poor head on my arm. She that had broke my heart. Wasn't that better than if I had killed her? Oh, brethren, pray the Lord to give him repentance. Leave the vengeance to him. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Like he loved us, when we was enemies. Love your enemies." A dead silence followed this appeal. The keynote of another harmony had been struck. At last Dred rose up solemnly.
"Woman, thy prayers have prevailed for this time," he said. "The hour is not yet come."
Footnote: lest any of our readers should think the dark witness who is speaking mistaken in his hearing, we will quote here the words which stand on the Virginia law records in reference to this very case. Quote, "It has been decided by this court in Turner's case that the owner of a slave, for the malicious, cruel, and excessive beating of his own slave, cannot be indicted. It is the policy of the law in respect to the relation of the master and slave, and for the sake of securing proper subordination and obedience on the part of the slave, to protect the master from prosecution, even if the whipping and punishment be malicious, cruel, and excessive." 7 Grattan 673, 1851, Souther versus Commonwealth. Close quote. Anyone who has sufficiently strong nerves to peruse the records of this trial will see the effect of the slave system on the moral sensibilities of educated men. End of chapter 45. Jegar Sahadutha. Chapter 46 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 46, Frank Russel's Opinions. Clayton was still pursuing the object which he had undertaken. He determined to petition the legislature to grant to the slave the right of seeking legal redress in cases of injury, and, as a necessary to this, the right of bearing testimony in legal action. As Frank Russel was candidate for the next state legislature, he visited him for the purpose of getting him to present such a petition. Our readers will look in upon the scene in a small, retired back room of Frank's office, where his bachelor establishment as yet was kept. Clayton had been giving him an earnest account of his plans and designs. "The only safe way of gradual emancipation," said Clayton, "is the reforming of law, and the beginning of all legal reform must, of course, be giving the slave legal personality. It's of no use to enact laws for his protection in his family state or in any other condition till we open to him an avenue through which, if they are violated, his grievances can be heard and can be proved. 1,000 laws for his comfort, without this, are only a dead letter." "I know it," said Frank Russell. "There never was anything under heaven so atrocious as our slave code. It's a bottomless pit of oppression. Nobody knows it so well as we lawyers. But then, Clayton, it's quite another thing. What's to be done about it?" "Why, I think it's very plain what's to be done," said Clayton. "Go right forward and enlighten the community. Get the law reformed. That's what I have taken for my work. And, Frank, you must help me." Said Frank. "Now, the fact is, Clayton, if I wore a stiff white neckcloth and had a D.D. to my name, I should tell you that the interest of Zion stood in the way, and that it was my duty to preserve my influence for the sake of being able to take care of the Lord's affairs. But as I am not so fortunate, I must just say, without further preface, that it won't do for me to compromise Frank Russell's interests. Clayton, I can't afford it. That's just it. It won't do. You see, Our party can't take up that kind of thing. It would be just setting up a fort from which our enemies could fire on us at their leisure. If I go into the legislature, I have to go in by my party. I have to represent my party. And of course, I can't afford to do anything that will compromise them. Well, now, Frank, said Clayton seriously and soberly, are you going to put your neck into such a noose as this, to be led about all your life long, the bond-slave of a party? Not I, by a good deal, said Russel. The noose will change ends one of these days, and I'll drag the party. But we must all stoop to conquer at first. And do you really propose nothing more to yourself than how to rise in the world? Said Clayton. Isn't there any great and good work that has beauty for you? Isn't there anything in heroism and self-sacrifice? Well, said Russel, after a short pause, maybe there is. But after all, Clayton, is there? The world looks to me like a confounded humbug, a great hoax, and everybody is going in for grub. And I say, hang it all, why shouldn't I have some of the grub as well as the rest? Man shall not live by bread alone, said Clayton. Well, bread's a pretty good thing, though, after all, said Frank, shrugging his shoulders. But, said Clayton, Frank, I am in earnest, and you've got to be. I want you to go with me down to the depths of your soul, where the water is still, and talk to me on honor. This kind of half-joking way that you have isn't a good sign, Frank. It's too old for you. A man that makes a joke of everything at your age, what will he do before he is 50? Now, Frank, do you know that this system of slavery, if we don't reform it, will eat out this country like a cancer? I know it, said Frank. For that matter, it has eaten into us pretty well. Now, said Clayton, if for nothing else, if we had no feeling of humanity for the slave, we must do something for the sake of the whites, for this is carrying us back into barbarism as fast as we can go. Virginia has been ruined by it, run all down. North Carolina, I believe, has the unenviable notoriety of being the most ignorant and poorest state in the Union. I don't believe there's any country in old despotic Europe where the poor are more miserable, vicious, and degraded than they are in our slave states. And it's depopulating us. Our men of ability in the lower classes, who want to be respectable, won't stand it. They will go off to some state where things move on. Hundreds and hundreds move out of North Carolina every year to the western states. And it's all this unnatural organization of society that does it. We have got to contemplate some mode of abolishing this evil. We have got to take the first step towards progress sometime, or we ourselves are all undone. Clayton, said Frank in a tone now quite as serious as his own, I tell you as a solemn fact that we can't do it. Those among us who have got the power in their hands are determined to keep it, and they are wide awake. They don't mean to let the first step be taken because they don't mean to lay down their power. The 3/5 vote that they get by it is a thing they won't part with. They'll die first. Why, just look at it. There is at least 24 millions of property held this way. What do you suppose these men care about the poor whites and the ruin of the state and all that? The poor whites may go to the devil for all of them, and as for the ruin of the state, it won't come in their day, and after us the deluge, you know. That's the talk. These men are our masters. They are yours. They are mine. They are masters of everybody in these United States. They can crack their whips over the head of any statesman or clergyman from Maine to New Orleans that disputes their will. They govern the country. Army, Navy, Treasury, Church, State, everything is theirs, and whoever is going to get up must go up their ladder. There isn't any other ladder. There isn't an interest, not a body of men in these whole United States that they can't control. And I tell you, Clayton, you might as well throw ashes into the teeth of the north wind as undertake to fight their influence. Now, if there was any hope of doing any good by this, if there was the least prospect of succeeding, why, I'd join in with you. But there isn't. The whole thing is a fixed fact, and why shouldn't I climb on it as well as everybody else? Nothing is fixed, said Clayton. That isn't fixed in right. God and nature fight against evil. Well, they do, I suppose, but it's a long campaign, said Frank, and I must be on the side that will win while I'm alive. Now, Clayton, to you I always speak the truth. I won't humbug you. I worship success. I am of Frederick the Great's creed that Providence goes with the strongest battalions. I wasn't made for defeat. I must have power. The preservation of this system, whole and entire, is to be the policy of the leaders of this generation. The fact is, they stand where it must be their policy. They must spread it over the whole territory. They must get the balance of power in the country to build themselves up against the public opinion of mankind. Why, Clayton, moral sentiment, as you call it, is a humbug. The whole world acquiesces in what goes. They always have. There is a great outcry about slavery now, but let it succeed, and there won't be. When they can outvote the northern states, they'll put them down. They have kept them subservient by intrigue so far, and by they'll have the strength to put them down by force. England makes a fuss now, but let them only succeed, and she'll be civil as sheep. Of course, men always make a fuss about injustice when they have nothing to gain by holding their tongues. But England's mouth can be stopped with cotton. You'll see it. They love trade and hate war, and so the fuss of anti-slavery will die out in the world. Now, when you see what a poor hoax human nature is, what's the use of bothering? The whole race together aren't worth a button, Clayton, and self-sacrifice for such fools is a humbug. That's my program. Well, Frank, you have made a clean breast, so will I. The human race, as you say, may be a humbug, but it's every man's duty to know for himself that he isn't one. I am not. I do not worship success, and will not. And if a cause is a right and honorable one, I will labor in it till I die, whether there's any chance of succeeding or not. Well, now, said Frank Russell, I dare say it's so. I respect your sort of folks. You form an agreeable, heroic poem, with which one can amuse the tediousness of life. I suppose it won't do you any good to tell you that you're getting immensely unpopular with what you're doing. No, said Clayton, it won't. I am really afraid, said Russell, that they'll mob you some of these bright days. Very well, said Clayton. Oh, of course, I knew it would be very well, but say, Clayton, what do you want to get up a petition on that point for? Why don't you get up one to prevent the separation of families? There's been such a muss made about that in Europe and all around the world that it's rather the fashion to move about that a little. Politicians like to appear to intend to begin to do something about it. It has a pleasing effect and gives the northern editors and ministers something to say as an apology for our sins. Besides, there are a good many simple-hearted folks who don't see very deep into things that really think it's possible to do something effective on this subject. If you get up a petition for that, you might take the tide with you, and I'd do something about it myself. You know very well, Frank, for I told you that it's no use to pass laws for that without giving the slaves power to sue or give evidence in case of violation. The improvement I propose touches the root of the matter. That's the fact. It surely does, said Russel. And for that very reason, you'll never carry it. Now, Clayton, I just want to ask you one question. Can you fight? Will you fight? Will you wear a bowie knife and pistol and shoot every fellow down that comes at you? Why, no, of course, Frank. You know that I never was a fighting man. Such brute ways are not to my taste. Then, my dear sir, you shouldn't set up for a reformer in Southern states. Now, I'll tell you one thing, Clayton, that I've heard. You made some remarks at a public meeting up at E that have staked a mad dog cry, which I suppose came from Tom Gordon. See here, have you noticed this article in the Trumpet of Liberty? Said he, looking over a confused stack of papers on his table. Where's the article? Oh, here it is. At the same time, he handed Clayton a sheet bearing the motto, Liberty and Union, now and forever, one and inseparable, and pointed to an article headed, Covert Abolitionism, Citizens Beware. We were present a few evenings ago at the closing speech delivered before the Washington Agricultural Society, in the course of which the speaker, Mr. Edward Clayton, gratuitously wandered away from his subject to make inflammatory and seditious comments on the state of laws which regulate our Negro population. It is time for the friends of our institutions to be awake. Such remarks, dropped in the ear of a restless and ignorant population, will be a fruitful source of sedition and insurrection. This young man is supposed to be infected with the virus of Northern abolitionists. We cannot too narrowly watch the course of such individuals, for the only price at which we can maintain liberty is eternal vigilance. Mr. Clayton belongs to one of our oldest and most respected families, which makes his conduct the more inexcusable. Clayton perused this with a quiet smile, which was usual with him. The hand of Joab is in that thing, said Frank Russel. I'm sure I said very little, said Clayton. I was only showing the advantage to our agriculture of a higher tone of moral feeling amongst our laborers, which, of course, led me to speak of the state of the law regulating them. I said nothing but what everybody knows. But don't you know, Clayton, said Russel, that if a fellow has an enemy, anybody bearing him the least ill will, that he puts a tremendous power in his hands by making such remarks? Why, our common people are so ignorant that they are in the hands of anybody who wants to use them. They are just like a swarm of bees. You can manage them by beating on a tin pan, and Tom Gordon has got the tin pan now, I fancy. Tom intends to be a swell. He is a born bully, and he'll lead a rabble, and so you must take care. Your family is considerable for you, but after all, it won't stand you instead for everything. Who have you got to back you? Who have you talked with? Well, said Clayton, I have talked with some of the ministry, and of course, said Frank, you found that the leadings of Providence don't indicate that they are to be martyrs. You have their prayers in secret, I presume, and if you ever get the cause of the upper hillside, they'll come out and preach a sermon for you. Now, Clayton, I'll tell you what I'll do. If Tom Gordon attacks you, I'll pick a quarrel with him and shoot him right off the reel. My stomach isn't nice about these matters, and that sort of thing won't compromise me with my party. Thank you, said Clayton. I shall not trouble you. My dear fellow, said Russel, you philosophers are very much mistaken about the use of carnal weapons. As long as you wrestle with flesh and blood, you'd better use fleshly means. At any rate, a gentlemanly brace of pistols wouldn't hurt you. And in fact, Clayton, I am serious. You must wear pistols. There are no two ways about it. Because if these fellows know that a man wears pistols and will use them, it keeps them off. They have an objection to being shot, as this is all the world they are likely to have. And I think, Clayton, you can fire off a pistol in as edifying and dignified a manner as you can say a grace on proper occasions. The fact is, before long, there will be a row kicked up. I'm pretty sure of it. Tom Gordon is a deeper fellow than you'd think, and he has booked himself for Congress, and he means to go in on the thunder and blazes principle, which will give him the vote of all the rabble. He'll go into Congress to do the fighting and slashing. There always must be a bully or two there, you know, to knock down fellows that you can't settle any other way. And nothing would suit him better than to get his name up than heading a crusade against an abolitionist. Well, said Clayton, if it's come to that we can't speak and discuss freely in our own state, where are we? Where are we, my dear fellow? Why, I know where we are, and if you don't, it's time you did. Discuss freely. Certain we can. On one side of the question, or on both sides of any other question than this. But you can't discuss freely, and they can't afford to let you as long as they mean to keep their power. Do you suppose they are going to let these poor devils, whites, get their bandages off their eyes that make them so easy to lead now? It would be a pretty bill to pay if they did. Just now, these fellows are in as safe and comfortable a condition for use as a party could desire, because they have got votes, and we have the guiding of them, and they rage and swear and tear for our institutions because they are fools and don't know what hurts them. Then there's the niggers. Those fellows are deep. They have as long ears as little pitchers, and they are such a sort of fussy set that whatever is going on in the community is always in their mouths, and so comes up that old fear of insurrection. That's the awful word, Clayton. That lies at the bottom of a good many things in our state, more than we choose to let on. Those Negroes are a black well. You never know what's at the bottom. Well, said Clayton, the only way, the only safeguard to prevent this is reform. They are a patient set, and will bear a great while, and if they only see that anything is being done, it will be an effectual prevention. If you want insurrection, the only way is to shut down the escape valve. For will ye, nil ye, the steam must rise. You see, in this day, minds will grow. They are growing. There's no help for it, and there's no force like the force of growth. I have seen a rock split in two by the growing of an elm tree that wanted light and air and would make its way up through it. Look at all the aristocracies of Europe. They have gone down under this force. Only one has stood, that of England. And how came that to stand? Because it knew when to yield. Because it never confined discussion. Because it gave way gracefully before the growing force of the people. That's the reason it stands today, while the aristocracy of France has been blown into atoms. My dear fellow, said Russel, this is all very true and convincing, no doubt. But you won't make our aristocracy believe it. They have mounted the lightning, and they are going to ride it whip and spur. They are going to annex Cuba and the Sandwich Islands and the Lord knows what, and have a great and splendid slave-holding empire. And the North is going to be what Greece was to Rome. We shall govern it, and it will attend to the arts of life for us. The South understands governing. We are trained to rule from the cradle. We have the leisure to rule. We have nothing else to do. The free states have their factories, and their warehouses, and their schools, and their internal improvements to take up their minds. And if we are careful, and don't tell them too plain where we are taking them, they will never know it till they get there. Well, said Clayton, there's one element of force that you've left out in your calculations." "And what's that?" said Russel. "God," said Clayton. "I don't know anything about him," said Russel. "You may have occasion to learn one of these days," said Clayton. "I believe he is alive yet." End of chapter 46. Frank Russell's Opinions.
Chapter 47 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Dred, Chapter 47, Tom Gordon's Plans. Tom Gordon, in the meanwhile, had commenced ruling his paternal plantation in a manner very different from the former indulgent system. His habits of reckless and boundless extravagance and utter heedlessness caused his cravings for money to be absolutely insatiable, and, within legal limits, he had as little care how it was come by as a highway robber. It is to be remarked that Tom Gordon was a worse slaveholder and master from the very facts of certain desirable qualities in his mental constitution. For as good wine makes the strongest vinegar, so fine natures perverted make the worse vice. Tom had naturally a perfectly clear, perceptive mind and an energetic, prompt temperament. It was impossible for him, as many do, to sophisticate and delude himself with false views. He marched up to evil boldly and with his eyes open. He had very little regard for public opinion, particularly the opinion of conscientious and scrupulous people. So he carried his purposes. It was very little matter to him what any one thought of them or him. They might complain till they were tired. After Clayton had left the place, he often pondered the dying words of Nina, that he should care for her people, that he should tell Tom to be kind to them. There was such an impassable gulf between the two characters that it seemed impossible that any peaceable communication should pass between them. Clayton thought within himself that it was utterly hopeless to expect any good arising from the sending of Nina's last message. But the subject haunted him. Had he any right to withhold it? Was it not his duty to try every measure, however apparently hopeless? Under the impulse of this feeling, he one day sat down and wrote to Tom Gordon an account worded with the utmost simplicity of the last hours of his sister's life, hoping that he might read it and thus, if nothing more, his own conscience be absolved. Death and the grave, it is true, have sacred prerogatives, and it is often in their power to awaken a love which did not appear in life. There are few so hard as not to be touched by the record of the last days of those with whom they have stood in intimate relations. A great moralist says, "There are few things not purely evil of which we can say without emotion, 'This is the last.'" The letter was brought to Tom Gordon one evening when, for a wonder, he was by himself, his associates being off on an excursion, while he was detained at home by a temporary illness. He read it over, therefore, with some attention. He was of too positive a character, however, too keenly percipient, not to feel immediate pain in view of it. A man of another nature might have melted in tears over it, indulged in the luxury of sentimental grief, and derived some comfort from the exercise to go on in ways of sin. Not so with Tom Gordon. He could not afford to indulge in anything that roused his moral nature. He was doing wrong of set purpose with defiant energy, and his only way of keeping his conscience quiet was to maintain about him such a constant tumult of excitement as should drown reflection. He could not afford a tete-a-tete conversation with his conscience. having resolved once for all to go on in his own wicked way, serving the flesh and the devil. He had to watch against anything that might occasion uncomfortable conflict in his mind. He knew very well, lost man as he was, that there was something sweet and pure, high and noble, against which he was contending, and the letter was only like a torch which a fair angel might hold up, shining into the filthy lair of a demon. He could not bear the light. He had no sooner read the note than he cast it into the fire, and rang violently for a hot brandy toddy and a fresh case of cigars. The devil's last best artifice to rivet the fetters of his captives is the opportunity which these stimulants give them to command insanity at will. Tom Gordon was taken to bed drunk, and if a sorrowful guardian spirit hovered over him as he read the letter, he did not hear the dejected rustle of its retreating wings. The next day nothing was left, only a more decided antipathy to Clayton for having occasioned him so disagreeable a sensation. Tom Gordon, on the whole, was not unpopular in his vicinity. He determined to rule them all, and he did. All that uncertain, uninstructed, vagrant population which abound in slave states were at his nod and beck. They were his tools, prompt to aid him in any of his purposes, and convenient to execute vengeance on his adversaries. Tom was a determined slaveholder. He had ability enough to see the whole bearings of that subject, from the beginning to the end, and he was determined that, while he lived, the first stone should never be pulled from the edifice in his state. He was a formidable adversary, because what he wanted in cultivation he made up in unscrupulous energy, and where he might have failed in argument, he could conquer by the cudgel and the bludgeon. He was as Frank Russel had supposed, the author of the paragraph which had appeared in the Trumpet of Freedom, which had already had its effect in awakening public suspicion. But what stung him to frenzy when he thought of it was that every effort which he had hitherto made to recover possession of Harry had failed. In vain he had sent out hunters and dogs. The swamp had been tracked in vain. He boiled and burned with fierce tides of passion as he thought of him in his security defying his power. Some vague rumors had fallen upon his ear of the existence in the swamp of a Negro conspirator of great energy and power whose lair had never yet been discovered, and he determined that he would raise heaven and earth to find him. He began to suspect that there was somehow understanding and communication between Harry and those who were left on the plantation, and he determined to detect it. This led to the scene of cruelty and tyranny to which we made allusion in a former chapter. The mangled body was buried, and Tom felt neither remorse nor shame. Why should he? Protected by the express words of legal decision? He had only met with an accident in the exercise of his lawful power on a slave in the act of rebellion. "The fact is, Kite," he said to his boon companion, Theophilus Kite, as they were one day sitting together, "I'm bound to have that fellow. I'm going to publish a proclamation of outlawry and offer a reward for his head. They will bring it in, I'm thinking. I'll put it up to a handsome figure, for that will be better than nothing." "Pity you couldn't catch him alive," said Kite, "and make an example of him." "I know it," said Tom. "I'd take him the long way round, that I would. That fellow has been an eyesore to me ever since I was a boy. I believe all the devils that are in me are up about him." "Tom," said Kite, "you've got the devil in you, no mistake." "To be sure, I have," said Tom. "I only want a chance to express him. I wish I could get hold of the fellow's wife. I could make him wince there, I guess. I'll get her, too, one of these days. But now, Kite, I'll tell you the fact is, somebody round here is in league with him. They know about him. I know they do. There's that squeaky, leathery, long-nosed skinflint trades with the niggers in the swamp. I know he does. But he is a double and twisted liar, and you can't get anything out of him. One of these days I'll burn up that old den of his and shoot him, if he don't look out. Jim Stokes told me that he slept down there one night when he was tracking, and that he heard Skinflint talking with somebody between 12 and 1 o'clock, and he looked out and saw him selling powder to a nigger. "Oh, that couldn't be Harry," said Kite. "No, but it's one of the gang he's in with. And then there's that Hark. Jim says that he saw him talking, giving a letter that he got out of the post office to a man that rode off towards the woods. I thought we'd have the truth out of his old hide, but he didn't hold out as I thought he would." "Holcomb don't understand his business," said Kite. "He shouldn't have used him up so fast." "Holcomb is a bother," said Tom, "like all the rest of those fellows. Hark was a desperately resolute fellow, and it's well enough he's dead, because he was getting sullen and making the others rebellious. Holcomb, you see, had taken a fancy to his wife, and Hark was jealous." "Quite a romance," said Kite, laughing. "And now I'll tell you another thing," said Tom, "that I'm bound to reform. There's a canting, sneaking, dribbling, whining old priest that's ravaging these parts and getting up a muss among people about the abuses of the slaves, and I'm not going to have it. I'm going to shut up his mouth. I shall inform him pretty succinctly that if he does much more in this region, he'll be illustrated with a coat of tar and feathers." "Good for you," said Kite. "Now," said Tom, "I understand that tonight he's going to have a general sniveling season in the old log church out on the cross run, and they're going to form a church on anti-slavery principles. Contemptible whelps! Not a copper to bless themselves with. Dirty, sweaty, greasy mechanics with their spawn of children. Think of the impudence of their getting together and passing anti-slavery resolutions, and resolving they won't admit slaveholders to the communion. I have a great mind to let them try the dodge once. By George, if I wouldn't walk up and take their bread and wine and pitch it to thunder." "Are they really going to form such a church?" "That's the talk," said Tom. "But they'll find they have reckoned without their host, I fancy. You see, I just tipped Jim Stokes the wink. Says I, 'Jim, don't you think they'll want you to help the music there tonight?' Jim took it once, and he said he would be on the ground with a dog or two and some old tin pans. Oh, we shall get them up an orchestra, I promise you. And some of our set are going over to see the fun. There's Bill Akers and Bob Story and Sim Dexter will be over here to dinner, and towards evening we'll ride over." End of chapter 47. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 48 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 48, Lynch Law. The rays of the afternoon sun were shining through the fringy needles of the pines. The sound of the woodpecker reverberated through the stillness of the forest, answering to 1,000 woodland notes. Suddenly, along the distant path, a voice is heard singing, and the sound comes strangely on the air through the dreamy stillness. Jesus Christ has lived and died. What is all the world beside? This to know is all I need. This to know is life indeed. Other wisdom seek I none. Teach me this and this alone. Christ for me has lived and died. Christ for me was crucified. And as the last lines fall upon the ear, a figure riding slowly on horseback comes round the bend of the forest path. It is Father Dixon. It was the habit of this good man, much of whose life was spent in solitary journeyings, to use the forest arches for that purpose for which they seemed so well designed, as a great cathedral of prayer and praise. He was riding with the reins loose over the horse's neck, and a pocket Bible in his hand. Occasionally he broke out into snatches of song, like the one which we heard him singing a few moments ago. As he rides along now, he seems absorbed in mental prayer. Father Dixon, in truth, has cause to pray. The plainness of speech which he felt bound to use had drawn down upon him opposition and opprobrium, and alienated some of his best friends. The support which many had been willing to contribute to his poverty was entirely withdrawn. His wife, in feeble health, was toiling daily beyond her strength, and hunger had looked in at the door. But each day prayer had driven it away. The petition, "Give us this day our daily bread," had not yet failed to bring an answer, but there was no bread for tomorrow. Many friendly advisers had told him that if he would relinquish a futile and useless undertaking, he should have enough and to spare. He had been conferred with by the elders in a vacant church in the town of E, who said to him, "We enjoy your preaching when you let alone controverted topics, and if you'll agree to confine yourself solely to the gospel, and say nothing on any of the delicate and exciting subjects of the day, we shall rejoice in your ministrations." They pleaded with him his poverty, and the poor health of his wife, and the necessities of his children, but he answered, "Man shall not live by bread alone. God is able to feed me, and he will do it." They went away, saying that he was a fool, that he was crazy. He was not the first whose brethren had said, "He is beside himself." As he rode along through the forest paths, he talked of his wants to his master. "Thou knowest," he said, "how I suffer. Thou knowest how feeble my poor wife is, and how it distresses us both to have our children grow up without education. We cast ourselves on thee. Let us not deny thee. Let us not betray thee. Thou hast not where to lay thy head. Let us not murmur. The discipline is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord." And then he sang, "Jesus, I my cross have taken, all to leave and follow thee. Naked, poor, despised, forsaken, thou my all henceforth shall be. Let the world despise and leave me, they have left my Saviour too. Human looks and words deceive me, thou art not like them untrue. And while thou shalt smile upon me, God of wisdom, power, and might, foes may hate and friends disown me, show thy face and all is bright." And as he sang and prayed, that strange joy arose within him, like the sweetness of night flowers is born of darkness and tribulation. The soul hath in it somewhat of the divine, in that it can have joy and endurance beyond the joy of indulgence. They mistake who suppose that the highest happiness lies in wishes accomplished, in prosperity, wealth, favor, and success. There has been a joy in dungeons and on racks passing the joy of harvest, a joy strange and solemn, mysterious even to its possessor. A white stone dropped from that signet ring, peace, which a dying Saviour took from his own bosom and bequeathed to those who endure the cross, despising the shame. As Father Dixon rode on, he lifted his voice in solemn exultation. "Soul, then know thy full salvation. Rise o'er fear, doubt, and care. Joy to find in every station something still to do or bear. Think what spirit dwells within thee. Think what Father's smiles are thine. Think that Jesus died to win thee. Child of heaven, wilt thou repine?" At this moment Dr. Cushing, in the abundant comforts of his home, might have envied Father Dixon in his desertion and poverty, for that peace seldom visited him. He struggled wearily along the ways of duty, never fulfilling his highest ideal, worried by confusing accusations of conscience, and deeming himself happy only because, having never lived in any other state, he knew not what happiness was like. He alternately condemned his brother's rashness, and sighed as he thought of his uncompromising spirituality. And once or twice he had written him a friendly letter of caution, enclosing him a $5 bill, wishing that he might secede, begging that he would be careful, and ending with a pious wish that we might all be guided aright, which supplication in many cases answers the purpose, in a man's inner legislation, of laying troublesome propositions on the table. Meanwhile the shades of evening drew on, and Father Dixon approached the rude church, which stood deep in the shadow of the wood. In external appearance it had not the pretensions even of a New England barn, but still it had echoed prayers and praises from humble, sincere worshippers. As Father Dixon rode up to the door, he was surprised to find quite a throng of men, armed with bludgeons and pistols, waiting before it. One of these now stepped forward, and handing him a letter, said, "Here, I have a letter for you to read." Father Dixon put it calmly in his pocket. "I will read it after services," said he. The man then laid hold of his bridle. "Come out here," he said. "I want to talk to you." "Thank you, friend. I will talk with you after meeting," said he. "It's time for me to begin service." "The fact is," said a surly, wolfish-looking fellow who came behind the first speaker, "the fact is, we ain't going to have any of your D abolition meetings here. If he can't get it out, I can." "Friends," said Father Dixon, mildly, "by what right do you presume to stop me?" "We think," said the first man, "that you are doing harm, violating the laws. Have you any warrant from the civil authorities to stop me?" "No, sir," said the first speaker, but the second one, ejecting a large quid of tobacco from his mouth, took up the explanation in a style and taste peculiarly his own. "Now, Lecoq, you may as well know, first as last, that we don't care a cuss for the civil authorities, as you call them, 'cause we's going to do what we darn please, and we don't please have you yowping abolitionism round here and putting deviltry in the heads of our niggers. Now that ar's plain talk." This speech was chorused by a group of men on the steps, who now began to gather round and shout, "Give it to him! That's into him! Make the wolf fly!" Father Dixon, who was perfectly calm, now remarked in the shadow of the wood, at no great distance, 3 or 4 young men mounted on horses, who laughed brutally and called out to the speaker, "Give him some more!" "My friends," said Father Dixon, "I came here to perform a duty at the call of my heavenly Master, and you have no right to stop me." "Well, how will you help yourself, old bird, supposing we haven't?" "Remember, my friends, that we shall all stand side by side at the judgment seat to give an account for this night's transactions. How will you answer for it to God?" A loud sneering laugh came from the group under the trees, and a voice which we recognize as Tom Gordon's calls out, "He is coming the solemn dodge on you, boys. Get on your long faces." "Come," said the roughest of the speakers, "this here don't go down with us. We don't know nothing about no judgments, and as to God, we ain't none of us seen him lately. We 'spect he don't travel round these parts." "The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good," said Father Dixon. Here one of the mob mewed like a cat, another barked like a dog, and the spectators under the tree laughed more loudly than ever. "I say," said the first speaker, "you shan't go to getting up rat traps and calling 'em meetings. This here preaching of yourn is a cussed sell, and we won't stand it no longer. We shall have an insurrection among our niggers. Pretty business getting up churches where you won't have slaveholders commune. I's got niggers myself, and I know I's bigger slave than they be, and I wish I was shet of them. But I ain't going to have no D old parson dictating to me about my affairs, and we won't, none of the rest of us, will we? 'Cause them that ain't got any niggers now means to have, don't we, boys? Aye, that we do. Give it to 'em," was shouted from the party. "It's our right to have niggers, and we will have them if we can get them," continued the speaker. "Who gave you the right?" said Father Dixon. "Who gave it? Why, the Constitution of the United States, to be sure, man. Who did you suppose? Ain't we got the freest government in the world? Is we going to be shut out of communion 'cause we holds niggers? Don't care a cuss for your old communion, but it's the principle I's going for. Now I tell you what, old fellow, we've got you, and you have got to promise right off the reel that you won't say another word on this your subject." "Friend, I shall make no such promise," said Father Dixon, in a tone so mild and steadfast that there was a momentary pause. "You'd better," said a man in the crowd, "if you know what's good for you." A voice now spoke from the circle of the young men. "Never cave in, boys." "No fear of us," responded the man who had taken the most prominent part in the dialogue hitherto. "We'll serve it out to him. Now you see, old feller, you're treed, and may as well come down, as the coon said to Davy. You can't help yourself, 'cause we are 10-1, and if you don't promise peaceable, we'll make you." "My friends," said Father Dixon, "I want you to think what you are doing. Your good sense must teach you the impropriety of your course. You know that you are doing wrong. You know that it isn't right to trample on all law, both human and divine, out of professed love to it. You must see that your course will lead to perfect anarchy and confusion. The time may come when your opinions will be as unpopular as mine. Well, what then? Why, if your course prevails, you must be lynched, stoned, tarred, and feathered. This is a two-edged sword you are using, and some day you may find the edge turned towards you. You may be seized, just as you are seizing me. You know the men that threw Daniel into the den got thrown in themselves." "Daniel who?" shouted one of the company, and the young men under the tree laughed insultingly. "Why are you afraid to let me preach this evening?" said Father Dixon. "Why can't you hear me, and if I say anything false, why can't you show me the falsehood of it? It seems to me it's a weak cause that can only get along by stopping men's mouths." "No, no, we ain't going to have it," said the man who had taken the most active part. "And now you've got to sign a solemn promise this night that you won't ever open your mouth again about this here subject, or we'll make it worse for you." "I shall never make such a promise. You need not think to terrify me into it, for I am not afraid. You must kill me before you can stop me." "D—n you, then, old man," said one of the young men, riding up by the side of him. "I'll tell you what you shall do. You shall sign a pledge to leave North Carolina in 3 days and never come back again, and take your whole spawn and litter with you, or you shall be chastised for your impudence. Now look out, sir, for you are speaking to your betters. Your insolence is intolerable. What business have you passing strictures reflecting on the conduct of gentlemen of family? Think yourself happy that we let you go out of the state without the punishment that your impudence deserves." "Mr. Gordon, I am sorry to hear you speaking in that way," said Father Dixon, composedly. "By right of your family, you certainly ought to know how to speak as a gentleman. You are holding language to me that you have no right to hold, and uttering threats that you have no means of enforcing." "You'll see if I hadn't," yelled the other, with an oath. "Here, boys." He beckoned one or two of the leaders to his side, and spoke with them in a low voice. One of them seemed inclined to remonstrate. "No, no, it's too bad," he said, but the others said, "Yes, it serves him right. We'll do it. Hurrah, boys! We'll help on the parson home and help him kindle his fire." There was a general shout as the whole party, striking up a ribald song, seized Father Dixon's horse, turned him round, and began marching in the direction of his cabin in the woods. Tom Gordon and his companions, who rode foremost, filled the air with blasphemous and obscene songs, which entirely drowned out the voice of Father Dixon whenever he attempted to make himself heard. Before they started, Tom Gordon had distributed freely of whiskey among them, so that what little manliness there might have been within seemed to be set on fire of hell. It was one of those moments that try men's souls. Father Dixon, as he was hurried along, thought of that other one who was led by an infuriate mob through the streets of Jerusalem, and he lifted his heart in prayer to the apostle and high priest of his profession, the God in Jesus, When they arrived before his little cabin, he made one more effort to arrest their attention. "My brethren," he said. "None of your brethren. Stop that cant," said Tom Gordon. "Hear me one word," said Father Dixon. "My wife is quite feeble. I'm sure you wouldn't wish to hurt a sick woman, who never did harm to any mortal creature." "Well, then," said Tom Gordon, facing round to him, "if you care so much about your wife, you can very easily save her any further trouble. Just give us the promise we want, and we'll go away peacefully, and leave you. But if you won't, as true as there is a God in heaven, we'll pull down every stick of timber in your old kennel. I'll tell you what, old man, you've got a master to deal with now. I cannot promise not to preach upon this subject." "Well, then, you must promise to take yourself out of the state. You can go among your northern brethren and howl and maul round there, but we are not going to have you here. I have as much respect for respectable ministers of the gospel as anyone, when they confine themselves to the duties of their calling. But when they come down to be intriguing in our worldly affairs, they must expect to be treated as we treat other folks that do that. Their black coats shan't protect them. We are not going to be priest-ridden, are we, boys?" A loud whoop of inflamed and drunken merriment chorused this question. Just at this moment the door of the cottage was opened, and a pale, sickly-looking woman came gliding out to the gate. "My dear," she said, and her voice was perfectly calm, "don't yield a hair's breadth on my account. I can bear as well as you. I'm not afraid. I'm ready to die for conscience' sake. Gentlemen," she said, "there is not much in this house of any value except 2 sick children. If it is agreeable to you to pull it down, you can do it. Our goods are hardly worth spoiling, but you can spoil them. My husband, be firm. Don't yield an inch." It is one of the worst curses of slavery that it effaces from the breast all manly feeling with regard to woman. Everyone remembers the story how the frail and delicate wife of Lovejoy placed her weakness as a shield before the chamber door where her husband was secreted, and was fought with brutal oaths and abuse by the drunken gang, who were determined to pass over her body, if necessary, to his heart. They who are trained to whip women in a servile position, of course, can have none of the respect which a free man feels for woman as woman. They respect the sex when they see it enshrined by fashion, wealth, and power, but they tread it in the dust when in poverty and helplessness it stands in the path of their purposes. "Woman," said Tom Gordon, "you are a fool. You needn't think to come it round us with any of that talk. You needn't think we are going to stop on your account, for we shan't. We know what we are about." "So does God," said the woman, fixing her eye on him with one of those sudden looks of power with which a noble sentiment sometimes lights up for a moment the weakest form. There was a momentary pause, and then Tom broke out in oaths and curses. "I'll tell you what, boys," he said, "we had better bring matters to a point. Here, tie him up to this tree, and give him 36. He is dreadful fond of the niggers, let him fare with them. We know how to get a promise out of him." The tiger was now fully awake in the crowd. Wild oaths and cries of "Give it to him! Give it to him!" G-D-N him arose. Father Dixon stood calm, and beholding him, they saw his face as if it had been that of an angel, and they gnashed on him with their teeth. A few moments more, and he was divested of his outer garments and bound to a tree. "Now will you promise?" said Tom Gordon, taking out his watch. "I'll give you 5 minutes." The children, now aroused, were looking out, crying, from the door. His wife walked out and took her place before him. "Stand out of the way, old woman," said Tom Gordon. "I will not stand out of the way," she said, throwing her arms round her husband. "You shall not get to him but over my body." "Ben Hyatt, take her away," said Tom Gordon. "Treat her decently as long as she behaves herself." A man forced her away. She fell fainting on his shoulder. "Lay her down," said Tom Gordon. "Now, sir, your 5 minutes are up. What have you got to say?" "I have to say that I shall not comply with your demands." "Very well," said Tom. "It's best to be explicit." He drew his horse a little back, and said to a man who was holding a slave whip behind, "Give it to him." The blows descended. He uttered no sound. The mob, meanwhile, tauntingly insulted him. How do you like it? What do you think of it? Preach us a sermon now, can't you? Come, where's your text?" "He's getting stars and stripes now," said one. "I reckon he'll see stars," said another. "Stop," said Tom Gordon. "Well, my friend," he said, "you see we are in earnest, and we shall carry this through to the bitter end. You may rely on it. You won't get any sympathy. You won't get any support. There ain't a minister in the state that will stand by you. They all have sense enough to let our affairs alone. They'd any of them hold a candle here, as the good elder did when they thrashed Dresser down at Nashville. Come now, will you cave in?" But at this moment the conversation was interrupted by the riding up of 4 or 5 gentlemen on horseback, the headmost of whom was Clayton. "What's this?" he exclaimed, hurriedly. "What, Mr. Gordon, Father Dixon! What am I to understand by this?" "Who the devil cares what you understand? It's no business of yours," said Tom Gordon, "so stand out of my way." "I shall make it some of my business," said Clayton, turning round to one of his companions. "Mr. Brown, you are a magistrate?" Mr. Brown, a florid, puffy-looking old gentleman, now rode forward. "Bless my soul, but this is shocking. Mr. Gordon, don't. How can you? My boys, you ought to consider." Clayton, meanwhile, had thrown himself off his horse, and cut the cords which bound Father Dixon to the tree. The sudden reaction of feeling overcame him. He fell, fainting. "Are you not ashamed of yourself?" said Clayton, indignantly glancing round. "Isn't this pretty business for great strong men like you, abusing ministers that you know won't fight, and women and children that you know can't?" "Do you mean to apply that language to me?" said Tom Gordon. "Yes, sir, I do mean just that," said Clayton, looking at him, while he stretched his tall figure to its utmost height. "Sir, that remark demands satisfaction." "You are welcome to all the satisfaction you can get," said Clayton, coolly. "You shall meet me," said Tom Gordon, "where you shall answer for that remark." "I'm not a fighting man," said Clayton, "but if I were, I should never consent to meet any one but my equals. When a man stoops to do the work of a rowdy and a bully, he falls out of the sphere of gentlemen. As for you," said Clayton, turning to the rest of the company, "there's more apology for you. You have not been brought up to know better. Take my advice. Disperse yourselves now, or I shall take means to have this outrage brought to justice." There is often a magnetic force in the appearance, amid an excited mob, of a man of commanding presence who seems perfectly calm and decided. The mob stood irresolute. "Come, Tom," said Kite, pulling him by the sleeve. "We've given him enough, at any rate." Yes, said Mr. Brown. "Mr. Gordon, I advise you to go home. We must all keep the peace, you know. Come, boys, you've done enough for one night, I should hope. Go home now and let the old man be, and there's something to buy you a treat down at Skinflint's. Come, do the handsome now." Tom Gordon sullenly rode away with his 2 associates each side, but before he went he said to Clayton, "You shall hear of me again, one of these days." "As you please," said Clayton. The party now set themselves about recovering and comforting the frightened family. The wife was carried in and laid down on the bed. Father Dixon was soon restored, so as to be able to sit up, and being generally known and respected by the company, received many expressions of sympathy and condolence. One of the men was an elder in the church which had desired his ministerial services. He thought this a good opportunity of enforcing some of his formerly expressed opinions. "Now, Father Dixon," he said, "this just shows you the truth of what I was telling you. This course of yours won't do. You see it won't now. Now, if you'd agree not to say anything of these troublesome matters, and just confine yourself to the preaching of the gospel, you see you wouldn't get into any more trouble. And after all, it's the gospel that's the root of the matter. The gospel will gradually correct all these evils. You don't say anything about them. You see, the state of the community is peculiar. They won't bear it. We feel the evils of slavery just as much as you do. Our souls are burdened under it," he said, complacently wiping his face with his handkerchief. "But Providence doesn't appear to open any door here for us to do anything. I think you ought to abide on the patient waiting on the Lord, who in his own good time will bring light out of darkness and order out of confusion." The last phrase being a part of a stereotyped exhortation with which the good elder was wont to indulge his brethren in church prayer meetings, he delivered it in a sleepy drawl which he reserved for such occasions. "Well," said Father Dickson, "I must say that I don't see that the preaching of the gospel, in the way we have preached it hitherto, has done anything to rectify the evil. It's a bad sign if our preaching doesn't make a conflict. When the apostles came to a place, they said, 'These men that turn the world upside down are come hither.'" "But," said Mr. Brown, "you must consider our institutions are peculiar. Our negroes are ignorant and inflammable, easily wrought upon, and the most frightful consequences may result. That's the reason why there is so much sensation when any discussion is begun which relates to them. Now, I was in Nashville when the Dresser affair took place. He hadn't said a word, he hadn't opened his mouth even, but he was known to be an abolitionist, and so they searched his trunks and papers, and there they found documents expressing abolition sentiments, sure enough. Well, everybody, ministers and elders, joined in that affair and stood by to see him whipped. I thought myself they went too far. But this is just where it is. People are not reasonable, and they won't be reasonable in such cases. It's too much to ask of them, and so everybody ought to be cautious. Now I wish for my part that ministers would confine themselves to their appropriate duties. Christ's kingdom is not of this world. And then you don't know Tom Gordon. He is a terrible fellow. I never want to come in conflict with him. I thought I'd put the best face on it and persuade him away. I didn't want to make Tom Gordon my enemy. And I think, Mr. Dickson, if you must preach these doctrines, I think it would be best for you to leave the state. Of course, we don't want to restrict any man's conscience, but when any kind of preaching excites brawls and confusion and inflames the public mind, it seems to be a duty to give it up." "Yes," said Cornet the elder, "we ought to follow the things which make for peace, such things whereby one may edify another." "Don't you see, gentlemen," said Mr. Clayton, "that such a course is surrendering our liberty of free speech into the hands of a mob? If Tom Gordon may dictate what is to be said on one subject, he may on another, and the rod which has been held over our friend's head tonight may be held over ours. Independent of the right or wrong of Father Dickson's principles, he ought to maintain his position, for the sake of maintaining the right of free opinion in the state." "Why," said Mr. Cornet, "the Scripture saith, 'If they persecute you in this city, flee ye into another.'" "That was said," said Clayton, "to a people that lived under despotism, and had no rights of liberty given them to maintain. But if we give way before mob law, we make ourselves slaves of the worst despotism on earth." But Clayton spoke to men whose ears were stopped by the cotton of slothfulness and love of ease. They rose up and said it was time for them to be going. Clayton expressed his intention of remaining over the night to afford encouragement and assistance to his friends in case of any further emergency. End of chapter 48. Lynch Law. Cabins in the woods. Cabins in... Chapter 49 of Dred, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dred, Chapter 49, More Violence. Clayton rose the next morning and found his friends much better than he'd expected after the agitation and abuse of the night before. They seemed composed and cheerful. "I'm surprised," he said, "to see that your wife is able to be up this morning." "They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength," said Father Dickson. "How often I have found it so. We have seen times when I and my wife have both been so ill that we scarcely thought we had strength to help ourselves. And a child has been taken ill, or some other emergency has occurred that called for immediate exertion, and we have been to the Lord and found strength. Our way has been hedged up many a time, the sea before us and the Egyptians behind us, but the sea has always opened when we have stretched our hands to the Lord. I've never sought the Lord in vain. He has allowed great troubles to come upon us, but he always delivers us." Clayton recalled the sneering, faithless, brilliant Frank Russel, and compared him in his own mind with the simple, honest man before him. "No," he said to himself, "human nature is not a humbug after all. There are some real men, some who will not acquiesce in what is successful, if it be wrong." Clayton was in need of such living examples, for in regard to religion, he was in that position which is occupied by too many young men of high moral sentiment in this country. What he had seen of the worldly policy and time-serving spirit of most of the organized bodies, professing to represent the Christian faith and life, had deepened the shadow of doubt and distrust which persons of strong individuality and discriminating minds are apt to feel in certain stages of their spiritual development. Great afflictions, those which tear up the roots of the soul, are often succeeded in the course of the man's history by a period of skepticism. The fact is, such afflictions are disenchanting powers. They give to the soul an earnestness and a power of discrimination which no illusion can withstand. They teach us what we need, what we must have to rest upon, and in consequence thousands of little formalities and empty shows and dry religious conventionalities are scattered by it like chaff. The soul rejects them in her indignant anguish, in finding so much that is insincere and untrue and unreliable. She has sometimes hours of doubting all things. Clayton saw again in the minister what he had seen in Nina, a soul swayed by an attachment to an invisible person, whose power over it was the power of a personal attachment, and who swayed it not by dogmas or commands merely, but by the force of a sympathetic emotion. Beholding, as in a glass, the divine image of his heavenly friend, insensibly to himself the minister was changing into the same image. The good and the beautiful to him was an embodied person. Even Jesus is Lord. "What may be your future course?" said Clayton with anxiety. "Will you discontinue your labors in this state?" "I may do so if I find positively that there is no gaining a bearing," said Father Dixon. "I think we owe it to our state not to give up the point without a trial. There are those who are willing to hear me, willing to make a beginning with me. It is true they are poor and unfashionable, but still it is my duty not to desert them till I have tried, at least, whether the laws can't protect me in the exercise of my duty. The hearts of all men are in the hands of the Lord. He turneth them as the rivers of water are turned. This evil is a great and a trying one. It is gradually lowering the standards of morals in our churches, till men know not what spirit they are of. I held it my duty not to yield to the violence of the tyrant, and bind myself to a promise to leave till I had considered what the will of my master would be." "I should be sorry," said Clayton, "to think that North Carolina couldn't protect you. I'm sure, when the particulars of this are known, there will be a general reprobation from all parts of the country. You might remove to some other part of the state, not cursed by the residence of a man like Tom Gordon. I will confer with my uncle, your friend Dr. Cushing, and see if some more eligible situation cannot be found where you could prosecute your labors. He is at this very time visiting his wife's father in E., and I will ride over and talk with him today. Meanwhile," said Clayton, as he rose to depart, "allow me to leave you with a little contribution to help the cause of religious freedom in which you are engaged." And Clayton, as he shook hands with his friend and his wife, left an amount of money with them such as had not crossed their palms for many a day. Bidding them adieu, a ride of a few hours carried him to E., where he communicated to Dr. Cushing the incidents of the night before. "Why, it's perfectly shocking, abominable," said Dr. Cushing. "Why, what are we coming to? My dear young friend, this shows the necessity of prayer. When the enemy cometh in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord must lift up a standard against him." "My dear uncle," said Clayton, rather impatiently, "it seems to me the Lord has lifted up a standard in the person of this very man, and people are too cowardly to rally around it." "Well, my dear nephew, it strikes me you are rather excited," said Dr. Cushing, good-naturedly. "Excited?" said Clayton. "I ought to be excited. You ought to be excited, too. Here's a good man beginning what you think a necessary reform, and who does it in a way perfectly peaceable and lawful, who is cloven down under the hoof of a mob, and all you can think of doing is to pray to the Lord to raise up a standard. What would you think if a man's house were on fire, and he should sit praying the Lord that in his mysterious providence he would put it out?" "Oh, the cases are not parallel," said Dr. Cushing. "I think they are," said Clayton. "Our house is the state, and our house is on fire by mob law, and instead of praying the Lord to put it out, you ought to go to work and put it out yourself. If all your ministers would make a stand against this, uncle, and do all you can to influence those to whom you are preaching, it wouldn't be done again." "I'm sure I should be glad to do something. Poor Father Dixon, such a good man as he is. But then I think, Clayton, he was rather imprudent. It don't do, this unadvised way of proceeding. We ought to watch against rashness, I think. We are too apt to be precipitate, and not await the leadings of Providence. Poor Dixon, I tried to caution him the last time I wrote to him. To be sure, it's no excuse for them, but then I'll write to Brother Barker on the subject, and we'll see if we can't get an article in the Christian Witness. I don't think it would be best to allude to these particular circumstances, or to mention any names, but there might be a general article on the importance of maintaining the right of free speech, and, of course, people can apply it for themselves." "You remind me," said Clayton, "of a man who proposed commencing an attack on a shark by throwing a sponge at him. But now, really, uncle, I am concerned for the safety of this good man. Isn't there any church near you to which he can be called? I heard him at the camp meeting, and I think he is an excellent preacher." "There are a good many churches," said Dr. Cushing, "which would be glad of him, if it were not for the course he pursues on that subject, and I really can't feel that he does right to throw away his influence so. He might be the means of converting souls if he would only be quiet about this." "Be quiet about fashionable sins," said Clayton, "in order to get a chance to convert souls? What sort of converts are those who are not willing to hear the truth on every subject? I should doubt conversions that can only be accomplished by silence on great practical immoralities." "But," said Dr. Cushing, "Christ and the apostles didn't preach on the abuses of slavery, and they alluded to it as an existing institution." "Nor did they preach on the gladiatorial shows," said Clayton, "and Paul draws many illustrations from them. Will you take the principle that everything is to be let alone now about which the apostles didn't preach directly?" "I don't want to enter into that discussion now," said Dr. Cushing. "I believe I'll ride over and see Brother Dixon. After all, he is a dear good man, and I love him. I'd like to do something for him, if I were not afraid it might be misunderstood." Toward evening, however, Clayton, becoming uneasy at the lonely situation of his clerical friend, resolved to ride over and pass the night with him, for the sake of protecting him, and arming himself with a brace of pistols, he proceeded on his ride. As the day had been warm, he put off his purpose rather late, and the darkness overtook him before he had quite accomplished his journey. Riding deliberately through the woodland path in the vicinity of the swamp, he was startled by hearing the tramp of horses' hoofs behind him. 3 men mounted on horseback were coming up, the headmost of whom, riding up quickly behind, struck him so heavy a blow with a gutta-percha cane as to fell him to the earth. In an instant, however, he was on his feet again, and had seized the bridle of his horse. "Who are you?" said he, for by the dim light that remained of the twilight he could perceive that they all wore masks. "We are men," said one of them, whose voice Clayton did not recognize, "that know how to deal with fellows who insult gentlemen, and then refuse to give them honorable satisfaction." "And," said the second speaker, We know how to deal with renegade abolitionists who are covertly undermining our institutions." "And," said Clayton, coolly, "you understand how to be cowards, for none but cowards would come 3 to 1 and strike a man from behind. Shame on you! Well, gentlemen, act your pleasure. Your first blow has disabled my right arm. If you wish my watch and my purse, you may help yourselves, as cutthroats generally do." The stinging contempt which was expressed in these last words seemed to enrage the third man, who had not spoken. With a brutal oath he raised his cane again and struck at him. "Strike a wounded man who cannot help himself. Do," said Clayton. "Show yourself the coward you are. You were brave in attacking defenseless women and children and ministers of the gospel." This time the blow felled Clayton to the earth, and Tom Gordon, precipitating himself from the saddle, proved his eligibility for Congress by beating his defenseless acquaintance on the head, after the fashion of the chivalry of South Carolina. But at this moment a violent blow from an unseen hand struck his right arm, and it fell broken at his side. Mad with pain, he poured forth volumes of oaths, such as our readers have never heard and the paper refuses to receive. And a deep voice said from the woods, "Woe to the bloody and deceitful man!" "Look for that fellow. Where is he?" said Tom Gordon. The crack of a rifle and a bullet which passed right over his head answered from the swamp, and the voice, which he knew was Harry's, called from within the thicket, "Tom Gordon, beware! Remember, hark!" At the same time another rifle shot came over their heads. "Come, come," said the other two, "there's a gang of them. We'd better be off. You can't do anything with that broken arm there." And helping Tom into the saddle, the three rode away precipitately. Soon as they were gone, Harry and Dred emerged from the thicket. The latter was reported among the people to have some medical or surgical skill. He raised Clayton up and examined him carefully. "He is not dead," he said. "What shall we do for him?" said Harry. "Shall we take him along to the minister's cabin?" "No, no," said Dred. "That would only bring the Philistines upon him." "It's full 3 miles to east," said Harry. "It wouldn't do to risk going there." "No, indeed," said Dred. "We must take him to our stronghold of En-Gedi, even as Samson bore the gates of Gaza. Our women shall attend him, and when he is recovered, we will set him on his journey." End of chapter 49. More violence.